expand the tax net. What they really want to focus on is to cut down on taxes. Why? Because they know of this figure, that if you do the real math, the deficit for this year is projected around 66 billion Ghana cedis, and not the 40 whatever percent, billion cedis that was put out. Because if you add the appropriation, it gives you the true deficit. 66 billion Ghana cedis, almost $6.5 billion in deficit. You ask yourself, how are you going to fund this? Are you going to rely solely on the treasury bill market to fund this? Because already we know how shallow the treasury bill market has become. It's no longer attractive to investors because you have interest rates coming down to 14% from the highest of 30%. You don't have a functioning bonds market anymore. International capital markets, you are no longer there. Of course, there are certain upgrades currently. But the key question is, how do you finance the deficit? One key way to finance deficit is also to cut down on expenditure. So if you see government saying or deciding to let go of fewer allowances of political appointees, saying that they will no longer subscribe to DSTV, saying that they are going to cut down on the number of ministers and all of that, it is because they are aware of the fiscal deficit. And there are two ways. It's either you cut down on the taxes or you decide to rake in more revenue. We'll come to the numbers more, but there are bigger numbers that will show, and that will actually paint a picture of how much government will really want to spend this year.
Well, just like a quick trip back to Parliament, where George again is speaking to Duncan Amwa, Kopek.
They're getting a lot of expectations from several players in the industry. One key industry that will be impacted by whatever actions or update the Minister of Finance will give will be the petroleum sector. Duncan Amwa is the Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers. Duncan, thank you so much for your time. And I'll be also getting your thoughts on a very critical thing that is happening right now with respect to the supply issues. I won't say shortage of the aviation fuel. Some will call it the ATK. First, let me get your expectation on this mid-year review or mid-year of 2024 estimates.
You recall when the main budget was read by the Honorable Atoforsen earlier, certain numbers were thrown out, particularly with regards to ECG, with regards to Cocoa Board. If you recall, those were the two key institutions that were clearly a drain on our fiscal space. You look at the amount of debt accumulation, and you end up wondering what exactly they did with those monies. So we were told those were challenging spots. A few months down the line, we've seen some stability in the microeconomy. There's been some improvements here and there. But those challenges, have we been able to confront them, i.e. ECG and Cocoa Board? ECG will be of interest to me because it is on the back of ECG's failures that you and I have had to pay a certain 1 Ghana cedi levy that was introduced just the start of this month. And so we will be looking at whether we are improving the numbers he has, whether we are doing any better now or the leakage and bleeding is still as it was. Another critical thing that most petroleum mines will be following today will be the issue of Turmoil Refinery. Again, you've heard management insist that they want to turn around Tor by October. We've heard one too many promises around the refinery. We'll turn Tor. We've heard that too many. What we know they currently have to grapple with is some $500+ million debt. Are we getting a situation where the minister, or for that matter the country or the government, has any plan for Tor per the fiscals? Are they investing? Are they putting in some PPP arrangement? What exactly is the way forward for the refining space? We need to be told those.
Yeah, Duncan, let me come to you on a very critical issue about and I want to use my words carefully, about the supply challenge issues with ATK or aviation fuel. We understood that there was a problem with the jetty issues, as in the work on what it's the transfer of these products, and that is what is causing this problem. What have you been briefed about the situation?
There's a broader issue that has to do with Lacan's, the schedule of cargo movement, how and when we pick what product. That would have to be looked at within the broader context. Now, in the narrow sense of your CBM or jetty, not...
Welcome back to the studio. And of course, we shall be quite heavy on the energy sector because of the new reforms that you may have heard or seen. But Kofi, let's get in here, finish, and then we can pick all of our conversations one after the other.
I mean, we were discussing about the appropriation. And in fact, what makes that 291 billion Ghana cedis expenditure projection a bit scary is the element of arrears. And according to the finance minister, if you look at arrears as at the end of December 2024, we're looking at somewhere 67.5 billion Ghana cedis. And he said more than 50% of that came from the road sector, especially cocoa roads. Over 30 billion Ghana cedis in arrears. And in fact, if you look at the arrears that are expected to be paid, if you can give me the next slide, the arrears that will be paid this year is around 13 billion Ghana cedis. 13 billion Ghana cedis in arrears. And many have said that the first half of the year, the finance minister was very circumspect when it comes to expenditure and how to spend. Very tight in terms of the fiscal issues. But now that they know where the economy is going, they know how the city has performed well, they know how they have moved the economy from an economy backed by or backed with Eurobonds to an economy backed by, a gold board or gold inflows. Now you have a clear path as to whether you are going to spend more in the second half of the year. And usually, the second half of the year is when is the place that becomes a daunting task, because you have the last bit of the year, which is the third quarter, being very important, where demand for forex becomes so high. And we try to understand why the city has come where it is so far, and we are getting clear indication now from the IMF program saying that, look, the government had to do forex intervention in the market to keep the city where it is, where just the first quarter of the year alone, Bank of Ghana had to pump $1.5 billion billion dollars to support the city. And we also understand the IMF saying that with that 1.4 billion, they have looked at the first quarter and they've seen that the intervention from the Bank of Ghana was responsible for 60% of the stability we saw the city chalking. Now we've seen stability. The key question is, how do you maintain the momentum? And that is where inflows from the gold board becomes very important, where the president and the governor have said that just the first 4 or 5 months of the year, we've been able to rake in $5 billion dollars. So the question is, if you're getting this much from gold board, then there's no need talking about a conversation to even return to the international capital markets, because you go there, the maximum possibly you can get is $3 billion. If you're able to focus on gold board and start refinery, and you get close to $1 billion every month, because that's the projection, you could be on a good trajectory and your city could have, a very good story to tell in terms of the stability.
Kofi, before you go in there, you mentioned our expenditure. Is there not a cap by the IMF how much we can spend? Well,
there's a cap on the deficit.
On the deficit itself.
Keep a deficit within a certain percentage to GDP. But once you are able to demonstrate to the fund that you have revenue to back your expenditure, they have no problem. And the fund is very particular about expenditure that will go to social programs, like the free SHS program, other LEAP program and all of that, because the IMF programs are usually pro-poor. So if you are spending, they would want you to spend on that tangent, because one other key aspect of the IMF program is also to reduce poverty. And so once you're able to demonstrate to the fund that you have what it takes to fund for that, expenditure, they have no problem. Their problem is the deficit.
Okay, stay with me here and let's just engage our guest. Prof, you've seen and heard the presentation till now, and one thing that struck my attention, that had my full attention, would be how much the Bank of Ghana pushed or pumped into forest, 1.4 billion. I mean, the question that we've been asking, would they have succeeded without pumping into the forest anyway? Is there any other economical way, potent way, to have achieved where we are now?
Well, I think in terms of to be able to cause the city to strengthen in that short time, you needed that level of intervention. But then we also need to trace what allowed them to have the bandwidth to be able to do that. So we've seen our general exports have done extremely well. And then the fact that we've accumulated a lot of gold reserves from many, we've had the gold purchase program that has brought a lot of gold, but also not that the gold board is supposed to continue and add on. And then, but it's not just that the gold has done well. Our other export items have actually done very well. If you look at even our non-traditional export, through the first 5 or so months of the year, it's almost double from what we had last year. So we've had a lot of things going in our favor. Now, you can do this, but obviously you can't keep burning through your reserves just to keep the currency as it is. So it means that you have to get to a point where the fundamental, the export and the import, we have a good, especially on the export side, we have a good diversification that will allow us to allow the city to be strong on its own right. Then, as and when you have these occasional extra pressures, then you can use the extra reserves to kind of stabilize it. I think the key is to avoid massive swings either way. To have a sharp depreciation in a short period of time, that's not good at all for businesses. And I think a sharp appreciation also is not a terribly good thing. But so now it appears that the government plans to stabilize it within the 10 to 11 range. I think they do have the reserves. Even if you take account of even after the 1.4 billion that has been pumped, the reserve position is still extremely strong.
That's just the first quarter.
Exactly. But the reserve position is still strong, regardless of how much has been pumped. Our reserve position is still relatively strong. So, but I would prefer that we keep the reserves and not burn through them.
Okay.
And wait because at some point in the year, the pressures will come, as Kofi was saying, especially when we get to the fourth quarter, because it appears that we might not go back and do the cocoa syndication as we used to do.
Yeah.
So it means that at some point, and when government start, coming through with its commitment, start making the payment, the pressures will start coming. So I think if you have accumulated more than enough reserve, then it gives you the opportunity to be able to keep the city from seeing those massive depreciation that we used to see sometimes.
Mark, in March, the government made very bold promises, including 5% growth. I mean, with the data that you have seen so far, with what Kofi has presented so far, will still continue anyway. Does it support how much inflation we have now? Does it support where the CD stabilization is so far? Does it look like a projection that we can hold on to for a while so far?
Yes, obviously the data points to a very positive sign. If you look at inflation, as you said, it's dropped significantly to 13.7 at the last count. This is as a result of also the appreciation of the CD, because we do import a lot. And if you look at our inflation computation, imported inflation used to be very high because the CD was depreciating rapidly, and because we're also importing a number of things, they all feed into inflation. Now we've seen imported inflation also trending downwards. We see food inflation trending downwards. So it looks positive. I mean, we were not expecting to even get to this level of 13.7 at this time, because the annual projection was 11.9 or so at the end of the year. Looking at what is happening and where we are now, there's a likelihood that
we can even go lower.
We can even go lower. That is, if we are able to sustain the gains that we are having now. One of my expectations for this budget is that we consolidate the gains. our economy is such vulnerable, let me put it that way, that just a slightest external shock always have a very huge impact on us. Recently, when we started seeing the war between Iran and Israel, I mean, everybody was talking about it. We were all scared because we highly depend on fuel. And once there is any uptick on fuel prices, it feeds into transportation costs and then also inflation. So we are hoping and praying that these external shocks, at least, we keep them off for some time, but we cannot prevent it. We cannot predict it. But we should get to a point where we build a very resilient economy that we will be able to withstand some of these external shocks. That is where I am looking at. But with inflation and other things, I think we are doing well. A bit about the central bank always pumping in this dollar. My question is, how sustainable is this? How sustainable? That is where we have to go back to the structure of the economy that we've been talking about. Exporting more and producing the things that we import. Because the private sector giving the support, most of the things we are importing, we'll be able to produce them.
Mikey, I've just made an important point. Yeah. Kofi, just yesterday, when we were having a discussion on News Today, we realized procurements, recall that when they procured from internal, traditionally, it cost us more than if we imported, actually.
But ECG
I want to understand the irony.
Additional cost of $17 million just because they decided to do local procurement compared to procuring from the original manufacturer who possibly will be outside.
Yes. So there are several products. I get so worried when, for instance, tea roll, we can spend over 100 million on tissues.
But if you listen to this data right now that Kofi just said, how confident am I that I want to produce here if it's costing me more than importing, which shouldn't be anyway. Which shouldn't be.
I'm giving a typical example. Some years back, one of our members wanted to do a bit of business. He was looking at bottled water. And he wanted to import bottled water from Turkey. And he could import the bottled water, pay all the duties, and will be able to sell it at a price lower than the one being produced locally.
Right.
That shouldn't be the case. So we have made a series of complaints about the cost of doing business. In fact, we've not seen how this improvement in other macroeconomic variables like inflation and exchange rate is also reducing the cost of doing business. If you take utility, for instance, the computation of by PURC largely depends on exchange rate, depends on inflation, and then the energy mix. We've seen inflation dipped significantly. Exchange rate is stable. We've got about 44% improvement in the CD. But look at the utility tariffs that came out. From the beginning of the year to the last PURC release, we've done close to about 17% for electricity, and about 7% for water. Now, for every business, utility is very key. And I've seen clearly from the 24-hour economy and the policies that the government is also heavy on industrialization. They are thinking about how we can industrialize. But you cannot industrialize with a high cost of energy. I have said that the cost per unit hour for Ghana for any business is higher. Higher than most of the countries that we have. So if you have to industrialize, then we need to look at it. That is why I'm also looking at how the issue of ECG is going to be looked at. ECG's inefficiency is also costing us more. Yeah. So the roadmap for this one, it should be clear what they want to do with ECG, because we cannot continue with this high cost of production. So if I'm producing here and it's very expensive, I have no option than to import. I was talking to my colleagues from Guta that if the local businesses, the manufacturing companies are producing the things that you need, and you can buy them at a relatively cheaper price than if you are importing, then Guta and all those who are buying from outside, they will stop and buy from the local people.
Expand the space.
If you do that, you create more jobs. Anytime you import $1 worth of a product, you are creating $1 worth of employment for the country you are importing from. We have huge unemployment here. Why don't we support the businesses in Ghana to expand and employ more people? So I think we have all the, let me say, the arsenals, the keys to transforming our economy. Sometimes it's about commitment to what the things that we say we are going to do. We are here where we seem to run an economy on the basis of manifestos. This party comes, manifesto. this another party manifesto, which then seems to have a medium to long-term development plan where all these manifestos will fit to. So if Party A comes with a very important policy, and you think that you can build on it, don't throw it away. Build on it. We've heard the 1D, 1F being cancelled and all those things. For me, it's a major concern. Those that did very well under the 1D, 1F, how do we transition them into the 24-hour economy? These are low-hanging fruits that they can tap into because you want to export more. If you want to set up a typical manufacturing company, produce a particular product, you need at least 3 years. It's not like the corn mill where you put it there and then you bring the corn and you are grinding. First, you have to import the machine because most of them, we don't produce them here. And some are specific to specific products. So you get a prototype, they do it back and forth. When it comes, you need to do a test run. By the time you are done, well, possibly the 4 years of the current government would have gone. So those who have done it, let's transition them. How do we help them instead of throwing all of them away? So for me, we need to work together to move our economy forward.
Okay, Kofi, I'll come to you, but let me just introduce Gilbert Urinchiado, Tax and Policy Partner at Deloitte Ghana. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm an associate director. Maybe you are seeing to the future.
Look at that. Okay. I budgeted for your future already. that title looks good on you, though.
Thank you
anyway,
very much.
you have been quite vocal about tax system, our VAT regime, and all of that. We'll go back to our board, but when we come back, our smart wall, when we come back, my question will be that with all of the taxes and levies that the government scrapped up in March, we are just into the mid-year. In your expectation, and everybody's got their ears and their eyes down on VAT, and the restructuring. What is Deloitte saying about that? So you welcome and take a seat and be comfortable.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kofi, let's just pick up from where we went.
We'll talk about the agri sector because the 24-hour economy is really heavy on the agri sector. Why? Because if you look at our current import bill, which exceeds more than $15 billion every year, what we consume, that is food, takes a big component of that. If you take items like yemadia, rice, and other things, and oils that we import outside of the country, actually feeds into the big import bill that we have. And every government, import bill is their biggest headache because you need to find money to fund that import bill. And that is where the finance minister said that if you look at the agri sector, it's a very important space. And in fact, that's why the 24-hour economy is actually moving around the agri sector. We've already seen some sort of improvement looking at the current inflation data and GDP data that came out, that the agri sector is responding really well. Cocoa not really performing well. On the figure side, good, but we all know what Galamsey is doing to production levels. And we are only getting more from cocoa because prices are high. It's not because we are generating more or producing more. And in fact, we are trying to look at the other, economic indicators, trying to see how they have actually fared, since this government took over. And that's what we'll be doing so far. First one that we'll look at will be the unemployment rate. Why? Because when Dr. Kisa Latifosin went to vetting, there were three things that he said. He said, I will stabilize the exchange rate situation, bring down inflation, and create jobs. As it stands now, this is the current unemployment situation per the data that we have from the Ghana Statistical Service. As of the third quarter of 2023, we're looking at an unemployment rate of 14.7%. Very, very high. It means that if you look at our labor force, if you select 10 people, 2 of them are currently without employment. He also spoke about trying to also look at the other indicators, which is inflation, and see how it has actually gone, performed. Let's look at the exchange rate first. If you look at the exchange rate situation, where we've come from since the beginning of the year, and if I look at where we were, 14.7%, and we see how it was stable between January and May, and then just when we saw the injections and the goodwill and all of that, what we are saying is that the exchange rate began to improve from 15.35. Now we are talking about approximately 10.5%. This is one of the success stories that the finance minister will be talking about today. Also, you look at the cumulative appreciation against the dollar, almost 30% since the beginning of the year. And now we talk about inflation. Why? Because you can see the nosedive in terms of how far we've come since the beginning of the year, 23.5%. Now we are talking about 13.7%. And I mean, just like Mark said, we're all not expecting to be around 13.7% around this time. And the hope is that with this kind of momentum, we could hit single digits by the end of the year. Let's see how that will fare. Now we are talking about inflation rates change since in 2025. We are talking about 41.75% if you compare the rate since the beginning of the year. Then this is very important because this is what is helping the Bank of Ghana to come into the market to intervene, because we have moved from a reserve position of $8.9 billion to now close to about $11 billion. And we got the update from the governor who said currently we are doing 11.1 billion. But the available data, available document shows 10.7. But he has given the update. And the reason why this is important is that we are now talking about months of imports cover, which is more than 5 months, which means that this gives the Bank of Ghana that kind of fiscal power to come into the space and do intervention. Because what the IMF doesn't like is when you burn your reserves to keep your currency afloat or to keep your currency in check. But once you are able to build reserves, you can also, support your currency. And the governor said that, look, if you look at what the IMF gave us in terms of the first half or the first quarter of the year, they were hoping we will build our reserves by $400 million. But we went ahead to build a reserve by $1.4 billion. It means we've gone way above expectation. This gives the Bank of Ghana that kind of right to come into the space to intervene. And definitely, the whole game is demand and supply. So if Bank of Ghana has the dollar and wants to supply, it's all good for the markets and actually, reduces the power of the, the black market. And so once Bank of Ghana comes in to actually do that kind of intervention, once they have that power because of the high reserves we have currently, that is also, accepted. Now, we go back to other factors, and I want to show you what the finance minister said. He said that gold board is going to be the main thing because they are moving the economy away from an economy backed by euro bonds now to an economy that is actually backed by gold board. We'll be looking at some of the numbers, especially talking about how far we've come, some of the commitments government made, and that could be the biggest headache of the finance minister. Let me try and go through some of them before you go to the guest. And in fact, looking at some of the big pledges we made in the 2025, but the main budget. Let me just run through this. Look at the pledges we made. And we understand George is speaking to Stephen Amoah, the former Deputy Finance Minister. We'll take you to the live now.
View of the 2025 budget estimates.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. In the first place, I think they have to present a very truthful picture of what has happened within these 7 months, say half a year. What I mean is that the NDC government hasn't done basically anything. And they are coming. So
they have not done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Even if they are even keeping watch of the money, that is something.
No, so you don't take me out of context. Doesn't mean they are doing bad, because they are.
You admit they are doing well.
No. They are not doing well. They are not doing bad. From my understanding of the economic situation and fiscal space, they are still forming their government. So anybody that says NDC's government is not doing well, to me, it's not being fair. Anybody that is saying NDC's government is doing well is being mischievous, because even tomorrow they are vetting some of their ministers. They haven't finished forming their boards. NDC government hasn't put a pesewa in a road fund, and it doesn't mean that they are doing bad. No, they are still at the formative stage, and it's very conventional and regular. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Almost everything that we are enjoying as a result of the economy is carried forward from last quarter 2024. Go and read the budget Dr. Atuforsen presented. I hope you understand. So nobody should come and say NDC is doing well or bad. And that is why I'm saying that they have to present the true state of what they inherited, what they've added or not these 7 years, and why they have not, and where they are taking us to you Ghanaians hope.
So apart from that, what again are you expecting the minister to say in terms of the economy? One critical thing that has come up is about the fees and charges, which the Deputy Minister explained that this was something that was already approved and now is being implemented. Some have also argued that they cut back on the revenue and they are struggling and they have to use these charges to shore it up. What do you make of it?
That is why somebody like you and the multimedia, which to me is number one, should take some of these critical things you talk about serious. I am not against the fees and the charges increment. Personally, that's my personal view.
To go up by 30
I am not.
Isn't that too high?
Then they should be able to explain to Ghanaians why. Because increment in revenue generation is calibrated in nature. It depends on your fiscal space. And we run across something negative effective tax rate economy. As a country, we are always borrowing, increasing our debt to GDP, destroying our fiscal space. The only way we can survive is revenue generation domestically. But we have, but we have demonized this whole thing. So they should be able to come public and explain to us. Because I am one person I always advocate for increment in terms of revenue generation. So I won't come here and then look the other side. But that's what I'm saying, they should come and be truthful. We need enough money. Our space is still not consolidated. We seem to have debt to GDP still high. We are not generating enough. We have a lot of statutory obligations, infrastructure, health, education, and others. We need money. But then they use it as political tool against us. They should be fair enough. Let Ghanaians know that, what we did, even coming to government, NDP government did not do anything bad. And that the way to go is to expand our revenue base, increase our generation, and consolidate and stabilize our economy and become more independent. That is the way forward. But that is why I'm saying that they shouldn't come and lie to Ghanaians. Just as I'm saying that they are not doing good, they are not doing bad, they are self-forming their board and ministers, they haven't spent even road sector, nothing. So everything is as a result of the fact that last quarter, 2024, most of the primary macro indicators were better than even 2016. Talk about GDP, primary balance, talking about all of them. In fact, inflation had moved from 54.1 to about 22, exchange rate 54 to about 16 point something. So it's a downtrend. That is our trajectory. That is happening. And we are still enjoying that, outflow as a country, but they as a government, and I'm not blaming them because it's too early yet.
Oh, no, but before I let you go, in terms of expenditure, there are some who are afraid or worried that some of what we've seen over the past months is due to some prudent management of expenses. And from the next month, they will start making some payment to contractors and all those things. The fear is that that could unwind what we've seen already. Do you share that same concern? Inflation.
I face a case space for uncertainty rather in economics. I haven't done any econometric analysis yet because I need to pick the data and run regression analysis and know those. I haven't done them. You know, I'm a natural science person. But what I can say is that it also affirms some of the comments, even though rebuttable, because we need to get there. That because they haven't spent, they haven't done anything. It's the same as I'm saying. So now people cannot be sure whether after starting to spend as a government, they will be able to contain what we have or not. But it will come as a result of proper, prudent financial economic planning, if they can do that. And they wouldn't sit there and do propaganda, whether in DC and PP now, it doesn't matter. I think there should be a new shift. The shift that I'm looking for is not necessarily allowing the public utterances and pressure to let us make wrong economic decisions. Neither shouldn't our political interests or partisanship influence or inducement let us as a people to embark on trajectory that will not provide the stable economy that we want. We are tired of recycling our problems and propaganda and some policies that are dysfunctional. I'm not interested. But what I'm looking for today is that, as you are saying, they are coming to spend. Can they promise us that when we start spending, we'll be able to contain this situation, we'll be able to let the economy stay as is and even improve upon, or is going to go back This is what I'm expecting from them.
Honorable, I appreciate your time so much. And
It's
that
a
is
big
Honorable
pleasure
and the
talking
former
to you.
Deputy Minister
It's
of
a big
Finance,
pleasure talking to you.
popularly known as Sticker as well. And this is our coverage of the mid-year budget review in Parliament. I mean, earlier on, we saw that the Minister of Finance is actually around. So it appears that very, very soon, we should see the minister approach Parliament. Normally, before the minister himself comes to the table to actually do the presentation, there will be some normal parliamentary business that will take place before he actually does the presentation, and we'll be updating you on those two things, as well as some quick wrap of what has happened so far, what we are picking up. As you heard that the Deputy Minister of Finance has confirmed that the fees and charges would actually be going up by some 30 to 40% as well, and that is something that we are updating you with respect to what the minister will talk about. He also argued that he will give us a true picture of the state of the economy when it comes to revenue and expenditure. This is our coverage of the mid-year budget review, coming to you live from Parliament of Ghana. Over to you in studios.
Right, George Refi there, our colleague in Parliament, bringing us all the fallout of the breakdown that will be happening. You want to stay with us. This is our live coverage of the mid-year 2025 budget review. Now, Kofi, I know that you want to go to the thematic areas, the areas that the ones that were introduced in the March presentation. But before you go there, Gilbert, before Kofi came in, I recall that I wanted you to comment on the taxes that were scrapped, the VAT regime that the government says they wanted to look at. Do you anticipate any clear plans that the government wants to restructure this VAT system?
Yes, I think that is something they must do. If they don't do that, it will be, they would have shot themselves in the foot politically, let me put it that way. Because it was something that was really affecting businesses. If you looked at the VAT rate at the time, and currently, effectively, it's 21.98%. And you cannot claim what is causing it to skyrocket is the fact that the levies has been embedded in there, and you cannot make a claim. Hitherto, you could claim the levies through the VAT accounting model, where, to make it very simplistic, I sell, I buy, I pay, but because I'm not the one to consume, VAT is principally consumption tax. So I buy this, I'm not the one to consume. But at the time, nobody knows whether I'm the one to consume or not. So I pay. When I sell, I charge. Then I take out what I have paid from what I have charged, because certainly I'm not going to sell at cost. I'm in business to make revenue. So I'll sell with a profit intention. And that is the target for VAT. So I recover what I've been charged, and then I give the net position to government. But when you tweak the mathematics of it to expand the base, and you make it impossible for the business person to be able to recover the levies, then it becomes their cost. And eventually, if it's my cost, I'm not into business to be doing fanfare. Definitely, I'll find a way to recover that cost. And who would bear that pressure? It's the consumer. So all eyes are on this. People are for the VAT reforms. We as consultants, we are for the VAT reforms. And indeed, it's been a calling. I would say it's long overdue.
What's the realistic reform you anticipate the government to do?
To make it very simplistic, they have to then decouple the GET fund and the NHIL, and then reverse it back to what it was. And when I say what it was, the ability to claim. So I took you through the simplistic VAT accounting model. You get it? So it's the ability to now claim the COVID levies that I have paid, and the ones that I have collected, I should be able to recover same, because I'm not a final consumer. You get it? So once I'm able to do that, in essence, no cost is transferred to the final consumer. In terms of my cost model, if they are not able to do that, it's going to create a whole lot of issue. And then the issue of abolishing COVID. I mean, we set up a fund for a specific purpose. Currently, which country is dealing with COVID? I mean, the nuances of it are there. but they come and go. But you still have Ghana is the only country having such a system in terms of COVID. So the expectation is that this is decoupled in its entirety, because that also puts pressure on the cost build-up. That has to be done. And also looking at the VAT threshold, we want to then expand the tax base. I think that the threshold is now around almost 200,000 Ghana cedi cumulatively. That has to be looked at.
Is it the 200,000 Ghana cedis?
Yes.
Is it high or low for you?
No, that has to be looked at. I wouldn't say it's low or high, but it's when you set up policies and you seek to expand the tax base, then we need to go down there and check how businesses have grown. I can tell you for a fact that a lot of businesses have grown in this country. You see, currently, if people want to even buy hair wig, they sit in the comfort of their homes. Our ladies, online. They sit in their homes. Now, you could easily locate those who are the marketplace because they have an identifiable location where you can go to and then talk about tax issues. What about those who are operating in the digital space? So all of this must be looked at critically. I've always said that.
Please just hold on to what you have always been looking at, and then I'll take you again to Parliament, where George is engaging Kokorikit Hagan and Alasan Suhini.
I mean, when these things are in place or have stabilized, the next step is for a takeoff. So the second half of the year is going to be basically taking off. Now, taking off, it means jobs, because you need jobs to be created to accelerate the economy. And that's exactly what I expect in this budget that Honorable Atuforsen has done for the last 6 months.
Honorable and Leader, I just want you to help me out in terms of parliamentary procedure and direction. What is going to happen this month? I know that there are certain businesses already that should be taking place. Can you educate the public and just walk us through what is going to happen this morning, please?
Well, the media review is actually part of, proceedings for today. So whatever you see in the other paper will actually indicate that we'll be having a media review. Well, we have, as you said, there are procedures. So when we come, at least we will pray and do other, basic things that we do. And then Mr. Speaker will usher in the Finance Minister to come and do read the media review. And then after that, leadership will indicate. After responses from both sides, leadership will indicate to Mr. Speaker what other businesses we have to do today.
Just help me again another education that we understand that Honorable Atuforsen would rather be more of a statement than a motion, and again educate us and our viewers. So there wouldn't be any room in terms of a debate on what he will lay to Parliament. Because if you go through the Financial Administration Act, he's supposed to just update Parliament, and update could be just present the report. So again, help us with some education here.
All right, I wouldn't want to preempt what the Finance Minister is actually, going to be doing. But he has been directed. He's basically come to the House earlier on to dialogue with Mr. Speaker and leadership. So the nature of how this is going to take off, I think we'll soon find out, you and I, in the next few minutes.
Honorable, would there be a supplementary budget?
You are trying to make me a finance minister.
Which you asked before.
That's deputy minister before. But to ask me whether the finance minister is going to come by way of basically asking for some money or something is something that I cannot, speak to. We will have to wait for the finance minister for that information.
Honorable, you've been there before. If it's going to happen, the documents and everything has already been prepared as we speak right now in terms of dotting down all those things.
Yeah.
You have a fair idea in terms of the
I do have a fair idea, as I indicated when I started. The first thing the finance minister, when we came into office, was going to do or has done is to stabilize the economy. You realize how much mess we were in. I mean, the economy was actually ill, and we had gone to the doctor, being the IMF. So we are patient on the IMF prescription, and we have followed that with our own thinking, with the economic dialogue and stuff that we had. Now, we have seen it, that the economy has improved tremendously in the last 6 months. And certain fundamental things that the finance minister has done under the president, John Dramani Mahama, and we will begin to see the fruits. But as I said, the economy is about to take off. You hear many people saying that, oh, inflation is this, exchange rate is this, but people are not feeling it. You know that in economics there's a lag, okay? So when these things take effect, well, we have, that's the 6 months. So basically, to see what the 6 months has done will be what you see in the next 6 months.
Thank you so much for your time. And let me come to Honorable Suhini, and also thank you for your time as well. I know for these media presentations, sometimes the sector ministers will be allowed to make some input. Have you made any request or submission to the minister to capture certain things to be done for you in this media budget review, Honorable?
Obviously, I mean, this is supposed to be a review report of how well the economy has been doing since the John Dramani Mahama-led administration took over. And in that review report, you should expect that ministers would have fed into it what they have been able to uncover at their ministries and the direction that they want their ministries to go. And for our sector, the road sector, you do know that one of President Mahama's biggest agenda is to revolutionize the way we fund infrastructure development in this country through the big push agenda that he announced during campaign, which he has stuck to. And so under the big push, we also do know that he has indicated that for this year, the focus is going to be on roads. And so you are going to see massive construction of major and critical roads across the country. At least the commencement of that will be witnessed within this year. And I expect that the finance minister will speak to these projects that the president intends to cut short for before the end of the year. You know that we have been talking about completing the Eastern Corridor Road. We have been talking about the need to complete the Western Corridor Road from Techima all the way to Hamley. We have also been talking about the Upper Corridor Road, that is Wa to Bolga. We've also had concerns about sections of the center, the middle corridor, where you have Ofanko under construction, but a number of motorists have been complaining about, you know, the nature of the road and the maintenance of it by the contractor who is on site. So what His Excellency has decided to do is that as part of the big push, it will be supported, because the previous government began this project without a dedicated source of fund. And so what he is going to do is to complete this project and other such projects like the one all the way to Winneba from Kaswa, you know, they will come under the big push. And so I am very confident that the finance minister, because we have done the presentation to the finance ministry to capture this, I'm confident that he will highlight that in the mid-year review report.
One last quick one I want to get from you is that we got the understanding that all other things being equal, the road tolls should take effect very soon. In terms of help us any clear date yet or period, and also in terms of the infrastructure as well, what is in place? There was talk about a more digitized system. What is in place right now as we speak, and some clear timelines on the take-off date, please?
So we are currently in the process of selecting, you know, a company that will partner with government to deploy the infrastructure needed to begin the road toll collection, and it is at an advanced stage. That's all I can say for now, because companies have been companies that have expressed interest have had a meeting with the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and they have been given guidelines as to how to submit proposals, and those proposals will be reviewed very soon and the contract awarded to the if you like, the best, you know, proposal that the ministry finds acceptable, and then the deployment of the necessary infrastructure for the collection will begin. And we want to finish all of this within this year, and that is the commitment of the ministry. So I can tell you that as we speak, prospective, you know, suppliers, if I can call them that way, or companies that are interested in helping government to deploy this are in the process of submitting their...
I got the understanding from the Deputy Minister of Finance that the Finance Minister will give an indication on the status of it and it's taking off the next half of the year. So from you, it looks like it could take a while and maybe not happen this year. From what you're saying.
No. If you listen to all that I said, I ended by saying that we are committed to ensuring that it takes off this year. There are no... Probably, or even before that, because we are going to fast-track the processes. As we speak, once you get the company selected, the company shouldn't take a month or two to deploy the technology that is needed. And so we will do it this year. That is our commitment.
Would the charges also be factored in the fees and charges in terms of how much I'll be paying?
Absolutely. I mean, we have also even done the stakeholder engagement on the charges that should be approved by Parliament. We only a couple of weeks ago had meetings with the GPRTU. We had meetings with the road transport operators in general. We also had meetings with some road users. We have also gone out there and done some shopping. You know, just asking people how much they think will be acceptable once we reintroduce the road toll. And so,
1 cedi, 2 cedi, or 3 cedi?
Well, when it gets to Parliament, when it is approved, there's a conversation and there is a coalition, I will say, around a figure that I think is reasonable and acceptable. And when we get to that point where it has to be announced, I'm sure that it will be announced and everybody will embrace it. And the procedure of collection will also be determined by them.
I appreciate your time so much. This is our coverage of the mid-year review of the 2024. But before I come to you in the studio, Koku is here with me, my colleague. We're covering this presentation together with a host of our producers in terms of the mid-year budget review. I mean, Koku, I was trying to get earlier on from Honorable Reketegan about him running us through. What I know is that this is not a budget, and let's explain to our viewers. The minister per the Public Financial Management Act before the 31st of July in that fiscal year should come to Parliament and update Parliament on how the economy has fared, because the last budget was based on data ending December. That is what he's going to do.
Exactly. So just like you said, the PFMA provides that before the end of July, the finance minister would have to come back to Parliament to explain and to also sometimes review some of the data, because a lot of projections are made. Half year, you are obviously able to tell whether your projections are spot on. Do you want to revise certain things? So what the finance minister is going to do is is in the name, the mid-year budget review. The minister is going to review the budget that he made. Sometimes they ask for money. This time around, as we are learning, they're not going to ask for any more money, because what they are doing is to simply come by way of a statement, and then the finance minister will deliver that, and then they will move on. So just like you said, very instructive. This is not a budget. This is a mid-year budget review that the finance minister is going to do. And there's a lot of politics around this, obviously. In fact, right from Monday, the minority had kept insisting that the finance minister comes for a committee of the whole meeting. We understand that happened yesterday. In fact, we can confirm that it did happen. Of course, journalists were asked out of the chamber, but it did happen behind closed doors. The finance minister, with both sides of the house, certain key welfare matters all discussed, and all those issues have been trashed. Today, what we can tell our viewers also is that the minority will be in the chamber when proceedings begin, but just before the finance minister will begin his presentation, they will all file out. In fact, if you just go about 5 meters from
them all
in black, because they are protesting. They say that there are certain things going on with Ghana's democracy that they do not want. That is why they are petitioning the president, the diplomatic corps, Codeo, a host of other national institutions. So they are going to do that. So if you go 5 meters behind us, there are a number of buses, Land Cruisers that are ready for when the minority file past and leave Parliament. They are going to get into the vehicles and go to the presidency and present the press petition. As whether or not the presidency will receive them at the same time the minister presenting the media budget, we do not know. But we know that the men and women of the New Patriotic Party are not going to sit through Forsen's presentation.
Let me also I remember yesterday you spoke to the chairman of the that is economy, and he was categorical. I asked Honorable Koku Reketegan, who is also the deputy majority leader, sent to be corrected on that one, about a supplementary budget. He couldn't answer that question.
Yes,
I have had situations where an hour before budget, documents have been changed.
And that's very interesting, because from where he sits, he's much closer to getting certain very key information as deputy leader. And he has also served in the finance ministry before. And so once he doesn't want to confirm or deny, it tells you that they want to keep their cards very close to their chest. And it's very instructive, the point you also make, that is the majority leader, they are going down there. Obviously, any moment from now, things are going to start. And so they're keeping their cards close to their chest, just in case there are changes. They do not want to come out and commit themselves.
Out of place, even with the major budget, documents have changed last year.
And they do not want to commit themselves when there may be changes. But of course, the chairman of the Committee on Economy and Development was categorical. They're not going to ask for more money, but things can change any moment from now. The finance minister is here as we speak. He's in the speaker's lobby. He's going through his books. There may be calls from the presidency, there may be calls from other places that may force certain changes to be made. So until the finance minister goes to the days and start presenting, you can never be too sure as to what to expect. And that is why we are keeping our cards close.
I also sought to ask the deputy majority leader for clarity on about whether this would be a statement or motion. He also didn't want to answer that one as well, because a statement means that no one can comment or debate. I stand to be correct in terms of parliamentary proceedings. But why is the minister going this way in terms of not laying a motion but rather a statement?
I think it's because of the points they made while in opposition, because they used to fight Ken Ofori-Atta a lot about coming by way of statement, and they said that was the finance minister's way of circumventing the process for a vote, because normally they wanted to force a vote to some of the key changes that were being made, and the finance minister then, Ken Ofori-Atta, and even later, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam did not want to do that. They always came by statement. And I think they've seen the wisdom in that. Because when you come by motion, a motion means you move, it will be seconded, it will be voted on. And you don't want to take the risk. Of course, they have 2/3 majority. Yep. They don't even have to be afraid of that. But the calculus is that you bring a statement, it is commented on. It is a much more easier process to circumvent than coming by way of motion. Yesterday, the provisional order paper showed that the minister was coming by way of statement. And so, statement, the finance minister, statement of the media budget review. But the order paper for today hasn't been printed yet. It may change to a motion depending on what it's going to do. But normally when it comes by way of statement, then you know the minister is just going to tell you a statement. He's not going to ask for anything that requires parliamentary approval. And if the minister wants more money, Parliament will have to approve it by motion. If it comes by statement, it gives you an indication clear away that the minister is just going to make just a bare statement, tell you about changes, what they have done, what they expect, and then he'll leave.
There's a critical question. That is why people are even speculating on the supplementary budget, is that there is still lack of clarity about how they're going to finance the 24-hour economy. And that is where the big challenge is. How is it going to finance it? And that is where people are trying to get some understanding in terms of how it will be done. If it doesn't come through a supplementary budget, how is it going to address that?
And that's important because normally, and I see the deputy finance minister, will try to grab him pretty shortly. What happens usually with some of these very key and important matters is that you need to be able to adjust. And even if you're going to move money around from the budget you already presented, you still need parliamentary approval because the money was approved for a specific function. And if you want to move them around, then you need the approval of Parliament. And so when we get the deputy finance minister to come to you, talk to you, perhaps we'll get to know some of the understanding and what exactly he intends to do with some of these things, which are very crucial. The deputy finance minister.
We have the deputy minister. Honorable, thank you so much for your time. Are we ready for the...
We are ready. The minister is in the building. We are waiting for Mr. Speaker to enter, and then he will come and deliver the statement.
Are we going to see a supplementary budget?
I have already answered that we are not seeking more money. But he will seek approval for other things.
What do you have to tell Ghanaians? The concern is that, yes, the minister has been able to manage the economy prudently, but there is a challenge about inflation, Niebedi, or my pocket as well. The macro numbers, the lag time, the transmission time for people feeling these things in their pocket. What do you say about that?
There is always a lag, but you can agree with me that prices have started going down. We expect it to go further than it is now, but prices are sticky downwards, and so it is a gradual process. We are expecting inflation to go down further. I mean, this 13.7% is likely to go down in the next window, and so the signs are very good. I mean, so just wait in a couple of minutes. The minister is here. He will enter and he will deliver the statement.
Last 2 minutes, there's a fear that you've been able to close the taps in the first 6 months of the year. And that is why we've seen that prudence in terms of the inflation and also the CD as well. The president recently indicated that in the coming weeks after the audit, you will start paying contractors as well. You can even confirm for that if it's not true or not. The fear is that when you start doing payments and all the rest, the taps will be open, things could get out of hand.
As soon as, the minister completes the statement, you will agree with us that contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are spending. We are spending a lot. We are actually implementing this year's budget. And I have not seen any budget in the history of this country that has been implemented so well like this year's 2025 budget. So you see clearly that we are spending. Of course, for arrears that we inherited, in this budget we indicated that we'll pay 13.7 billion. We will pay that because of the auditing and all that, the payment delayed. We have announced that at the end of this month we will start paying contractors. But we'll do it in such a way that the fear will be contained. All those who fear that as soon as we start paying contractors, we'll see the numbers. No, that is not going to happen. We have planned and we are implementing according to plan.
Well, finally, how is the minister committed to fiscal prudence? That is the biggest fear going forward.
You see, that is the difference between the management of the economy today and the management of the economy yesterday. You are seeing fiscal prudence, and the good news is that His Excellency President Mahama supports his finance minister to the core. And so Ghanaians should be rest assured that we will continue to stay disciplined in the management of our finances.
Honorable, thank you so much. And that is our coverage of the 2024 budget. As he actually, 25 budget, as he's explained to us very soon, the finance minister will come before the House and present the mid-year review of 2025 estimates. This is our coverage from me here in Parliament together with my team. Back to you guys in the studio.
And you heard, George, this is our coverage. You want to stay with us. And you heard the Deputy Finance Minister say that the Minister is in Parliament and would walk into the chamber any moment from now. But Gilbert, you were on the tax. Prof, I'll come to you. When I come to you, we'll pick up on what Alhassan Suhuyini mentioned about the road, the constructions project, Kofi, and you'd be reminding us about how much we were losing since we just scrapped the road tolls. But I'll go back to Parliament. George is just about engaging the Trade Minister, I think.
A coverage of the mid-year budget review, and I have with me here the Minister of Trade and Industry, and then there's another one which I forgot. Honorable, forgive me for that, but an agribusiness as well.
The President has realigned the Ministry of Trade and Industry by Executive Instrument EI1 2025 to include agribusiness. So we are now a Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry.
Honorable, thank you so much for your time. For you, for your sector, I knew that normally for these presentations, the sector ministers would make an input as well. What should we be expecting on the trade and industry sector when the minister comes before the House, please?
Well, the enabling environment is what the trade, agribusiness and industry sector looks out for. Before trade, agribusiness and industry can thrive, you need the enabling environment, especially dollar is the major trading currency for our country. And once the cedi appreciates, then you know that there is ease of doing business because cost of production certainly reduces. And there is investor confidence, and you know that the Business Regulatory Reform Unit at the Ministry of Trade is doing awesome. And so I say that the business environment is good. At this budget, I'm expecting the Finance Minister to account for the stewardship of Excellency John Dramani Mahama. A stewardship that I'm sure he will be proud of today, because the Finance Minister is going to tell us, among other things, how the cedi has appreciated, how prices have reduced, how inflation has reduced, and how investor confidence has increased. And so, by and large, I think that is a very good mid-year, and I expect that at the end of the day, we will be confident of what we have done and will be proud of ourselves as a country, because I see this as something that we have all done together. And so at the end of the day, we will be proud of ourselves as a country, and then we'll be strengthened to do more, to even achieve more.
But I know that this is something that would definitely come onto your table in terms of some industry concerns that I know government is working on. The concerns about trading in the retail space has come up again, and Guta is insisting that government enforces the Investment Act. What is government latest position on addressing these concerns when it comes to the fact that the retail space is reserved for Ghanaians and Ghanaians only, unless you employ about 20 people and invest more than $1 million? What is the latest in addressing some of these concerns, Honorable?
Okay, so the law is what it is, and the law is what we are enforcing. As I speak to you right now, we are going to the market next week. We having discussion with the trade unions and then rolling out our plan to ensure that only Ghanaians remain in the retail space. That's what it is. And I mean, there is no but, there is no if. And we are going to ensure that that happens.
And that is the assurance I'm going to get from you.
Assurance that I have given, and it's a pledge.
Oh, no, but you talked about the city as well. I mean, there are some businesses who are complaining that they don't have it, and even as well. I mean, what is the engagement to those who are managing the monetary? They are not getting the city to do business as well. I know the Bank of Ghana.
Yes, you see, the Bank of Ghana, I have to say a big thank you to the Bank of Ghana, because there was a major issue on the repatriation of export proceeds. Until 3 days ago, you had only 60 days to repatriate your export proceeds. But after engagement with Bank of Ghana, they have extended it to 120 days, which is awesome. If you are trading through the banks are doing their best to ensure that you get foreign exchange to do your transaction. And so I'm sure that the Bank of Ghana is available to make sure that businesses thrive. And I am confident that this matter is something that they are addressing to make sure that everybody is able to trade through the legal channels. And then
we have mentioned Bank of Ghana. Recently, the Bank of Ghana also moved to ensure that when it comes to shipping lines and even at the ports, they work with the commercial banks rate and the Bank of Ghana rate as well. As a sector minister, so what do you make of this recent action by Bank of Ghana to try and sanitize the ports, and when it comes to charges and fees, has been a very big challenge for most importers and businesses?
It is very positive. The Bank of Ghana wants to ensure that we regulate our financial sector prudently, and so they are making sure that people play according to the book, and this is helping the business community. That's why I told you earlier that the investor confidence is very high. The business community really appreciates what is going on, and I think that it is the way to go. So we encourage Bank of Ghana to keep on doing what it's doing, and we really appreciate
Honorable, finally, what is government also doing to improve the business environment for the lot of manufacturing firms, and even with respect to kick and start the 24-hour economy as well?
Oh, when we did the economic dialogue, the business community indicated that once we stabilize the city, they are business people. They will thrive, and that's what I can see. Again, at the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, they are home. We now have the business regulatory reform up and doing. And so one-stop shop, you can get your company registration, you can get your standard authority permit, FDA permit. We coordinate for about 50 government institutions to ensure that the business environment is good. Now, if you go to the port and harbors, they are improving what they do. There were a lot of containers that the national security is taking off to free the port so that we are able to clear our goods very fast. The government is a hands-on one. Just last Friday, the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry did an exporters forum where we did a clinic. You tell us what you need from us so that you are able to upskill. Awesome. And the president is working on the one that needs bilateral agreements, and then we are also dealing with the one that needs our colleague on the other side. I mean, it is fantastic. So I think that the Mahama administration is a hands-on administration where we deal with the problem practically, solve it for you so that your business thrives.
Honorable, I appreciate your time so much, and we'll come back again for after the presentation. And this is our coverage of the 2024 budget. We've seen that around people are getting in. Very soon, the Minister of Finance will be going before the House to do the mid-year review of 2025 estimates. This is George Afe. It's our coverage of the mid-year budget review. Back to you in the studio.
Welcome back to the studio. Now, Gilbert, quickly, you have a few challenges with the tax base.
Yeah.
What are these challenges?
Great. So it's very important that we look at the tax base, the expansion of the tax base. I think that one of the narratives that has been discussed is trying to rope in more revenue by looking at digitizing the mode of tax administration. What I've said is that we need to take a step back and ensure that institutions and their operations are synchronizing. We have the National Communication Authority that can shut down internet within a second. Is there no system of tracking what goes on within the digital space? People on TikTok, Kill and Pia, and all of those things, they are developing content. People are paying. Are we getting the right taxes from there? I just use that as an example. There are other digital content creators. And I can tell you for a fact, I don't have the statistics, but if you go on Facebook and you see all of these things that they do, what is the motivating factor? Income. You get it? So we need to look at how we can exploit the digital space. And we also need to then take time for the incubation period. It's not about rushing, so that you set up a system that can be tried and tested, that anybody who plugs in can be tracked and pay the necessary taxes.
In fact, we did one with e-levy and it became controversial. In fact, the
model behind e-levy created such problems. You see, we said we want to tax the low-income earners, the artisans, and the other stuff. But if you look at how e-levy was done, if I'm doing an electronic transfer, I pay e-levy. I maybe even send, they had other exceptions.
Yeah.
But the narrative behind it created unnecessary challenges. So this digitization model I'm talking about is not in the character of e-levy. It is in the character of having access to income that are earned by engaging in what? Proactive economic activity. Content developers. Why do you come here every day? You come here because you enjoy coming here. At the end of the day, you earn income. But because your employer can't be located, so your employer will be checked in ensuring that in paying your income, you pay the right taxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we are seeking to expand the base, we should look at the complexities in the space now. People are ahead of the game. So what do? We have sharp digital guys. Put them together, have a conversation, let them get you the data, see how the space operates, and then we look at how we can plug in to harness the base, expand the base, because a time will come, the formal sector is choked. PAYE, the highest rate is 35%, which is equivalent to the tax rate that is being paid in the extractive industry. At a certain band, your marginal rate is 35% as an individual. But for the entities, they are paying tax at the net base. Possibly if you don't have reliefs and other stuff, you are paying tax on your net income without giving cognizance to other deductions. At the PAYE level, the deduction you're entitled to in real terms is SNET, PF, and if you take other release. But if you do the quantification, how much is it? If I look at my SNET and I compare it to the PAYE I pay, I sometimes question myself, am I really securing my future? So these are the narratives that government should sit and look at. What we can work, why are we doing this VAT remodeling? Is to ease business, the challenges that businesses are facing in terms of cost. What is the end result? When things are done appropriately, then the expectation is that they pay the right taxes. But have we really expanded the base?
So I mean, I think the question is the political capital and the political cost. If you look at a digital space like TikTok, where most of the content creators are, this is the same space that in the 2024 election was used to campaign, where even currently politicians and government officials use that means to actually promote and to do government PR. Do you think that they have that political power and will to actually tax people like that who are actually
That's why
content?
we talked about National Development Plan and the commitment to see to the execution of the agenda. Currently, no government is held accountable. And that's why my good friend said, you come with your manifesto. Okay, we want to dance this year. Last year, they were dancing Palogo. We think that this year we won't do Palogo. Let's do Agbaja. Where are we going? So if you have a well-structured tracking system that tracks your national development plan, holding people accountable, not politicizing it. Because when you politicize it, then well-meaning Ghanaians will not see the logic in it. There are people who are very smart.
Gilbert, please, again, I'm sorry that I have to be the one cutting you, but I'll take you to Parliament where Kami Agbaja is addressing the media in Parliament now.
Increase their prices, claiming that the bulk of their inputs come from abroad or imported sources. And indeed, when they increase the prices, that is the bulk of what they base their prices on. Today, that did not change. Much of what is used to produce and sell cement in our country is imported. Whilst every other commodity in terms of price have responded to the gains we have all made together as a country, as a people, by reducing prices, cement dealers are refusing to pass on the gains to buyers. Henceforth, we at the Ministry of Roads and Highways would take a second look at all those producers who are refusing to pass on the gains to the public in determining where we direct the major government programs that use cement. We shall be more aligned to cement producers who are ready to pass on the gains made in the economy in terms of stability of the currency to consumers. So if you are a cement seller today, you better look at the possibility of passing on the gains made in the economy in terms of your inputs so that prices of cement must come down, because the price of cement is directly linked to the cost of government project. And invariably or indirectly, it is the Ghanaian taxpayer who will pay for those projects. So we want to demand that cement producers take a second look at their prices, and we'll be working more favorably towards those who actually hear our appeal to reduce price of cement on the market, because it is unacceptable that we can all work together as a country, make sacrifices, and just cement dealers, even Kenke, even Wache price even the portions are gone up. What is it that makes it difficult for cement dealers to pass on the gain to the people of this country? And we shall not be sitting down and not allow them to rob us of this. This rent seeking would have to stop.
Any punitive measures?
No, well, first of all, I don't have any ability to punish them. But I'm saying that government is just about to roll out a massive road infrastructure project, which will consume a lot of cement. We have the capacity to direct that cement should not be sourced from sources that are not ready to reduce their prices to reflect the economic reality that we live in currently. So I wouldn't punish them, but I can direct that we look favorably at buying cement from those sources that actually reflect the realities of the economy today. Pardon? The average Ghanaian just wants cement reasonably priced, reflecting the reality of the economy. Whether they are imported, produced here. Of course, government's aim will be that cement produced here should be prioritized. But if even Ghanaian cement producers have decided to make themselves the most expensive, what do you think the average person who is buying cement will do? You will source it from a cheaper source. It's the demand and supply matter.
Are you going to fight this crusade with your colleague trade minister?
Well, in my small way, I'm saying that government is about to unveil a massive road infrastructure project. We shall be ready to determine that cement that is used for government projects should be sourced from sources that are cheaper on the market. It's as simple as that.
Do you have average prices that we are looking at?
95 cedis makes sense to me instead of the so-called 120 Ghana cedi, which are called rent-seeking and so much unfair to the ordinary Ghanaian.
Is this a government policy or is the ministry?
I just spoke to you and saying that our ministry is about to unveil a significant road infrastructure program. And in this, cement is a huge component. I'm just giving an indication that cement dealers should take advantage and bring the prices down. Otherwise, we may be forced to say that if we find prices reasonably priced within the context of the economy, we have no reason not to direct that cement be sourced from those sources.
They say that the clinker is important, and that's a major component in their price build-up.
That gives them away. Cement clinker is imported. Today, the dollar is down. They made the same argument. That is why they increased the cement all the way to, at a point in time, almost 130 cedis. If you play back their own words to them that clinker is imported, what is the importation bill of a clinker today? If they make the calculation, it should be coming down. Because we haven't increased price of anything, or taxes on anything significantly to justify keeping the price of cement at 120 Ghana cedis.
Have you engaged some of these?
We have engaged. They themselves have had meetings. Guta and everybody have given an indication that they were going to reduce prices, but we are yet to see that reflected in the price of cement where we buy our items at the hardware shop.
But are you also ensuring that the cement components of contract sums are varied in such a way that the average, the 95 we talk about?
Of course, the quantity surveyors only put out in terms of whatever they are doing based on what the contractor says the price of the cement is. And indeed, there's an indices that the industry players use. But currently, the indices they are using means that the cement is selling still over 120 Ghana cedi. That is why the Ghanaian should be concerned. Because, you see, if government is building 6-unit classroom block, hospitals, roads, whatever the cement is bought, it directly goes back to the extract to be paid by the Ghanaian. So it's not the contractor's issue, it's the issue for the ordinary Ghanaian. That is why we all need to ensure. Nobody is saying that cement people should collapse. We are only saying that the same reason trotro drivers reduce their prices, the same reason fuel traders reduce their prices, the same reason clothing sellers reduce their prices are the same reasons that the cement dealers must reduce their prices. They have absolutely no reason not to reduce their prices. I have no ultimatum. I'm just saying that we are coming to unveil a massive road infrastructure program that will use tons and tons of cement. We would not hesitate by directing that contractors buy cement only from sources that reflect the economic realities. As simple as that. Yeah, we are always disbursing money to contractors. It's not on daily basis. As and when government gets resources, we disburse.
Are you saying that you will ensure that the cement component of contract sums, as you just said, will be limited to 95 average?
No. That's. I gave an indicative price that, from the calculation that I've seen, I will not be surprised, or it should not be out of place for cement. Of course, we have 32 and 42 rating. We should be able to buy cement at 95 cedis in some parts of the country. Of course, cement in Tamale will be that is produced in Tama will slightly be more because there's transportation costs and other things added. But the average price of cement at 120 Ghana cedi is just not fair to Ghanaians.
So basically, you're saying that we don't get cement at 95 cedi?
No, I didn't. I'm saying that 95 cedi will be a fair price. It can be 94, it can be 96. I think 95 is a fair price. I'm not trying to price control, but I believe that everybody, including yourselves, know that you have done stories about price reduction, even trotro drivers reducing their prices. What justification do we have for cement dealers not to make any attempt at reducing prices of cement? And I think I want you to join me, take up this crusade to them. Take your cameras and ask them a direct question. Why are you not reducing the price of cement on the market?
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to the chamber and understand the finance minister.
I'll see you later.
All right.
Welcome back to the studio. Kwame Governs Abuja, just addressing the media. Prof, let me come to you and let's talk about road. And let's start with the tolls, especially because we scrapped it some time ago. And Kofi, let's just do the math. I just know that monthly we're doing 39. All right, so let's start with the cement first of all. Cement, as he is projecting that it should be 95 Ghana cedis instead of the 120 Ghana cedis first. What does this all mean, Prof? What would you say to what he has just said to us before we go to the tools?
Well, what I will say is I don't know what calculation he did to arrive at the 95, but the way I will break this down is this. If I'm a cement manufacturer, I have different cost components. Maybe I have clinker and other things that I'm importing. Then I have workers. I have a local factory that I run and I manage. And I have utility bills and taxes and all. So, and each of these items have different weights. So, assuming that everything else is not changing, and all that has happened is that because of the appreciation of the currency, price of the cost of the clinker and other things have gone up. How much that will reduce the cement price depends on the weight of that particular cost component in the overall cost structure. So if something has reduced by 30% and that thing has a weight of, say, 50% in all your cost items, then the maximum price reduction you get will be about 15%. Because you have to multiply the price reduction on that item by the weight in your cost structure. As I sit here, I have no idea what are the different cost components that they face. So I'm not able to say, I don't know whether there's been consultation with them. But the other thing is that this is pricing. I'm sure you've heard during this period that many economists tell you, prices are generally sticky downwards.
Yeah.
The speed with which price move up when conditions demand is not the same speed with which price move down when the conditions demand. So in this particular case, we are talking about an appreciation of the currency. If I'm a businessman, I'm thinking about, okay, how likely is this to be sustained? If I think that this is only temporary and that there's a chance that the cedi will resume its depreciation, this current rate will not move me.
Okay.
That's how it works. And then there's also turnaround time. And that results in what people talk about, whether stocks are built up. So if I had imported a lot of things at the old currency rate, I have to make sure that all of that has gone through the process and been phased out. And then when I'm importing a new set, then I import it at a lower rate. So there are many aspects that go into the pricing. So as I sit here, it's not clear to me what are the line-by-line cost items and what are the relative weights. Because at the same time that the cedi has strengthened, I'm sure workers' salary have been reduced. I'm sure we know that utility prices are going up. So it's a balance between what percentage are some cost items going up and what percentage are some costs going down, and what are the weights. Because I remember him saying that most of all the items are imported. However, the process of making the cement is not everything that is costed in foreign currency. Because I'm sure they have workers, they have machines that they have to run, they have loans that they have to service. If all of those are not coming down, and only one item is coming down, and that item doesn't take a chunk of the cost, then the price reduction of the item might be lower. So you have to take the whole complexity of the different cost elements and what is happening to each, and what is the relative weight of each, and that will determine how a reduction in any cost item will affect the final price.
Prof mentioned one key variable which is very important, which is utility.
Right.
So the cost function is a variable, it's not fixed, not just one item. You have in there the exchange rates, taxes, utility. And before we came to the studio, I was checking inflation for electricity. Although the national average is 13.7%, you have electricity inflation being around over 140%. So you may see exchange rate coming down, but that effect that the producer would have enjoyed is actually being wiped away by tariffs, where we've increased electricity by more than 17% just the first 2 quarters of the year. And you are seeing if you compare electricity prices from June this year to June last year, that's actually gone up by more than 140%. So how do we make some of these arguments and possibly tell industry players that reduce your price? So my question to Mark is that he is a businessman, he's in the space. Sometimes do you get threatened and compelled by some of these comments to actually hurriedly reduce your prices, or you look at the numbers and the factors in general, not just one factor?
No, you can't just look at one factor and change your price. All the factors will be considered. Now, you run a business, the least you can do is to break even. Nobody runs a business and say that I want to run at a loss, because the one you have employed will come for their salary. Electricity you have to pay. Electricity you are paying with hard cash. So I won't go and pay the inflation of 140%. And they expect that I'll have a price that will not contain or cover that. So they look at all this. And that is why probably the prices are not reducing as expected. People think that once the exchange rates we've recorded about 44%, people expect that the prices should
snowball in effect.
Yes, but all these things, interest rate, for instance, if you see inflation coming down, interest rate, policy rate is 28%. Policy rate alone. Interest rates are over 30%. Now I've gone to borrow from the bank. My interest cost alone is costing me 30%. I will not, because you are saying that I should reduce it, because I have to go and pay to the bank. For which reason some of the banks the non-performing loans are also going back, because businesses are not doing well. And in setting up prices, you have to consider a whole lot of things. It's not just people talking. The elasticity of the product, you need to consider that. You need to consider competition. Some of them will just barely break even, and they want to just sustain their business for a point in time, and then when things improve, then they can be thinking about profit. But when you do that, you are not expanding the businesses. Actually, businesses in Ghana are not competitive externally, because when you are going to the market, it's not because you are Ghana. I've said it's not because you have 24 economy, it's not because you have Ghana beyond 8. You are going there to compete with a product coming from Norway, a product coming from North Africa. And in North African countries, their products, their prices are very low, because electricity for manufacturing company is less than 5 cents per kilowatt hour. You are paying 15 cents per kilowatt hour. You've been priced out. Their interest rate is less than 10%. You are paying 33%. You've been priced out. The taxes alone that you have to pay, you go and check the number of taxes that you have. Taxes that are supposed to be temporary, we've converted them into permanent taxes. The growth and sustainability levy tax that we have started the first time, supposed to be temporary.
Sunset clause in
yes, to resolve a particular issue at a particular time. Now we change the name, we give it a different name, and it's been there all this while. You want businesses to pay. And then we get up and say reduce prices. When you do that, you kill the businesses.
For a product like cement, and for his argument that it looks as though it's rent-seeking because you're asking the other people who are doing business as well to reduce their prices. And I hear you, Kofi, very strong point you bring in there. For a business owner, for particularly cement, realistically, period, for the cedi stabilization now, moving from 120 Ghana cedis to 95 Ghana cedis, first, the margin, is it realistic if you look at where the cedi is now, with all the other factors considered?
No, I think that they need to engage them further, as Prof said. The exchange rate, if you look at the weight within the cost structure, may not have a huge weight like that. All the other factors also count, because prior to that, probably they would have even imported raw materials and all that. Obviously, we expect that there should be a reduction of prices, obviously. But the rate at which prices must be reduced should be the one that should be objective, based on the cost structure, and not people saying that the exchange rate is cedi has appreciated, so definitely you should reduce it. So engage them. What are the other areas? If interest rate is that high, what do we do to make sure that we reduce the policy rate? Now, inflation is down. All the factors point to the fact that policy rate should come down. There is nowhere that you see policy rate at 28%, policy rate 28% in this world, and you expect that they go and borrow at 33% and they reduce it. No, the taxes, the VAT, and all those that we are talking about, they are affecting these businesses. As employees are also asking for higher wages day in, day out. So I agree perfectly that when there is an improvement in these levels, we should be able to reduce prices.
Right. Kofi, let's probably move to the project. He's hinted some massive projects that they're going to be launching or inaugurating. I just looked at the minister's posture to the question about how to pay, contractors, those that they owe. I don't know if I'm the one, I don't have glasses on, but I'm not sure about the posture and how he answered. I will throw that to Prof when we get there. But let's talk about projects, the stalled projects.
Well, he says that when they have the money, they'll pay. But
But is that not true? If I don't have the money, Miniska, made it here.
In fact, the finance minister gave an update when he read the main budgets in March that they were able to count about 55 projects that has actually stalled because of the lack of funding. And he said that he listed all the 55 projects and we counted and tried to do some sort of analysis. And roads form a significant component of these 55 projects that have been stalled. So you find a road like the Teshinungwa-Tema Beach Road that has stalled for close about a year and a half because of no funding. He said that the mid-year budget review is going to announce massive road construction plan. And already what we understand is that the president and the finance minister has given a clearance for road contractors who were owed certain amount to be paid some 4 billion Ghana cedis this year. But the bigger picture is that when we looked at the arrears clearance and the kind of arrears we have as of the end of December 2024, it was hovering around almost 68 billion Ghana cedis. And roads alone accounted for more than 50% of that. And you don't just look at this in isolation. We've seen non-performing loan ratio going up. And why? Because some of these contractors don't actually construct the roads with their own monies. They go to the commercial banks for these monies to construct the road, hoping that government will pay them later. But they construct the road 5 years, 10 years, some even 15 years, and they've not been paid. And they need to actually get this money to pay the banks for the loan ratio to actually be reduced. And as it stands now, if you look at the 23 dealer banks and commercial banks that we have, per every 100 cedis they give out as loans, they are not able to recoup more than 20 cedis of that. And that's a big deal. And so if the roads minister is talking about massive road construction and payment, I'm sure contractors will be very happy because they know the amounts involved. And looking at that almost $6 billion in arrears, more than 50% of that comes from the road sector, and cocoa roads play a significant component.
Okay, Kofi, we will do a bit of computation as well because in my findings, I realized that 39 million per month was how much we were making at the road tolls. And then annually, there are two projections. So one projection, 470 million annually. The 39 is for monthly, 470 million annually. There's the alternative estimations, which is the 72 million, which you agree with.
In fact, yes.
Okay. You agree with that one?
I mean, that was the figure that the former roads minister, Amwakwata, gave when they were scrapping the road tolls. He said that, well, if we do the math, we're not even getting a lot of money because it's about 72 million Ghana cedis every month. Maybe the new projection is looking at improved ways of collecting the tolls because we understand that some of the monies are collected, but lodging becomes a problem. But the figure we know is that the existing road tolls that was actually scrapped was generating on average 72 million Ghana cedis every year. And that's the figure that we know and the figure that was actually communicated to us by the former roads minister, Amwakwata. Okay,
Gilbert, let me come to you. I heard Alassane Suyini mentioning that they're going to be engaging people as to how much do you think from a particular point to another point we should be tolling, how much we should charge. My question really is, what's the real cost of allowing the citizens to determine how much they should be taxed?
I think that when it comes to tax policies or issues that borders on revenue generation, sensitization is key. Having a broad-based consultation, seeking the view of Ghanaians, the citizenry, is very, very important. I think that is a step in the right direction. However, the thing is that they may not be able to determine the amount to charge, but it gives you a sense of direction in terms of the range. And of course, the toll you may pay on one highway may not be the same for another.
Okay.
It may not be the same. Well, it could also be standardized depending on the models we seek to deploy. So for instance, if you look at the N1, from Malam straight up to Jolu, assuming you want to toll that road, you need to look at the caliber of personnel or people that use that road. It's very, very important. So having that conversation then helps you to zero down and help you to determine the price ranges to use for each particular area. There are places you may build up tolls, but you may not yield any returns from that, which is very, very important. And you need to also consider other economic factors. It's not because you need to bring road tolls so you are charging unreasonable prices. If you don't consider that, we have majority of Ghanaians possibly using the trotro medium to go and then perform their economic activities. So if I'm a trotro driver, don't forget that the road toll that I will pay, I need to recover the cost anyway. So who will bear that pressure?
I know that tax system is based on equity, can be equal. We all can't pay the same kind of tax. That I hear you tax experts use the word tax equity, but I'm just thinking, if we're going to be tolling the road according to who uses it and who can pay, you believe strongly that that module is the way we can really rake in money?
No, see, road tolling is more consumption driven. So you need to look at it from that perspective. That is consumption tax. I've always said that it is always easy to collect indirect taxes because immediately I use the road, I pay. And if you look at the model they were running, commercial drivers or commercial cars had the rate they pay. Private cars have the... So you need to do a thorough segregation. Of course, once you do that, maybe I may pay lesser than what a commercial driver pays. Maybe. So the rate you would possibly prescribe may not necessarily be as a result of the kind of work I do or the kind of car I drive, but it because of the space I find myself. I'm not in that commercial space. So I may most likely use the Tema Motorway once. But a driver that is going to Tema Community 1 on a commercial basis may be using it intermittently and may be looking at the cost build-up. You see it as one cedi, or maybe 5 cedis. If I do 5 times, how much have I paid? 5 times 5, 25. Yeah. So to the driver, he has paid 25 cedis for a day routine. Now, how would he recover that cost? And that cascades into the pricing model for transport. So you see, some of these things has indirect cascading effects. That has to be looked at. Okay. Because when the transfer prices goes up by virtue of the driver's attempt to recover these costs, it affects other things.
Prof, I mean, we've seen, of course, the road tolls. Which better way do you think that we can roll it out to do better in raking in more income than we implemented previously? How would you expect to see the road tolls to be done moving forward?
Well, I think we've already heard that there are plans to make the collection more electronic, and I think that is very important. One of the things we heard about were leakages. So the argument that was put out is that there's too much nuisance for so little collected.
Yeah.
And I think that was accurate. I think to join the extent of traffic that was created by the tolls that we were collecting were totally unacceptable. So I think if the tolls are coming back, first, making it electronic is very important. Now, that also gives you the opportunity to tweak the collection and the rate to suit specific instances. Like if you take the example he was giving. So if I'm a commercial driver, suppose you put a toll on the motorway. It shouldn't be that every time I go back and forth, you are charging. Right. But an electronic system that can, based on engagement with the transport unions, these are the registered trotros that apply that road. So you can decide to give them a fixed charge per day. And once that is taken at the first instance, then they can go back and forth. So you don't have to say, if they are going to cross the motorway 10 times a day, every instant they have to pay. That becomes problematic. Then also the electronic, so that people can just pass quickly. So the traffic doesn't build up. People paying cash and waiting for change and all of that. All of that contributed to the delays that we had and the problem that the tools were giving us. But if it's electronic, whether it's linked to your Momo card or, I'm sure if you come to the university, your card, you just read your card and it opens and it goes. So something like that will make the collection more efficient. It will cut down the traffic that the tools were creating that created so much nuisance. And then also, let's make sure that the tools are used for what is useful. One of the ironies that I saw is that almost every tolling place, you see that the manholes in front of the collection points, which you struggle to understand.
Right.
Why are you collecting the tools? But I mean, on a more serious note, I think Ghanaians should begin to see that once we are paying these tolls, we are seeing the tools are working for us and that the roads are improving. Trust me, if the roads are being built and they are improving, there will be less complaint about paying the tolls.
As with all other taxes. Kofi, because you talked about agric, quickly before we even go to the key policies that the government introduced to us in March in their budget, you're nearer to the business community. Agriculture, I see it hitting in the 8 thematic areas of the 24-hour economy. It may not be all of the 8, but you see some part of it. Agric is kicking and shouting at me like character. And in there, you see that they're starting some businesses that may nearly look like factories and I'm heading towards one district, one factory. Yeah. Then I'm thinking, why scrap the one district, one factory, and then introduce 24-hour economy that has a long-term potential of introducing something the sort. I see you're itching too. But let me start with Prof. Let me start with you. What's the cost of scrapping one district, one factory, introducing the 24-hour economy policy, and in the heading somewhere, you find symptoms of starting new factories somewhere in there? What's the cost of it?
Well, I mean, there are many different aspects of the cost. I think for businesses, then it creates that uncertainty. If there is a sense that every time a new government comes in, they are going to come with their own program and completely throw away everything that was started, knowing the cycle that we have, and knowing in particular that this current president has a 4-year term, then obviously it creates a little bit of a problem. And I think as a nation, it deprives us of the continuity. Yeah. So if you look at what one district, one factory was meant to solve, if you take the Make 24 of the 24-hour economy, they are not dramatically different. The approaches might be slightly different, but the problem we are trying to solve is the same. The problem we are trying to solve is to increase our manufacturing base and to ensure that, we are diversifying, we are adding more value. So both the Make 24 in particular and the one district, one factory have similar broad objectives. So I think that rather than completely getting rid of it or saying, because don't forget, we might have made promises to some businesses who have committed investment. I think it would be unfair on them to completely say, I'm drawing a line and I'm completely cutting it off. Whatever commitment that we have made, where the government feels that we need to demand more from the businesses, maybe sit down with them and agree. At the same time, the political system you run, they will tell you that we won the election because of this mandate.
Right.
And therefore, we want to implement our mandate. But I think we need to think about the longer-term interests of the country. And especially when we are all seeking to achieve the same objective of industrialization, perhaps abruptly cutting off a particular program is probably not the way to go.
Mark, I know how much the business community feels about this. But
yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, when the minister made that statement, he said scrapped. He didn't give details about whether it's just the name they are scrapping or they are just throwing everything about one district, one factory away. So we are meeting the minister actually today, 4 p.m., to get further details about it. It will not be economically wise to say that you are throwing everything about one district, one factory away, because there are businesses that obviously perform very well under the one district, one factory. we also admit that others did not do well. This is a program that the government and Ghanaians have invested in. As part of the policy, those that were on the 1:1 factory, if you go and borrow from a bank and the interest rate is 25%, government decides to pay part of the interest rate for you using our own taxpayers' money. So if you have done that and you have developed such industries, and you also want to industrialize, the best thing is to transition this. If you want to change the name, that is fine. To transition them from whatever one district, one factory, to the 24-hour economy. Some of them are low-hanging fruit for us to export because they have already established. If you want to, I said I want to establish a factory. It's not a day or two, take 3 years. And as he said, the current president has 4 years. I mean, we don't know what will happen. So if within 4 years, there's another policy for another factory to be set up, and the president is not there, and you want to throw that one away, we are killing our economy. We are not in support of saying you are throwing, if they want to change the name, but those businesses should be transitioned into the 24-hour economy. Whatever support they need, whatever discussion that they have to have, I think they should go ahead and do it. It will not be economically wise to say that we are abolishing anything to do with one district, one factory. It's not good. But the 24-hour economy, one day, also may face the same issue when there is a change.
You anticipate that?
No, obviously. I mean,
if it's benefiting industry.
The 1:1 factory is benefiting. The 1:1 factory, they have employed Ghanaians. They are adding value to our raw materials. Some are exporting. So the benefit is not to any political party. The benefit is to Ghanaians. So if there is a 1:1 factory that has employed, let's say, 200 people, and because you are saying you are scrapping it, they cannot continue. They are laying off the people. The imports, the foreign revenue that you are getting from exporting those products, you are not getting it. Even if it's import substitution industry, it means that when you collapse, you need to import those products. You are putting pressure on your foreign currency. So for me, let's sit down, take away all politics. When it comes to development, when it comes to industrialization, we should take away all politics and look at what is good for Ghanaians and not for a political party.
Okay, Kofi, we can now go into the promises and do some markings to see which ones the government is on course with, which ones they've started, what they've not started. Yeah.
I mean, before that, we have fresh information coming in on the shortage of jet fuel or the aviation fuel. And this is a statement from the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, and I read, it says, disregard false report of shortage of aviation turbine kerosene, which is ATK fuel. It says, the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has noted recent reports regarding a shortage of aviation turbine kerosene, which is ATK fuel in Ghana. We want to assure the public and all airlines that there is currently no shortage of ATK fuel and sufficient supplies are available for all aircraft operation. Recent maintenance work was completed on the ATK jetty pipeline. This maintenance was long overdue, and further delays would have threatened the integrity of the jetty and the fuel security of Ghana. To further ensure a stable supply, Ghana recently received an ATK vessel carrying 11,984 metric tons, and of this, 4,583 metric tons have already been recently successfully discharged to the PWSL over the past 2 days, and the remaining fuel is currently being discharged to the Tema Oil Refinery and the Ridge Depot via the Tor Jetty, which completion expected by tomorrow, 25th July 2025 at midday. The Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Honorable Richard Jan Mensah, has engaged with key stakeholders in the downstream petroleum sector and the management of Ghana Airport Company Limited. We assure all stakeholders that there is no cause for alarm. We urge the public to disregard any false reports of ATK shortage in the country. Signed by Richard Roxen Esquire. He's the spokesperson and head of communication at the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. So that's the news coming in, actually debunking report that there was actually shortage of ATK at the airports.
Right, that's good then. At least you put all the fears to rest. But let's go back to government's promises. In March, some of the things they promised and some of the things they have delivered on. What's their percentage rate? maybe before you get your figures up and before you get your data back on the smart wall. For you, gentlemen, all of the promises that governments, policy promises, which one of them has your attention and which one would you say that so far, even before the minister gives an update on that in Parliament in a few minutes, which one would you score the government on a higher mark? Maybe I'll start with you, Gilbert.
Okay, so I think the scrapping of the e-levy, I think that it's something that I'll give them a higher mark on. When you look at the campaign promises for both political parties, it was one that was high on the table. So that indicated clearly that Ghanaians were not happy with that. I'll give them 100% for being able to do that. The only caution is if it created any revenue shortfall, then they should have measures in place to then shore up. Exactly. So you should have alternative in place. I'm of the firm belief that we can look at other non-tax revenue handles and make sure that we are making them very much efficient. You get it? And you do that broad consultation to let Ghanaians understand the need for such services that will require the generation of that revenue. Currently, I think that it's been increased to 40% or so. If you do government service, I heard that it's going to be increased to 40% or so, unless maybe what I heard was not right. But if it is so, it's a right call. But the efficient use of such revenues, what are they going into, is very, very important. You heard my colleague talking about the fact that 1D, 1F, and I wanted to have a bite on that.
Okay.
You have policies, you are bringing on board other policies. I've always said that there is the need to do proper monitoring and evaluation of how effective and efficient certain narratives or policies have worked. And then we plug in and block the loopholes. And that is also another medium of generating revenue, because once you're able to plug the loopholes, you have been efficient. Yeah, so I would give them 100% for the scrapping of the e-levy. Yes, an A.
That's some score. Yeah, for tax experts, that's some score.
Yeah, because there was a lot of public uproar on on that.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to listen to Ghanaians. We put you there. So you need to look at the narratives. And also there was a lot of talks about public spending. So you can say we should pay this, or else you enjoy yourself in terms of public spending. There had to be significant expenditure cuts.
How about the decision to replace e-levy with D-levy? How will you score the government?
I normally would not want to go. I don't see that as a replacement. Although, I mean, much is talked about that. I think that the politics around it, as a consultant, I don't want to weigh into that. But I would say that, of course, I'm not surprised. There will certainly be a medium for raising revenue. If you look at the policy narrative, when they read the budget and the taxes they scrapped, and the fact that they said they were going to use the tax refund account, there were a lot of talks about how to bridge the gap. So for us as experts, we are not surprised, because there must be a way to close the gap.
Sure.
Possibly that could be a medium, but then they need to look at, because then you came with a certain narrative and set a certain base for conversation. So that's why people may want to align the two and say you have taken e-levy, you are bringing one Ghana cedi dum. So like I said, as a consultant, I don't want to weigh into the politics of it, but I want to look at it from the perspective of revenue generation. And I'm not surprised. There could be other avenues government may deploy to smartly close the gap where they are not able to raise sufficient revenue to manage the economy.
Okay. I'm expecting Prof's score on which one of the promises you think, or just on the face of it, you think, oh, wow, they said this, and it looks like they're doing that.
Well, I think generally on the economy, the government has done very well. It has started really well. So in terms of being, in terms of fulfilling the promises, I think they've, the first budget, almost all the taxes that they promised to remove, they've removed. So I think, with the exception of one. So I think they've done well. And in terms of how the government, the speed with which the government has been formed, and the fact that, at least at the outset, the government appears to be consulting more, and it appears that the consultation is a little bit more real than we've seen in the past.
That's a fiction.
In the past, some people's understanding of consultation was different. Just bring you at the table and tell you what they are going to do. But it appears that, to start off, the government is a lot more willing to listen and take on board ideas. So, on the economy as a whole, I will probably score the government 80%.
That's an A.
Yeah.
And the one that I will score them a complete failing grade is the Galamsey fight.
Okay.
So the Galamsey fight is not just an environment fight. It's an existence fight. It's an economy fight.
Yeah.
And I think, clear promises were made before the government was elected on what they are going to do. It appears that they seem to be foot dragging or backtracking or something in between. So as for the Galamsey fight, I'll score the government only 20%. I think it's not going well. It appears that people are not grasping the seriousness of what Galamsey is doing and where the levels it has reached. And considering that all that happened in the lead up to the election, and the forces that marshaled on what we have to do about Galamsey, and even the process of trying to even repeal an airline that many people feel should be repealed, and
the delays,
and sometimes there's a communication that I think on that score the government seems to be communicating one thing and their body language seems to communicating another. So as for the Galamsey fight, I will score the government a complete fail.
So an A on economy.
As for the economy, I think they've really done very well.
Interesting. Mark, whilst you're addressing this, I recall that the government said that they will support SMEs so much. They have said this. I'm not sure how much they put on that, a total figure they put on that. When the government says that we're going to be supporting SMEs, whilst you're scoring, address that one as well. Do you see the government's behavior towards supporting? Do you see the government supporting it already, or it's just another promise? I recognize that you're going to have a meeting with the sector minister today.
For now, it looks like a promise. For now, because if you look at the budget, I didn't see any real support. There's the Women Development Bank, because a lot of women are within that space. I think it was just 50 million or so. That was insufficient even to start a bank. So for that support, I don't think we have received it. But there are clear signs that positive things are ahead. That, for me, it gives me a lot of hope. But one for business, sometimes not only the direct support you are giving, creating the right environment for us, stabilize the economy.
What are the ports looking like?
For business, in fact, now there is an improvement in traffic through the ports.
Okay.
In fact, last 2 years, most of the importers were using Togo and then Cote d'Ivoire.
The high cost or the bureaucracy?
No, the high cost, bureaucracy, everything. And those charges are also in dollars. Anytime the dollar appreciates, the cedi depreciates, you have to pay more for that. So they were using that. So in fact, traffic at the port went down significantly. At the point in time, the port workers themselves were complaining. Now we've seen traffic coming. Burkina Faso is a landlocked country, and most of their products were coming through us. They actually have a chamber of commerce here to monitor those products. And now we realize they came to us, they were complaining. So some of them started diverting their product through Togo. But
this year, does it look bright?
This year, it looks good because the cedi has appreciated. So they are not, in terms of relative term, paying what they were paying. So the port is doing well. Okay. Just that's also affecting government when it comes to revenue. But I think that I'm happy with the inflation. I'm happy with the cedi appreciation and stabilization that we are having, that is a major challenge for every business.
Yeah.
That upswing and downswing, it doesn't help any business for planning, long-term planning. So when you have stability, you know that it's between 10 and 12. It's better than having the cedi appreciating that high and then depreciating within that short time. I'm not happy with the policy rate. Not happy at all that we've recorded all these positive signs for the macroeconomic environment. Policy rate is still 28%. I expect the central bank to reduce the policy rate in the next MPC meeting. They don't have any option. They should reduce it. It is affecting businesses. Interest rates are high. So I'm not happy with the policy rate, not at all. But I think that overall, the signs are
quite positive.
Yes.
Okay, Kofi, let's do a recap then.
Interesting. I mean, everybody is speaking about expectation. And in fact, I wanted to pick their thoughts on the assurance that with the revision of the ESLA levy, the minister was very categorical. And the budget is supposed to be the economic Bible of the country, where he said we were going to review the ESLA without increasing the levy. But as it stands now, that 1 cedi additional levy that we are paying is a direct opposite of the promise that the minister gave when he read the budget in March 2025. It will be interesting to see how he actually talks about this, because this was a promise, or let me say an assurance he gave Ghanaians in the budget that they were going to revise ESLA without increasing the levy. But as it stands now, that levy has been increased. And in fact, we were enjoying 1 liter to about, I think, 11 cedis, 50 pesos. Now, some people are paying 13 cedis, 50 pesos, and what have you. It's all because of that 1 cedi levy. And many are saying that, well, why must we pay for the inefficiencies of ECG, right? How long can we continue to use taxes to actually correct some of these things? Why don't you address the inefficiencies of ECG, the system losses and all of that, where ECG cannot recoup about 32 cedis of every 100 cedis worth of power that it sells? That, for me, was a bit disappointing, how the finance minister took that U-turn and decided to increase the levy. Meanwhile, he had assured us that the revision that was going to happen wasn't going to include, the increasing the rate. But back to assurances.
You have just raised an important point about the levy. We'll go here quickly to the smart world, but let me just. I see Gilbert wanted to stay away from that levy because he thinks that is mad with a lot of politics. So let me go to the economists and let me also go to the business owners. Let me start with Mark. Mark, 1 cedi levy. I mean, we've said it. The minister says to keep our lights on. And there's so much they need to pay for in that sector. Yes. And it looks like it is the most assured way to collect revenue. In fact, let me shock you. When we went on the street to engage commuters about this 1 Ghana cedi levy, they seem to be okay. You hear, we have clips, we have videos of them saying that we don't mind paying so long as we keep our lights on. We don't mind paying so long as they're going to use it for the set or what they have said they're going to use it for. But Mark, how do you feel about it?
Yes, one, there should be accountability.
Good.
This is a targeted levy. We are charging you this to solve this problem. We want to see that it's exactly done.
But life happens. I'm not to cut you. Life happens. We're here and COVID happened. We had not budgeted any money for COVID. It happened and we had to solve it.
Until COVID happens again, what they said they are going to use the 1 cedi for, they should use it. Secondly, it's a tax. We have an experience in this country where temporary taxes or levies have become permanent. This 1 cedi, there's no sunset clause.
Yeah.
So when are they going to finish paying this money? And after that, what are they going to do with this levy? Is it still going to be part of the price we are paying for the fuel? Now, we were just enjoying. I mean, we just came out from buying diesel at 19 and 18.
And 23 cedis.
And 23 cedis. Yeah. And we started enjoying the 11 and the 12. And now it's 14. So for me, much as we want to raise revenue, we should also look at the effect on the consumer and the Ghanaian. Secondly, I'm also of the opinion that the rate is very high. My personal opinion. That is possibly an issue we had with the e-levy. We said that the initial 1.5 was very high. They not listening, they moved it to 1, and now everybody says that we don't want it. If you are starting a levy, for me, it is important that looking at, in fact, the fuel prices, they are very volatile. Anything can happen any day, and we will see the fuel prices going up. So if you start like this, 50 cents, something that people can afford, they will not feel it, then we are fine. Now, anytime the crude prices goes up, adding the 1 cedi, you see the effect of it. Anytime there is doom, so businesses, the only option is to use generator. They are using diesel, they are using petrol. The cost of production is also still going up. But I'm happy that we are solving a particular problem with the 1 cedi. I want to see that we solve the problem. In this budget, I mean, they should give us details about that 1 cedi. And if there is a sunset clause, if you say 5 years, I'm comfortable because I know that I'm paying for 5 years, 2 years, or 3 years. After that, I'll have some relief. If you're not careful, they will keep it there. When you finish paying, they change the name, and then they give it another clothes, and then they increase, they become
for another problem, to solve another problem, or to collateralize
to borrow.
To borrow,
like they did with the ESLA.
So that is my fear now. Okay. That we can hold them accountable. That in 5 years or I think they should be and they should give us an account of it every year, even 3 months. We owe ECG and all those independent power producers so and so. For the first quarter, we have generated so and so, we have paid so and so that all of us, every quarter, will be able to monitor. They don't have to wait, and then even after they are finished paying, they are using the money to collateralize for loan again. That's, for me, is a no-no area.
But now why are you nodding? Aren't you the one who didn't want to talk about this?
No, I love the bit of accountability. You understand me? I like the bit of accountability, and also the bit of maybe the 1 cedi being high. So if we take a step back and we look at the history behind how VAT, started in Ghana, I think somewhere in 1995 when they tried to introduce the challenges and the lessons learned. One of the narrative at the time was that the rate was of a challenge, and 2, there wasn't much public education. So with you saying that interviewing Ghanaians and they are okay with it, you see, if you look at the dynamics in this country, every government starting a new term has a lot of goodwill.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that, we don't mind, we are paying this. But then the question is, the kind of people you interviewed, are they the people buying the fuel? That is one other thing we may have to look at, possibly. Because I may say I'm okay, but I'm not running a manufacturing entity where I buy liters of fuel. So possibly if I'm buying 5,000, the 1 cedi is material.
Every liter attracts a tax rate of 8%.
Good. So it's material to those who are into heavy manufacturing. And so the need for those sunset courses, but my problem is it could have a different cloth when the sunset course is getting closer, as we've seen with growth and sustainability levy, which hitherto was a national fiscal stabilization levy. And we keep on changing the narrative, changing the name, so there isn't any clear-cut, proper sunset clause, which will give businesses the certainty to even operate. Accountability, too, I said, is key. And that is one of our ills, our illness in this country. We are collecting the 1 cedi. Maybe there's a list of people you owe. These IPPs that they claim we owe. So for quarter 1, we've been able to collect so much, 1 billion Ghana cedis. We have paid off, let's say, this IPP. We owe that IPP, let's say, 500,000. This is accountability, visibility. Then people will see that you really mean what you said. People will tag into the narrative so that it doesn't become a mere political rhetoric that we are used to. Oh, we are paying, but then later you see another budget and say we owe Gilbert, we owe this person. What has happened? Like what is happening in the construction space, where contractors are owed, where we have certain earmark funds to settle all those commitments. How has that fared? And also I was nodding my head that, look, accountability is the hallmark of measuring efficiency and effectiveness. Right. If you don't have such a system in place, then I think we'll be joking as a country.
Prof, you want to take a bite on this, the one Ghana cedi levy?
Yeah, I mean, that levy just came out of the blue.
It did. Prof, we've had energy sector challenges with us for years.
I understand, but so think about it. The government had read a budget only less than 3 months ago. Mm-hmm. And as Kofi pointed out, I think it's paragraph 264, made it clear that we are not going to increase the levy. And then, out of the blue, this has come up. So you get a sense that there's probably some effect of the currency appreciation. And so the government will look at
part of the windfalls.
Or its revenue streams. And don't forget that definitely one revenue line that will be affected by the currency appreciation will be ports, the trade taxes. Mm. So because the levies and charges are initially in USD and then converted to cedis and you pay. So the USD amount will be the same, but the cedi amount will be lower. So the government will probably notice that there's some shortfall coming from there, and then decide that, okay, we need to find means to make up. Because it's strange, it was very strange to me that it doesn't appear that there's been any much consideration or much discussion, and suddenly it came up. So I think it doesn't. Your opinion pool might say people are generally supportive of it, but it doesn't. The way it came, it doesn't seem like something that we had planned carefully for. Mm. And I think when you have promised that you remove taxes, and then you have gone ahead to remove almost all of them, and then suddenly you throw one new levy in, I think it doesn't. But like he said, at the moment the government has a lot of goodwill. So I think Ghanaians are taking in their strides and moving on. So perhaps this would have been the best time to throw in such a tax without facing the level of the resistance that it could have faced.
I think there's something we need to talk about. I mean, we all follow Bloomberg and what happens in the US a lot. When a time is scheduled that a statement will be made for the entire nation, people follow.
Of course.
I know the advertised time was 10 a.m. As we speak now, it is almost 2 p.m. And we don't know when the budgets will be read. But the Ministry of Finance had advertised that the budget was going to be read at 10 a.m. And that even Parliament yesterday, when they said they were going to reconvene at 12 p.m., almost 2 hours. And this happens almost all the time. Nobody speaks about it.
Yes, but nobody is held accountable. And that's the accountability I'm talking about.
Almost 2 p.m. The advertised time was 10 a.m.
And to take that, the Deputy Finance Minister said that the Minister himself was at Parliament and that he was just going to walk into the chamber a few minutes and then we're going to hear him read out the budget or give us a review of the budget that he read in March. But on your screen now is the live footage of what's happening currently in Parliament. At the moment, I'm unable to tell where is the minority and where is the majority. At the moment as well, I'm unable to tell whether indeed the minority is going to stage that walkout or not. But, well, now you can see clearly that it's as if they had Kofi. It's as if Parliament had Kofi vent, and you clearly can see that
unfortunate.
They're taking their seat. And the minority seem to be wearing black. Whatever they're mourning, we'll get to know later. And then you can see where the bright colors, white, you see a bit of blue as well, just a tad of black as well at the majority side. But it looks as though
the
marshal also just,
The maze has been placed. And we might see the speaker very soon.
There he is.
Yeah. 2 p.m.
Wow. Actually, Kofi, you just brought my mind to that. 10 to 2.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. The proceedings will just start shortly. And then we'll get to all of us will know our smoothness level with the budget shortly. All right. Whilst we get ready to listen, could you run us quickly through the 2025 allocations to key policy initiatives?
Yeah. Whilst the Speaker is preparing to start, the Finance Minister definitely will be scratching his head about some of these promises he made. If you look at some of the commitments and new initiative, 51.3 million Ghana cedis for the Women's Development Bank, Assembly members 100 million for the allowances, capitation grant 145.5 million Ghana cedis. Akosombo Dam spillage, the victims are supposed to enjoy 243 million Ghana cedis. That is what has been budgeted so far. Free sanitary pad initiative, more than 292 million Ghana cedis. Free level 100, the no stress fee, almost 500 million Ghana cedis budgeted for that. And the free SHS, government says this budget is unprecedented. The first time we are having the budget actually crossing 3 billion, 3.5 billion Ghana cedis for free SHS program. And NHIS, which they say they will actually uncap, is around 9.9 billion Ghana cedis. So, it will be interesting to see how government will find money to actually fund some of these initiatives. But definitely we have more. And if you look at the National Apprenticeship Program, 300 million Ghana cedis is expected to actually go to the National Apprenticeship Program. We understand George Biafé is on and is speaking live.
And then moving forward to the end of the year, how they intend to make things better than what it is now. Yeah.
And one would say that in terms of, I know that you've been in this space, you have a better appreciation. How would you describe the first half of this year, perspective as a member of parliament and somebody who has worked in this area?
Okay, I would say that, for the first half of the year, let me start with the first quarter. There were policies that we implemented or measures that we put in place in the whole of 2024 that saw its bear some fruits in the first quarter of 2025, and that saw our inflation numbers coming down. And as you know, we did the last IMF review and it was successful, and so that chunk, the third tranche of that money also came in the first quarter of 2025. So then we saw some boost in our forex. We also saw the inflation numbers coming down, and we saw the tightening of things really easing. And March 2025, government came to scrap the e-levy, but not too long after that, government brought in something that was substantially higher, way higher than the e-levy, which is the Doomsor levy. And so today, what we expect to see is how the revenue numbers have fared, given all the measures that they put in place in March. Also, we want to see how they have utilized the expenditures. But clearly, one thing runs through, from the questions the ministers come to answer consistently, especially the road minister, there is lack of funds to pay contractors. So yes, government is doing well on the payment of salaries. Government is constantly paying salaries. But as to some of the activities that will turn around the economy, we don't see government in that space. That has to do with contractor payments, especially with roads. Also, we have also noticed that infrastructure projects across the constituency have all come to a halt because they are not paying contractors. So what we want to see is how government, moving forward, is going to make those payments to turn around, to bring in more economic activities around. And one other thing that is of major interest to our people, and especially traders, has to do with acquisition of forex. By dint of what we put in place, the gold for oil and all the other measures that we put in place, coupled with what they have come to do in the last 3 months, they said we all saw some strengthening of the cedi against our foreign currencies. But now they are asking for forex to go and get some goods because it's almost Christmas. Usually with these traders, July, August, September, that's when they buy forex to go and bring in goods for Christmas. And they are asking for forex and they can't find forex. So we are hoping that in this mid-year review, Government is going to tell us how they are going to make these monies, these forex available to traders to be able to bring in the Christmas goods. And finally, the issues with aviation fuel. This morning, I know someone who was supposed to travel to Kumasi, but the flight was cancelled because of lack of aviation fuel. Quickly, we expect government to tell us the way forward on this. Otherwise, it will disrupt a lot of economic activities that will also affect the economy. So we are looking forward to how the numbers are fed, the expenditure. They should tell us exactly what they are using all the revenues they are raising for, and moving forward, how they are going to address the issue of contractor payments and other infrastructure.
Well, no, you talked about the Q1 and what you did and how things are stabilizing. Let's talk about the IMF program. There were reports, or even from the fund report, saw that things got off track a little bit in the last quarter of 2024. What happened, Honorable?
I don't think so. If you would check the review that came in, we met almost all the structural benchmarks, with the exception of the energy space, the energy sector. And as we speak, it's out there that out of the 11 structural benchmarks, it's only 3 that this government has been able to meet. So clearly, if we hadn't met that requisite or that threshold, there was no way that tranche of money would have come in the first quarter of 2025. So clearly, we did what we were supposed to do. And so if out of 11 structural benchmarks, you are able to, meet the target for 10, I believe, and in an election year, when you compare this to 2016, an election year, all the targets were derailed, and then we had to come and renegotiate a new IMF program. But that has not been the case for this government. They are continuing with the IMF program that we negotiated way back, and I believe that they ought to build on that good faith that we had with the IMF and make sure they see this program to the end, because that is also important for our credibility.
But let me get your thoughts on a very critical thing which you had to go. You wrote a piece on Facebook, the debt stock being overstated.
It's increasingly. Wait, I want them to be quiet before. Electoral violence, Mr. Speaker, is increasingly rearing its ugly head in our fledgling democracy. Mr. Speaker, the recently rerun 19 polling stations at Ablekumanov is truly revealing.
Honorable Minority,
Speaker,
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, just a minute. Honorable members, the Minority Chief Whip is raising a very serious matter: election violence. I think it's a matter that we should take note of and devote a day to dilate on it, and at the end of the day take a position, because we need everybody to be on board. It takes away a lot of the shine of our democracy in this country. And so what he's talking about is a serious matter. It's not something for us to just gloss over. But I want to plead with him, because I didn't know the statement was on this subject matter. Because I myself have noted it, and my intention is for us to devote a day and enough time to take this matter through. It worries all of us, particularly to take this matter through. It worries all of us, particularly you, the players, must be more worried than any other person, because the violence will be meted up to no other persons apart from you, the players. So it's something that we should take some time, and I want to urge the Minority Chief Whip to let us stop today, because we don't have time to do that. And our nation, in spite of what we're talking about today are focused on hearing what the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much.
Speaker, with due respect, I will not on any day defy your authority. But Speaker, we have lined up a number of activities to back home our demands. And to the extent that these violence visited are not atoned, we cannot be part of the presentation of the media budget. And to that extent, Speaker, to that extent, we are exiting the Parliament and cannot be part of this process.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This side of the House definitely agrees that electoral violence is not something that any of us should countenance. We do agree that as a country, we should be committed to ostracizing any form of electoral violence. We agree with them. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress on behalf of this side of the House. And the issue of electoral violence was discussed. And I attended a meeting of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, and there was a clear commitment by the National Executive Committee to take steps to deal decisively with the issue.
Honorable Majority Leader, once I did not permit the statement to be made, I don't think it's proper for you to make comments on it. So what you've done is sufficient. Let's move on to business and do what is proper for today. Yeah. As I said, we have another day to discuss this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Just one last
No,
sentence.
but it will not be fair that after I've stopped you,
yes,
I allow you to make comments on it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't stop them from walking out.
No.
We couldn't stop them from walking out.
Well,
and the whole nation has seen them walk out.
Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, that's a different thing altogether. Let's go on with today's business.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Except that I will land.
There is no except. There is no except.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we will take item number 3 on the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, before we do that, let me just acknowledge the presence of our august visitors from a number of our schools and other institutions. We have over 32 students from the Boma Senior High School, led by the headmaster of the school in the person of George Ampofo. The school is located in the Tanonof constituency. Yes, they are up there to my right side at the public gallery. Please, you are welcome. And what just happened is what we call a walkout. It's part of the practice of democracies all over the world. When sometimes you disagree strongly with an issue, you walk out. After they finish with that item, you walk in and continue. When you boycott, you just don't attend at all. Then that one will be a boycott. But this one, they were present and they did a walkout. It doesn't prevent business from going on. Once you have the quorum to transact business, you have to go on. If you have the numbers to take a decision, you proceed with that. Okay. So please, you are warmly welcome. And even though you have been welcomed with your MP welcomed you, so please, you may resume your seat. It's an experience. I'm sure you never forget of it. Yes, we have 41 students also from Sewa Kese Girls Senior High School, also from Tanonof. They are led by the head mistress of the school, in the person of Margaret Anane Ajay. They are also to my right, you know, and one common thing about them, they are beautifully attired. You know, both institutions, they are well dressed. I hope you get time, even though he walked out, to take a picture with him. Please, you are welcome. You may resume your seats. We have students from the University Practice Senior High School, led by the teacher, Mr. Andrews Amo Smith. The school is located at the Cape Coast North constituency, and there are 36 of them are here. You are warmly welcome. Kindly resume your seat. You are lucky your MP didn't walk out. We have also from the Jamase Pentecost Child Development Center. There are 55 in number, and they are led by the director of the center in the person of
what this will entail. And so pretty shortly, we'll get some more understanding of what exactly the minority's position on this will be. The bus is just about to move, so we will be in this vehicle for now, and then we'll get to speak to more and more people as to what exactly their their actions are going to be on this. The minority say they cannot be part of the budget, the media budget review presentation, because ultimately they have real concerns about electoral violence and they do not understand what exactly is going to go on. So you see the first bus with members of parliament moving. I said, you can, we are live. I said, their way to the diplomatic community first. We do not understand if they have a prior agreement as to what exactly they are going to do in that. And so you see Land Cruisers moving, and then we are in tow to get an understanding. This was coming because prior to today, and in fact on Monday specifically, the minority had specifically written to the presidency asking for the confirmation for them to be able to present a petition to them. And yesterday I did get some indication on that. In fact, I spoke to some very high-ranking persons in the minority leadership who confirmed to me, and so we have been reporting that all morning on JoyNews and all afternoon also, that the minority were not going to be part of this proceeding. So what they did first was to also attempt to make a statement. The chief whip, he did in fact start by talking about electoral violence, and the speaker cut him in his tracks, stopped him from going ahead with the proceeding and making any statement on that. The speaker says, while it's a very important matter, they would have to devote a special day to do so, and they are not going to do this now. And they decided then that if they are not going to make the statement, they are going to walk out. And in fact, even if they were allowed to make that statement, we do understand that their plan was to walk out. And so Frank Anodompre leading the side on this. I haven't seen the minority leader around. His books and other things were all made available at his desk, but he hasn't been around. He's currently not in the convoy as we move 2 buses full of members of parliament and a number of Land Cruisers in tow, making their way first to the diplomatic community, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, and that is their first stop before they will meet the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEO, and then ultimately they will also have a meeting and then finally go to the presidency. What is not clear is if the president will receive them and receive a petition, but Habib Idrisu told me in an interview just a while ago that they have confirmation from the presidency that the chief of staff himself, Julius Debra, will be out to receive their petition when they are ready. We will get to see if that is going to happen. And so what you see on your screen now is a convoy, a procession of Land Cruisers and buses moving from Parliament. The minority boycotting proceedings in the House. They boycotted the media budget statement that Dr. Castle Atoforsen is going to present. You see how screen the Speaker of Parliament proceeding anyway with proceedings. Any moment from now, the Finance Minister, Dr. Castle Atoforsen, will be at the podium, the dispatch box, to deliver the media budget statement. It's a statement, it's not coming by a motion, we've seen the other paper, and so it's not going to be a motion. It will be commented on after that, but the minority are not going to be part of this. They are talking about the electoral violence that have plagued certain parts of certain elections, particularly the Ablekuma North by-election. Well, it's not really a by-election, it's a rerun that just concluded about 2 weeks ago. The Member of Parliament has taken her seat in the person of Irabna Obin. She's taken a seat. She was sworn in 2 days ago. You will recall that on that day also the minority walked out of proceedings because they said that there were certain things that had happened at the by-election, for which reason they wanted to make an urgent statement on the matter. The Speaker, again on that matter, blocked them and they walked out of that proceedings as well. And so they are making their way right from Parliament to the Diplomatic Corps. They have an arrangement with the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps to receive them, speak to them, and receive a petition also from them. They say that there is growing violence with regards to election in the country, which is something that they do not think is the best going into such a very crucial part of Ghana's democracy. They say the NDC are weaponizing Ghana's democracy because they want to achieve certain political ends. And so you see us, we've just gone past the British High Commission, and the expectation will be that at least representation from the British High Commission will be in this meeting, where the diplomatic corps, the Dean, and its members are going to receive the minority caucus. All of them, in fact, every single one of them who was present in Parliament today.
Honourable Speaker, I'm back to the House today with deep sense of duty and optimism to present the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, this presentation is in line with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the entire mid-year fiscal policy review to be captured in a Hansard while I present the highlight. Mr. Speaker, before I count of what we inherited and the positive results of our stewardship in the last 198 days. Mr. Speaker, following his re-election with an overwhelming mandate, President John Mahama inherited an economy in deep distress, far worse than what we had imagined. The economy was marked by large imbalance with huge MDA arrests, massive debt, weakened institutions, and heightened public anxiety. Since 2023, the debt in the cocoa and energy sector had in particular posed significant fiscal risk to the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian private sector and the business community looked was broken, and the foundation of our economy had sunk even deeper. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit had ballooned because of reckless commitment and wasteful spending. The indebtedness of the government had culminated into state insolvency. The impaired balance sheet paralyzed almost every single state enterprise. High cost of living and inflation impoverished large segments of the population, eroding the real value of their income and savings. Right Honourable Speaker, the mismanagement of our public finances by the previous administration led to a devastating haircut through the DDEP, which denied pensioners and middle class their lifetime savings, their livelihood, and in fact, their dignity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond holders also suffered painful haircuts, severely affecting Ghanaian businesses and financial institutions. Soaring interest rates crowded out essential spending on education, health, and infrastructure. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against all major currencies to levels never seen before, making it the worst performing currency in the world. Public sector corruption reached an all-time peak. As President Mahama said, the whole of Ghana was indeed a crime scene. Mr. Speaker, investor confidence waned considerably, significantly reducing investment inflows. The public debt reached unsustainable levels. The unemployment situation worsened, which made it difficult for Ghanaians to find decent jobs. Many micro, small, and medium enterprises collapsed under the weight of economic mismanagement. Right Honourable Speaker, to compound all this, the country suffered credit rating downgrades by all three major credit rating agencies, placing Ghana firmly in default or junk territory, never seen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to further illustrate the enormity of this economic burden, we inherited an IMF program which had derailed and completely gone off track, with key targets missed, putting our economic recovery program in jeopardy. In the words of the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Mr. Boli, the program had deviated substantially from its target by close of 2024, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited weak commitment control systems and irresponsible spending, which left arrests of over 67 billion and contract commitment of about 194 billion Ghana cedis. Right Honourable Speaker, we inherited a bleeding energy sector with annual financing shortfall in excess of $1.5 billion US. We inherited a debt-riddled cocoa sector with liabilities of 32 billion Ghana cedis, a weak financial sector with significant non-performing loans despite pumping over 30 billion Ghana cedis into the so-called financial sector cleanup. Right Honorable Speaker, steep debt repayment humps were also inherited, where at the time, Mr. Speaker, we inherited repayment humps of 20 billion for the year 2026, 50.3 billion for the year 2027, and 45.8 billion for the year 2028. As well as significant short-term treasury bills maturities of about 137 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we inherited depleted buffers needed to cushion the country from any fiscal or external shocks with empty sinking fund. And Mr. Speaker, we inherited stored projects, about 55 of them tied to bilateral debt restructuring, with about $3 billion in undisbursed loans. Mr. Speaker, the root of our 2022 economic crisis can be traced directly to an overbearing fiscal dominance, marked by reckless spending and corruption, compounded by poor leadership of the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high, driving inflation to levels never seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, there was a complete lack of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, signaling the highest level of incompetence in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this dire inheritance bequeathed by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, the government of President John Dramani Mahama made a conscious decision not to make excuses, but to reset our country. We chose the path of structural reforms and transformation. We set out to reset our economy, restore good governance, and policy credibility. We renewed our social contract with the Ghanaian people and redefined national priorities by being deliberate in both our policy choices and approach to economic management. At the very onset, we organized the National Economic Dialogue and the National Education Forum. Mr. Speaker, we held direct engagement with key groups and stakeholders, including market women, trade unions, youth organizations, and traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that clear policy measures were outlined in the 2025 budget presented to this House in March this year. In our new economic model, Mr. Speaker, we tightened fiscal discipline without compromising social spending. Right Honorable Speaker, the recent IMF Executive Board affirmed this new economic management model, noting that faced with large policy slippage and reform delays at end 2024, the new NDC administration had taken bold corrective actions to maintain the program on track. Right Honorable Speaker, the IMF further noted that these corrective actions, combined with continuous structural reforms and an improved external sector, are expected to result in economic stability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we streamlined and increased investment in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, as well as employment. In fulfillment of our major manifesto pledge, we established the Ghana Gold Board through Act 1140 to accumulate foreign exchange to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. We have restored coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to ensure a cohesive and integrated approach to economic policy making across relevant institutions. Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 days, we have brought back clarity, certainty, stability, and purpose to our economic policy direction. Right Honorable Speaker, we have made significant progress. The signs of recovery are obvious, evident, noticeable, visible, tangible, and they are being felt. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal position has significantly improved. The primary balance on commitment basis posted a surplus of 11.1% of GDP at the end of June 2025, beating the ambitious 0.4% surplus target for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was 0.7% of GDP, outperforming the target of 1.8% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, inflation has reduced significantly from 23.8% at the end of December 2024 to 13.7% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is the lowest since December 2021 and marks 6 months of continuous decline. Interest rates are declining with a drastic drop in Treasury bill rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025, a decline of another 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day T-bill rate has also reduced from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025, marking a decline of over 1,400 basis points. Gross international reserves has significantly improved, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana accumulated $11.12 billion, covering 4.8 months of import at the end of June 2025. And this compares to $8.98 billion, covering a 4 month of import as at end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in recent months. At the end of June 2025, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant reversal compared to the same period in 2024 when the cedi depreciated by 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% respectively. Mr. Speaker, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that it is the first time that this level of appreciation has been recorded in the 60 years history of the Ghana cedi. Rating agencies, which once classified our sovereign creditworthiness as junk, are beginning to upgrade our ratings. Fitch Ratings upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B- with a stable outlook from restricted default on the 17th of June 2025. The IMF program is back on track with the successful conclusion of the 4th review by the IMF Executive Board on the 7th of July 2025, which immediately triggered the disbursement of 367 million United States dollars. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond the numbers, this is a story of sound leadership, better economic management, and a restoration of hope to a nation once in despair. Let me, on behalf of the President John Mahama, sincerely thank the people of Ghana for their trust, patience, and continued support. We do not take your sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, this government did not come to simply manage the decline. We came to reverse it and reset our country. The gains of these first 6 months are just the beginning. Mr. Speaker, these early successes only encourages us to stay the focus, stay disciplined, and continue to do more for the people of Ghana. There is still a long road ahead, but our steps are now steadier, our direction clearer, and the national spirit has been lifted with the gradual restoration of hope in our democracy. We have moved from promises to purpose, from ineptitude to action, and from distress to relief. Mr. Speaker, we have established policy credibility and restored credit worthiness. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rest of my presentation will focus on 4 areas macroeconomic performance for the first 6 months of 2025, the status of Ghana's debt restructuring, and the status of implementation of key government programs. Before I conclude, macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, for January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, the first half of 2025 has demonstrated our government commitment to economic recovery. Through prudent fiscal management, sound monetary policies, effective structural reforms, and strategic investment, we are laying a solid foundation for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. To put the assessment of the economy in the first half of 2025 in a proper perspective, it will be useful to restate the ambitious yet attainable macroeconomic target we set for ourselves for the year 2025. The Speaker, we set for ourselves an overall real GDP growth of at least 4%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, end-year inflation rate of at least 11.9%, primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import cover. Right Honourable Speaker, I now take you to the real sector. Mr. Speaker, despite global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth. In the first half of 2025, the economy expanded by 5.3%, up from 4.9% in the same period of 2024, marking the highest first quarter growth since 2020. The agriculture sector led this growth with a remarkable 6.6% increase, about 3 times the growth in the first quarter of 2024. The agriculture sector growth contributed 26.4% of the overall first quarter growth. The fishing subsector grew the most at 16.4%. Mr. Speaker, the service sector constituting the largest share of the economy of 46.8% grew by 5.9% and contributed 47.9% to the overall first quarter growth, with information and communication technology leading the growth in the sector at 13.1%. Industry grew by 3.4% in the first quarter of 2025, contributing 20.6% to the overall first quarter growth. Manufacturing also posted an impressive growth of 6.6%. Right, Honourable Speaker. Non-oil GDP growth, the real sector, also picked up strongly, growing at 6.8% in the first quarter of 2025, compared to the growth rate of 4.3% in the same period in 2024. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth is the highest since 2018. It is expected that with the introduction of our 24-hour economy policy, the Big Push program, and the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, the GDP growth will be sustained and possibly exceed the target of 4% for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to prices. Right, Honourable Speaker, we pledge to pursue the following to reduce inflation. We pledge to implement aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to stabilize the exchange rate to reduce inflation on items that rely on the exchange rate for pricing, such as fuel, transportation, imported sugar, rice, and cooking oil. We pledge to implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utilities, to reduce their prices. We also pledge to implement, through the Bank of Ghana, to implement an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to implement agriculture for economic transformation agenda to reduce food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to know that these intentional policies announced in the 2025 budget to tame inflation are yielding massive results. Inflation pressures have eased significantly. The drastic fall in inflation is not by chance or sheer luck, but as a result of hard work and deliberate government policies. Mr. Speaker, consumer price inflation has reduced from 23.8% in December 2024 to 13.7% in June 2025. This represents a massive 10.1 percentage point decline. Similarly, producer price inflation saw a sharp decline from 26.1% in December 2024 to 5.9% in June 2025, representing a steep decline of 20.2 percentage points in just 6 months. So, Speaker, food inflation declined from 27.8% in December 2024 to 16.3% in June 2025, representing an encouraging 11.5 percentage point reduction. Non-food inflation also declined from 20.3% in December 2024 to 11.4% in June 2025, representing 8.9 percentage point reduction. Inflation for locally produced goods and services declined from 26.4% in December 2024 to 14% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation for imported items decreased from 18% in December 2024 to 12.5% in June 2025. These improvements are reflective of the effective fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, strong central bank reserves, and the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with this trend, we are focused and determined to achieve our end December 2025 inflation target of 11.9% ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and the people of Ghana that things can only get better in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to interest rate movement. Interest rates have declined, reflecting improved macro conditions. Mr. Speaker, the 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced by 13 percentage points from 27.7% in December 2024 to 14.7% in June 2025. Similar trends were observed in the 182 days and the 364 days bills. The 182-day Treasury bill rate decreased by 13.1 percentage points from 28.43 in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025. The 364 Treasury bill rate also declined by 14.19 percentage points from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025. The average lending rate decreased from 30.3% in December 2024 to 27% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana reference rate fell from 29.31% in December 2024 to 24.0% in June 2025. So, Speaker, things can only get better. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have indeed saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis on domestic interest payment as at end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal discipline has yielded the needed and remarkable results so far. We have delivered below target deficit on both cash and commitment basis. We have delivered a greater than anticipated primary surplus, the core fiscal anchor. We have delivered a strong expenditure and commitment control. We have delivered robust tax revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, provisional data shows that the primary balance on commitment basis, the fiscal anchor, as at end June 2025, recorded a surplus of 1.1% of GDP, surpassing the target surplus of 0.4% of GDP set for the same period. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, better than the deficit target of 1.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall balance recorded a deficit of 1.1% of GDP. This is significantly better than the projected deficit target of 2.4% of GDP. The primary balance on cash basis turned surplus at 0.7% of GDP against a projected deficit of 0.2% of GDP. The non-oil tax revenue, net, exceeded target by about 787 million Ghana cedis. Corporate income tax exceeded target by 555.3 million, representing 2.9% above target. Mineral royalties exceeded its target by 143 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, import duties fell short of target by 1.6 billion. Expenditures were contained at 109.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 7.8% of GDP. This was 14.3% below the program amount of 128 billion, or 9.1% of GDP, reflecting strong expenditure control. Mr. Speaker, primary expenditure on non-interest expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 84.3 billion, or 6.0% of GDP. This is an improvement of about 13.3 billion over the target of 97.5 billion, which is 7% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, interest payment amounted to 25.4 billion, which is 1.8% of GDP. This is below the target of 30.5 billion, which is 2.2% of GDP, and this was mainly due to lower domestic interest payment. Domestic interest payment amounted to 21.6 billion against a target of 26.5 billion, representing a reduction of 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of lower than planned domestic borrowing and a decline in the T-bill rates. Mr. Speaker, external interest payment amounted to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis against a target of 4 billion, due mainly to the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Other expenditure, mainly comprising energy sector levies, transfers and energy sector payment shortfalls, amounted to 11.4 billion Ghana cedis, or 8% of GDP. This was 12.7% below the target of 13.1 or 0.9% of GDP for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, arrest clearance amounted to 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. It is important to know that there was no build-up in arrests payable during the period under review, signaling strong commitment control and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, we are very different from our friends that decided to flee from this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the deficit was largely financed from domestic sources, with net domestic financing of 13.1 billion, well below the 18.7 billion target. The net foreign financing was 2.8 billion, mostly from the utilization of the 4.5 billion IMF disbursement. So, Speaker, between 1st of January to 6th of January, the IMF disbursement of 4.5 billion was spent before the Mahama administration took office, just in 6 days. Mr. Speaker, project loan disbursement was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even though Ghana is relying on the domestic market for financing, we have borrowed less than we planned, signifying strong expenditure control and fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a strong signal to the investor community and all stakeholders that the needed fiscal consolidation is happening here in Ghana, and it will be sustained. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is back on the international scene. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate development. Right Honorable Speaker, government commitment to implement the following measures, to implement the following measures to stabilize the exchange rate. The Speaker, we committed to establish the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation and accumulation of foreign exchange to support the stability of our currency. Mr. Speaker, we committed to pursue strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit to reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana also committed to implement appropriate FX forward auction to support the stability of the cedi. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we committed that the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program will boost local production and reduce reliance on exports. Right Honorable Speaker, let me state emphatically that these deliberate policies announced in the 2025 budget to stabilize the Ghana cedi are yielding massive results. The results we are witnessing are not by chance. They are the fruits of hard work, discipline, and intentional policies. Mr. Speaker, the cedi performance in the first half of the year 2025 has been impressive. The Ghana cedi experienced significant appreciation against all major trading currencies in the first 6 months of 2025. I'm happy to inform the House that our previous record, where the Ghana cedi used to trade against the US dollar at 17, is as at yesterday trading at 10.4. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana cedi, which was once trading at 21 cedis to the British pound, was trading at 14.1 as at yesterday, 23rd July 2025. Mr. Speaker, as at end June 2025, the cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant improvement over the cedi depreciation of 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% against the US dollar, British pound, and the euro. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciation in 2022, 2023, and 2024. This level of appreciation has never happened in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, fellow citizens, Ghana cedi no apeke. Cedi no apeke. Mr. Speaker, these gains are largely due to strong fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, improved external sector balance, renewed investor confidence, positive market sentiment, credit rating upgrades, and successfully securing staff-level agreement and subsequently the board-level approval of the fourth review of the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, the cedi rebound signals that Ghana's economic foundations are once again beginning to firm up. Sustaining this stability will require continued fiscal discipline, supportive monetary policy, strong liquidity sterilization, robust reserve accumulation, supported by activities of the Ghana Gold Board, and credible implementation of structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the external sector. Right Honorable Speaker, our external sector has shown remarkable improvement in the last 6 months. Gross international reserves reached $11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.8 months of imports, up from $8.98 billion in December 2024, equivalent to 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, even before the IMF and World Bank disbursement, in fact, without external borrowing, we have added $2.14 billion to the country's gross international reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, trade surplus increased from $1.37 billion in June 2024 to $5.57 billion in June 2024, representing a whopping 306.6% increase just in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this was driven by strong exports, particularly in gold, cocoa, and controlled imports. Mr. Speaker, the current account surplus improved significantly to a provisional $3.44 billion by June 2025 from $28.11 billion in June 2024. Provisional net capital and financial inflows reached $937.58 million in June 2025, indicating renewed investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and the financial sector development. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary indicators point to a sustained monetary expansion. Credit to the private sector increased by about 31.3% in June 2025. Reserve money growth moderated and M2 growth remained consistent, supported by increased deposit mobilization and improved net foreign asset. Net domestic asset growth slowed, while net foreign asset surged, indicating a shift in liquidity drivers towards external inflows. Right Honorable Speaker, I take you to the recapitalization of the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I updated this House during the 2025 budget presentation on the restructuring and recapitalization of the National Investment Bank, our NIB, as one of the critical reforms in the financial sector that should have been delivered in 2024. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after spending a whopping $30.3 billion in the so-called financial sector cleanup exercise, the previous NPP administration left NIB in dire straits, with a capital adequacy ratio of a negative 53.13% by end of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully, Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama and the NDC have successfully recapitalized the National Investment Bank by implementing an ambitious and credible plan to return NIB to profitability and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the following steps. Right Honorable Speaker, we have injected a total cash of 450 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also issued remarkable bonds with face value of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, we transferred 500 million Government of Ghana shares in the Nestle Ghana Limited to the National Investment Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, these transfers have significantly improved the capital adequacy ratio from negative 53.13% at the end of December 2024 to a positive 23% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, by taking these major steps, we have preserved depositors' fund valued at 6.4 billion Ghana cedis. We have also saved over 900 direct jobs at the National Investment Banks. Mr. Speaker, we have preserved an indigenous Ghanaian bank. Mr. Speaker, let me state this. Unlike the previous administration, we chose to spend to save a bank than spend to collapse a bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also prepared a forward-looking, overarching restructuring plan for the National Investment Bank to put the bank on a sustainable path of profitability. The plan also aims to enhance board independence and objectivity, strengthen risk management, promote accountability and transparency, prevent insider dominance, and improve strategic decision-making. Mr. Speaker, this plan will, among others, strengthen corporate governance framework and systems, improve enterprise risk management and controls, establish a modern business model, revamp operational strategy, improve financial performance, institute and enhance supervisory measures, and eventually we will list the NIB on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, NIB now has a total paid-up capital of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis and a capital adequacy ratio of 23%. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana and depositors that our indigenous bank, the National Investment Bank, is now prime for business. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, NIB is back. NIB is now liquid. NIB is now safe. NIB is fully capitalized. Mr. Speaker, we therefore encourage all and sundry to do business with the revitalized National Investment Bank, NIB. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to credit ratings. Mr. Speaker, the progress we are making in our economic reforms and debt restructuring efforts has been recognized internationally. On the 16th of June 2025, Fitch rating upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B-, with the stable outlook from restricted default, the first time since 2021. Fitch cited significant exchange rate appreciation, declining debt levels, strong nominal GDP growth, increased reserve accumulation, and normalized relationship with external creditors as key drivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, to sustain these gains, we will, among others, do the following. We'll maintain fiscal discipline through continued implementation of prudent policies to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. We will continue the aggressive revenue mobilization by strengthening tax collection systems and broadening the tax base to increase domestic revenue without overburdening the citizens. Mr. Speaker, we will accelerate structural reforms in public financial management, including transparency and accountability measures to improve efficiency and reduce corruption. The Speaker will strengthen monetary policy framework, and the central bank will lead this to complement the effort that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we will diversify the economy through investment in sectors beyond traditional export to reduce the vulnerability to commodity price shocks and continue to maintain strong relationship with our international financial institutions and development partners to support ongoing reforms and assess technical assistance. So, Speaker, it's expected that other rating agencies, namely S&P and Moody's, will follow suit, given the remarkable progress we are making in ensuring economic stability and promoting inclusive growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is just the beginning. We are determined to do better than B-. Ghana indeed deserves better than B-. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now take you to fiscal policies and give you an update. Mr. Speaker, I start with VAT reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, we reaffirmed our commitment to the people of Ghana and the business community to undertake comprehensive value-added tax reforms this year. These reforms are aimed at addressing the distortions and cascading effect inherent in the current VAT structure. To support this effort, we also committed to seeking technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and engage the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have successfully completed our engagement with the IMF. Currently, the Ghana Revenue Authority, together with the Ministry of Finance, is undertaking a nationwide consultation process to sensitize key players in the trade and business sector on the VAT reform and solicit feedback from them. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance hopes to complete this process by September 2025, prepare a new VAT bill by October 2025, and submit same to Parliament as part of the 2026 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the people of Ghana that at the minimum, the following will happen as part of the VAT Act. Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, COVID levy will be abolished. The effective VAT rate will be reduced. The punitive cascading effect of the GET Fund and NHIS levy will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed. And a unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education, awareness creation, and the introduction of fiscal electronic devices will be deployed. So, Speaker, I now take you to expenditure measures as part of the fiscal. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the fiscal consolidation strategy, we have taken measures to sanitize public sector payroll and rid it of ghost names. Subsequently, we engaged the Ghana Audit Service to undertake a nationwide payroll audit across all 16 regions of the country. The Speaker, the Audit Service has completed 91% of the payroll audit. So far, the Audit Service has not been able to identify or verify over 14,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, again, they have identified 53,311 separated staff on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, separated staffs are staff who are either on retirement, reassigned, terminated, or are on leave without pay or deceased and yet remain on government payroll. Mr. Speaker, the audit service expects to recover a minimum of 150.4 million of unearned salary from the separated staff over 2023 and 2024 period alone. Right, Honorable Speaker. Going forward, we will enforce the monthly payroll validation process and strictly apply sanctions to all who validate ghosts for payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public fund. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor this payroll and put in place measures to prevent ghosts on the payroll going forward. Mr. Speaker, I now give you an update on the arrears payable audit that we did. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, we announced the launch of an audit of arrears and payables as at end December 2024. The Ghana Audit Service partnered with EY and PwC to undertake this audit. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service was tasked to audit and validate 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. So far, Mr. Speaker, 87% of the audit has been completed. Results show so far are as follows. Mr. Speaker, a total of 28.3 billion Ghana cedis has been validated for payment. Mr. Speaker, 27.3 billion is pending validation as we speak. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been rejected because of errors, duplication, and non-compliance with PFM and procurement rules. Mr. Speaker, of this amount, 562.6 million is without adequate supporting document. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this audit will blow your mind. Blow your mind. Mr. Speaker, the audit is expected to be completed by end of August 2025. Once finalized, we will update the House on the findings and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on the IMF program. Update on the IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana remains on track on the implementation of the IMF program. A staff-level agreement was reached during the fourth review mission in April 2025, and we received executive board approval on the 7th of July 2025. This unlocked $367 million disbursement, bringing the total disbursement under this program to $2.3 billion. The fifth review, which is scheduled for September 2025, will be based on June 2025 data. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable that Ghana is on course to achieve most of the targets for the fifth review. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt development. Public debt development. Right, Honorable Speaker, our commitment to fiscal discipline, through prudent debt management and exchange rate appreciation has resulted in a significant improvement in Ghana's debt profile. Public debt reduced from 726.7 billion as at end December 2024 to 613 billion as at end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt reduced by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, there is a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's public debt to GDP ratio as at end June 2025 was 43.8% from the 61.8% of end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt as a percentage of GDP reduced by 18% of GDP in the last 6 months. Ghana's foreign debt as a percentage of total public debt declined from 57.4% as at end December 2024 to 49% by end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly improved Ghana's debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on debt restructuring. Update on debt restructuring. Right Honourable Speaker, government remains committed to restructuring our bilateral and commercial debt under the G20 Common Framework. On the 24th of June 2025, the House approved an indicative terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between Ghana and Official Creditors Committee. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I wish to thank this House for swift action which has enabled Ghana to begin negotiation for the signing of bilateral agreement with each of the creditor countries. We are ready to sign the agreement with two countries as at tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that 4 agreements will be signed by close of tomorrow. First will sign with France, and the second will sign with another country yet to be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the commercial debt restructuring, we have signed non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, with some commercial lenders, in line with the government's strong commitment to honoring its debt obligation. We have made 2 debt service payments of about $700 million to our Eurobond holders. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, government continues to meet its commitment towards the domestic bondholders. For the first half of 2025, a total of 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was paid to coupons to DDEP bondholders, of which 3.6 billion Ghana cedis was capitalized. Right Honourable Speaker, for non-tendered bondholders, government paid a total of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. This was the outstanding debt service as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the second half of 2025, an amount of 10.2 billion Ghana cedis is due as coupon payment on the DDEP bonds and 724.1 million as debt service for the non-tendered bondholders. It is important to note that government remains committed to honoring its debt service obligation, and therefore we have made sufficient preparation towards the settlement of this debt, and bondholders should not worry, this amount will be paid in due course. Mr. Speaker, priority project under the restructured bilateral debt. Following Ghana's default on its external debt service obligation on the 19th December 2022, creditors halted disbursement of 55 bilateral projects. This resulted in several uncompleted projects dotted across the country, with a massive $3 billion US in undisbursed loans. The IMF and Official Creditors Committee annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for official creditors loan implies that it will take 12 good years to fully draw down on the undisbursed loans. Under the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee, the government of Ghana was required to submit a priority list to accommodate the $250 million annual disbursement ceiling. Right Honourable Speaker, during the presentation of the 2025 budget and economic policy of government, I informed this House that we will engage to resolve this challenge. Following the extensive engagement, government has submitted a priority list of 24 projects to the OCC and the IMF. This is expected to trigger resumption of disbursement for projects on the priority list upon the signing of bilateral agreement between Ghana and the creditor countries. We aim to ensure that all the priority projects are completed and commissioned by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, the priority projects are as follows. We are going to build a new bridge across the Volta River at Volivo. Mr. Speaker, the reconstruction of Tema Aflao Road project, phase 1. Tema motorway runabout through Ashiaman runabout to Atimpoku. The construction of 14 pedestrian bridges, Kumasi roads and drainage extension. Mr. Speaker, Power Grant interchange and the Secondary Takrady Township Road, phase 1. Rehabilitation of Domi Ketasi Road, Obichebi Lamte interchange, phase 2. Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, PTC runabout interchange project at Takrady. Construction of drinking water facilities in Wenchi. Secondary Takrady water supply. Modernization of Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital. Construction of central medical stores in Tema. Efia Nkwanta Regional Hospital in Takoradi. Bolgatanga Regional Hospital, establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bonsu. Establishment of 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center. And, Mr. Speaker, integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The expansion and development of existing senior high schools, renewable energy program, pilot photovoltaic system, Mr. Speaker, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, and the construction of Takoradi Market. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Kumasi Central Market Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the main criterion for the selection of this project was closeness to completion. As a result, projects which were over 70% complete were given priority. The resumption of disbursement for the project and its associated debt service are fully in line with our commitment under the bilateral debt restructuring and IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no room for an increase in scope for any of the projects on the priority list as agreed upon at the IMF and the OCC. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is no room for any increase in scope for work for any of the projects on the priority list agreed upon with the IMF and the Official Creditors Committee. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 stalled projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Again, some contractors have submitted additional works, additional costs in excess of what Parliament approved. The Ministry of Finance has accordingly commissioned a forensic audit into this project. Mr. Speaker, we will apprise the House when this audit is completed. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the Auditor General is the one doing this forensic audit in partnership with some of the Big Four. Update on sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, government announced that it will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to 44 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, as amended, to build sufficient buffers in the sinking fund for prompt redemption of specified loans obligations of government. Mr. Speaker, government has set up a CD sinking fund account and US dollar sinking fund account. Beginning August 2025, the Ministry of Finance will commence the building of cash buffers to support the repayment of Ghana's domestic debt service obligation relating to the domestic debt exchange program bonds, which will fall due in the year 2027, 2028, and even 2026. Mr. Speaker, the CD sinking fund will specifically target the redemption and debt service harms in 2026 of $20 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2026, 50.3 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2027, and 45.75 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Similarly, the US dollar sinking fund account will also target Eurobond redemption, which will fall due from 2026 of 1.45 billion US dollars, 1.17 billion US dollars in 2027, and 1.14 billion US dollars in the year 2028. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the sinking fund will provide a reliable buffers that ensures timely and predictable redemption of designated public debt obligation. This structured approach to debt service will enhance investor confidence and contribute to long-term debt sustainability of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Government of Ghana's liability management operations. Mr. Speaker, government has begun an implementation of an effective and efficient liability management program to reduce embedded risk on debt portfolio. Our liability management operation will, 1, reduce debt service costs and mitigate refinancing or rollover risk. Extend maturities to alleviate near-term financing pressures. Mr. Speaker, to optimize the debt portfolio by rebalancing the mix of short-term versus long-term instruments and strengthen market confidence. Under our liability management operations, Mr. Speaker, we will analyze the domestic bond market to assess suitability for bonds buybacks. We will carefully sequence issuance of benchmark securities and prioritize longer dated tenor to establish a stable yield curve. Mr. Speaker, I take you to primary dealers and bond market specialist system as we inherited. Mr. Speaker, our debt management strategy is to use treasury bills for cash management purposes only. We intend to reopen the domestic bond market to finance the budget deficit. The reopening of the domestic bond market will aim at creating a more competitive primary market that can deliver the volume and pricing to enable the government lower its borrowing costs. Mr. Speaker, beginning August 2025, we will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, beginning 2025 August, the government of Ghana will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, the selection of book runners will focus on banks and investment dealers with the ability to achieve a wider market distribution and advice on pricing and structuring. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revise macroeconomic framework. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic target. Economic development in the first half of the year do not warrant a revision to the macroeconomic target and the appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for additional money from the Appropriations Act. We maintain the following macroeconomic target for 2025. 1, overall GDP growth at least 4.0%. At least. Non-oil GDP growth of at least 4.8%. End-year inflation rate of 11.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. And gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, although we have made significant progress, we are cautiously optimistic. Right, Honorable Speaker. Despite maintaining our macroeconomic target for 2025, including the primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, we are revising both revenue and expenditure projections to reflect the impact of the additional revenue from the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2025, Act 1141. Revisions to revenue. Right, Honorable Speaker. As a result, total revenue and grant has been revised upwards from the 2025 budget target of 227.1 billion to 229.9 billion, or from 16.2% of GDP to 16.4% of GDP. This represents a nominal increase of 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the additional revenue of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis will come from the increase in revenues from the amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revisions to expenditures. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downwards from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion Ghana cedis. However, primary expenditures has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206.8 billion Ghana cedis. This upward adjustment reflects an increase in the allocation to support energy sector payment. Mr. Speaker, interest payments have been revised downwards by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis from the original budget projection of 64.1 billion to 59.9 billion cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, domestic interest has been revised downwards by 5.1 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of gains from the reduction in the Treasury bill rate as a result of the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. However, external interest payments have been revised upwards by 795 million to make additional provision for debt service due on post-cut-off date disbursement made by our bilateral creditors since 2023. Mr. Speaker, energy sector payments have also been revised upwards by 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to provision for fuel purchases for power generation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to overall balance and financing. Right, Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the primary balance on commitment basis remains unchanged at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Based on the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the following fiscal balance on cash basis improves from a deficit of 4.1% of GDP to 3.8% of GDP. I mean the fiscal balance. The overall fiscal balance on commitment basis improves from a deficit of 3.1% to 2.8%, and the projected annual borrowing needs of government reduced by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Simple put, we will be borrowing less by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, risk to 2025 budget, risk to the 2025 fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, despite the robust fiscal performance, there are some underlying risks which pose a threat to the 2025 fiscal framework. The risks are as follows: shortfalls in customs revenue, smuggling of marine gas oil, mounting wage pressures, and pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. The Speaker, I'll take them one by one. Customs revenue. Right, Honorable Speaker, customs revenue recorded a significant shortfall of 1.6 billion, even though the overall revenue is doing well, representing 12.7% reduction from the first half of 2025. This performance is attributed to systemic revenue leakage at key customs collection points, particularly the Tema Port and the smuggling of goods across our land borders. Mr. Speaker, these developments pose risk to the attainment of our revenue target for the year 2025. To mitigate these risks, government is implementing the following measures to address the existing operational challenges to safeguard revenue. 1, we will adopt the use of artificial intelligence, AI, to minimize human interference in revenue assessment, supporting the validation of the country of origin, as well as the accuracy of classification and valuation of imported goods. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out advanced cargo information system to ensure that the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, GPHA, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, receives comprehensive shipment detail at least 24 hours prior to vessel departure from the port of origin. Mr. Speaker, this will enable pre-arrival risk assessment, reduce the need for documentation amendment, and facilitate more accurate and timely duty assessment. We will also be implementing a robust anti-smuggling surveillance program targeting both inland and maritime borders. And to those at Sankasi, we are coming after you. Mr. Speaker, reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this. We will be reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility, to facilitate the decentralization of customs operations. Mr. Speaker, operational risk assessment to enhance transparency and accountability of staff will be enhanced. Now I will take you to the smuggling of marine gas oil, MGO. Right, Honorable Speaker, tax exemptions on marine gas oil, was introduced to support non-artisanal fishing fleet operating from Ghana. Over the years, the tax exemptions have created incentive to abuse and smuggling of MGO onto the open market, resulting in revenue losses estimated at nearly $500 million Ghana cedis every year. The government will withdraw the tax exemption to curb smuggling and stem the erosion of tax revenue, thereby reducing the fiscal risk to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to wages and salary, which happens to be the third risk to the budget. Right Honourable Speaker, we have seen some significant pressures on the compensation budget for the first half of 2025, mainly emanating from wages and salaries. Wages and salaries exceeded the target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, the wage pressures were largely driven by last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous MPP administration in the last quarter of 2024, especially in the areas of education, health, and security sector. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The wage pressures we are largely seeing are driven by the last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous government in the last quarter of 2024, especially in areas of education, health, and the security sector. In addition, ad hoc reviews of conditions of service undertaken in previous years have distorted the single spine pay policy and further burdened the public wage. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the following measures to address this challenge. Number one, we'll conduct regular nationwide staff payroll audit to sanitize the payroll. Mr. Speaker, we'll be realigning all staff from overstaffed areas and defunct MDAs to areas with critical staffing needs. Right Honourable Speaker, we'll finalize the process for the establishment of the Independent Emolument Committee as part of the broader effort to reform and reset public sector pay. And finally, we will issue an executive directive mandating all MDAs to seek approval from the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance before making any commitment with financial implications on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of goods and services and award of contract in foreign currency pose significant risk to fiscal management, with severe implications for the stability of our Ghana city. Unfortunately, foreign currencies are becoming the means of transacting business in Ghana. This trend, if not checked, will erode the confidence in our currency, drive inflation, and result in the loss of value in the symbol of our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, to curb this unfortunate development, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of fund, should be denominated in foreign currency. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker. To curb this unfortunate development, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of funding, should be denominated in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, we also want to use this opportunity to remind the public that per the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, companies, institutions, and individuals are prohibited from pricing, advertising, receipting, or making payment for goods and services in foreign currencies in Ghana without prior written approval from the Bank of Ghana. Right Honourable Speaker, I will take you to key policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I now present updates on key policy initiatives outlined in the 2025 budget. Right Honourable Speaker, since its establishment in April 2025, the Ghana Gold Board has initiated reforms to licensing regime that governs the local gold trading sector and introduced new aggregation system to effectively mop up gold from artisanal small-scale mining sector across the country. These measures have already yielded tangible economic benefits within the short period of operation of the Ghana Gold Board. In the first half of 2025 alone, gold export from the small-scale sector stood at 51.5 tons with an export value of approximately $5 billion. This figure far exceeds the 26.4 tons, which are with an export value of $1.8 billion from the small-scale mining sector over the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, simple put, gold export in tons from the small-scale mining sector for the first half of 2025 recorded about 100% increase over what was recorded in the year 2024. Similarly, the value of gold export from small-scale mining increased by about 180% for the first half of 2025 over that of the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, gold export from small-scale mining sector have exceeded gold export from large-scale sector. Mr. Speaker, the substantial foreign exchange inflows from the gold board operations in the artisanal small-scale mining sector have significantly strengthened our reserves, improved our balance of payment, and provided critical support for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, this tells a story of a country which has been denied the full benefit of its gold resources, a story of a country where illegal gold trade and smuggling have been allowed to fester to the detriment of the well-being of the people. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 8th of July 2025, His Excellency President John Mahama inaugurated a task force to tackle illegal gold trade and smuggling. I also want to use this opportunity as the Sector Minister to reiterate that the government of President Mahama would deal ruthlessly with anyone found engaging in illegal trade and smuggling, as these nation-wrecking activities sabotage the progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate the point that no one should come to us and beg because we will not spare you. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program deserves some update. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, President Mahama officially launched the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, Ghana's ambitious and integrated strategy to boost production, create sustainable jobs, and modernize our economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program represents a national reset aimed at reducing import dependence, expanding domestic production, improving market access, and building a competitive, skilled workforce for a dynamic economy. Right Honorable Speaker, the anchor of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the Volta Economic Corridor, a transformational project to unlock the vast economic and environmental potential of the Volta Lake and its surrounding lands. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor revives and expands on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's original vision of the Volta project as a hub for agro-industry, trade and transport, now reimagined to fit today's economic reality and regional opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor will be executed through the following pillars of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Right Honorable Speaker, Grow 24 will irrigate 2 million hectares of farmlands for year-round farming instead of the traditional seasonal farming. Right Honorable Speaker, Make 24 will establish agro-industrial parks for textiles, pharmaceuticals, and food processing. The Speaker, Show 24 will develop tourism clusters and hospitality hubs along the Volta Lake. And Connect 24 will turn the lake into a major inland transport route, cutting haulage costs and linking northern, southern, eastern, and western Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to support this transformative program, the Ministry of Finance will, in the 2026 budget, outline targeted incentives for the Volta Economic Corridor. These measures will be carefully designed to attract private capital, drive enterprise growth, and create decent, well-paying jobs. The Speaker, for emphasis, the Ministry of Finance will as part of the 2026 budget, outline a targeted incentive for the Volta Economic Corridor. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government will only facilitate and not dominate this ambitious growth goal. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the 2025 budget, we announced the commencement of the Big Push program, a flagship initiative of President John Dramani Mahama for massive infrastructure development. Since then, the President has dedicated all Big Push budgetary allocation for the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and I mean all Big Push allocation for the next 2 years to improve road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Parliament approved that all oil revenue and mineral royalties accrued to the budget were dedicated to the Big Push. As a result, an amount of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was allocated in the 2025 budget for the Big Push program to be used for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Highways has spent the last 6 months of his time in office touring the whole country to assess firsthand the state of our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has undertaken studies and prepared comprehensive engineering interventions and cost estimate for roads projects across the program, across the country for the Big Push program. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commencement authorization for the following road infrastructure projects under the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, these are the following Big Push projects as approved by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, number 1, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. Number 2, rehabilitation of Wahan Road. 3, upgrading of Tumu Hamile Road. 4, upgrading of Tumu Han Laura Road. 5, reconstruction of Navrongo Tumu Road. 6, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Wenchi Road. 7, rehabilitation of Wenchi Sola Road. 8, Mr. Speaker, construction of Sunyani Outer Ring Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Kumasi Outer Ring Road, Eastern Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Bintri Napanduri Road. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso Nkwanta Road. Rehabilitation of Atimpoku Esukuma Junction Road. Rehabilitation of Esukuma Junction to Enyinawase Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, Enyinawase to Ho Titrenu Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading Esukuma to Enumboso to Parliament Road. Mr. Speaker, Adome Bridge to Akomufre Road. We'll be upgrading Ho to Petoi Road. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Petoi to Afiadanyamepa Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Penny to Aflao Road. We will be dualizing Winneba to Mankesim Road. We'll be dualizing Cape Coast to Takrade Road. We'll be rehabilitating Mankesim Ejumako to Aguna Swedro Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Tema to Aflao Road. Construction of Dodowa to Afenya Dowenya Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will be upgrading the Oyibi to Apollonia Afenya Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, we'll be constructing the Enchi to Elubo Road. We'll also be constructing the Dadieso to Akontombra Road. We'll be upgrading the Adwefua to Osekojokrom Road. And we will be upgrading the Enchi to Kojoru Penchi Road. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Bediako Junction, Camp 15 to Sefi Adobokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Big Push program, we have also selected the following abandoned road project for which no dedicated funding was allocated for by the previous administration to be included into the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows: upgrading of Kasua to Winneba Road, rehabilitation of Ofanko to Insawam Road, dual carriage. Right Honorable Speaker, dualization of Takrady to Agona Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Swami Interchange and local roads. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be constructing the National Route 18 from Wa to Han Road. And we'll be upgrading the Tumu to Chuchuliga to Navrongo, including the construction of 36-meter span reinforced concrete over the Kenyibi River and 24-meter span reinforced concrete over the Bichirunu River. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be reconstructing the Navrongo to Sandema Road. Mr. Speaker, we will be rehabilitating the Tepa to Gosu Road, rehabilitating the Hohoi to Jasikan Road, and we will be rehabilitating Nkwanta to Oti Damanko Road. We will be reconstructing the Have to Hohoi Road, and we will dualize the Adenta Dodowa Road. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will reconstruct the Jenny to Sampa Road. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act, and as part of this media fiscal review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, I am seeking approval for these multi-year commitments. Mr. Speaker, government has also initiated comprehensive feasibility studies for 4 projects which are currently at various stages of preparation, ensuring detailed assessment of their technical, economic, and environmental viability. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Project number 1, Accra-Kumasi Expressway on a completely new alignment. Mr. Speaker, Accra Outer Ring Road, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, and Adoso Echi Amanfo Bridge to connect the Afram Prince area. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to reorganization of the Ghana Road Fund. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not all. The government of President John Mahama has also taken a decision to remodel the Ghana Road Fund and refocus it towards road maintenance. As part of this media review, and on behalf of the government, the Minister for Roads and Highways will be laying before this House a new road maintenance trust fund bill. When approved, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill will replace the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund will, among others, provide for a new governance architecture, provide a formula for a fairer allocation of resources, and introduce more transparency in the utilization of road fund levy and others. Mr. Speaker, government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these 166 constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the President Mahama administration has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this translates to about 5,000 kilometers of road to be constructed in these 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure over the next 3 years. So, Speaker, simple put, over the next 3 years, we'll be building 5,000 kilometers of road in these 166 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that we have paid all nursing and teacher training allowances from January to June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the end of this month, July 2025, all nursing and teacher trainees will receive their allowance promptly at the end of every single month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members,
conclude this media fiscal policy review.
We have other business. It's not only this one. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal review with renewed hope and optimism. The last 6 months have revealed our enduring spirit, what we can collectively achieve, and our potential to rise from the brink. Upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, in fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama's economic management model is working. The turnaround is in sight. Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic progress are visible and measurable. Mr. Speaker, first quarter economic growth is at 5-year high. Our debt to GDP ratio is at a 5-year low. Mr. Speaker, inflation has declined to a 4-year low. Right, Honorable Speaker, our credit rating has improved from junk to B- with stable outlook, a 2-notch upgrade and a 4-year high. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, with no cedi depreciation in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the level of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi has never happened in the history of our nation. Prices of petrol and diesel at the pump have reduced significantly to the benefit of consumers. And the price of sugar, rice, and cooking oil at a 4-year low. Mr. Speaker, the price of 25 kilogram bag of Royal Aroma rice, which used to be sold at 650 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 356 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the price of a lonka of sugar, which used to be sold for 50 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 44 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. Price of 25 litre of cooking oil, which used to be sold for 980 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 640 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, price of konkonte, 1 sack. Price of konkonte, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,200 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 950 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods, which used to be sold at 9,400 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold at 7,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, onions. 1 paint bucket, which used to be sold at 120 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 95 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. POP cement, which used to be sold for 115 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 90 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, maize, maize. 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,600 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 1,450. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture has promised that it will go down even more. Mr. Speaker, the price of Yas sanitary pad, which was 25 Ghana cedis in January, is now going for 15 Ghana cedis. 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, palm fruit, 1 olonka, which used to be sold for 40 Ghana cedis, is now being sold for 25 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is the reset President Mahama promised. This is the reset President Mahama promised. It has been 6 months of hard work. We have lessened the burden on households and businesses. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are indeed spending, and spending at the right places. We are making the right investment in the lives of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of $700 million US dollars of Eurobond obligations has been paid. An amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 9.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5 billion Ghana cedis of arrest has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Scheme has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1.4 billion for the National Health Insurance claims has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 252 million for vaccines and essential medicine has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 72.8 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 895 million to the school feeding program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 477 million to the LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 122.8 million for BECE registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 300 million to the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 191.7 million Ghana cedis as teacher training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 462.6 million as nursing training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 25 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis for National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. An amount of 34.5 million to the Jumawa program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis as goods and service to run effective and efficient government ministries, departments and agencies has been paid. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis to save the National Investment Bank has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. Non-interest expenditure of 84.2 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. So far, Mr. Speaker, from January to June, total cash of 114.5 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we are spending and spending at the right places. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are spending at the right places. We are touching lives and we are changing our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. We have also worked to improve the fiscal situation. We have restored fiscal discipline. We have implemented appropriate policies to reduce interest rates significantly, thereby reducing the cost of borrowing. So, Speaker, we have saved on domestic interest payment following the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. Mr. Speaker, there is still more work to be done. President Mahama is determined to deliver. Inshallah, His Excellency John Mahama will deliver. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. But the good news is that today, hope is in sight. And we are determined to navigate the country out of the terrible storm we inherited from President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we need the support of the people of Ghana to weather this storm. Mr. Speaker, to the farmer in Yendi and to the fisher folk in Sekendi and Shama, to the nurse in Sunyane and the teacher in Enumbuso and Ejumako, to the Ghanaian youth seeking decent work, to the elderly seeking better pension. We see you, we hear you, and we are working for you. John Mahama will work for you. The NDC will work for you. The gains we have made so far are the results of your sacrifice, your patience, our belief, and our belief that change was not only necessary, but crucial. Mr. Speaker, this media review is not just a technical report. It is the story of the Ghanaian people. A story of a nation that refused to give up. A story that echoes Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, this is a story that echoes Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, even as we look back at how far we have come, we are also looking ahead. This is the essence of John Mahama's leadership. He is focused and he will deliver. President Mahama is honoring his promise to the Ghanaian people. The second half of 2025 promises to be even better. We expect inflation to continue its downward trend and reach our 2025 target ahead of schedule. We will sustain the stability of the cedi through disciplined spending, targeted investment, and continued reserve accumulation. Growth will be further boosted by strategic initiatives, including the 24-hour economy program, the Big Push infrastructure program, and the revitalization of agriculture through the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that during my vetting, when asked what I would like to be remembered as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I stated that I would like to be remembered for stabilizing the exchange rate, ensuring low prices, and creating jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker, I ahead of the presentation of the 2025 budget, my engagement with the traders at the Mokola market revealed that prices and exchange rate stability were the overriding concerns of the business community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our cherished traders at Mokola for their valuable insight. Mr. Speaker, the update on the cedi and the prices, as said earlier, clearly shows that we have taken deliberate and decisive action to ensure that the challenges with exchange rate and prices are tackled head-on. Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Ghanaians that the stability in the exchange rate and the lower prices we are experiencing will be sustained. Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, the government has worked hard to bring down and stabilize the exchange rate with deliberate policies. It is now time for businesses to bring down prices to reflect the new economic reality. We understand businesses went through some sacrifices during the turbulent economic challenges, but so did the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for prices to come down to reflect the new realities for the benefit of all Ghanaians and not only for the traders. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, more jobs will be created, confidence will be deepened, and the Ghanaian economy will stand tall again, not just in the sub-region, but on the global stage. But to do this, Mr. Speaker, we must stay united as a people and eschew divisiveness. We must continue to have faith in our country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we must have faith in our currency, the Ghana cedi. For 60 years through cycles of inflation, devaluation, redenomination, and recovery, the cedi has remained the symbol of our sovereignty. It has endured, it has evolved, and it remains the only legal tender of our republic. Let us protect it. Let us trade with our currency, the Ghana cedi. Let us talk about it with pride, not as a burden, but as a badge of economic independence. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the cedi. Fellow countrymen and women, I believe in the cedi. You also have to believe in the cedi. Mr. Speaker, to all of us who have the privilege to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility to reset our country. Ghana needs us more than ever. Our people needs us. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this address without expressing deep gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering dedication and vision continue to anchor this national reset. Mr. Speaker, on a personal level, I thank His Excellency the President, because without him, this work couldn't have been achieved. Mr. Speaker, he is indeed the anchor towards our economic reset. Right Honorable Speaker, and to you, Father, Mr. Speaker. Father, Mr. Speaker, Alban, Sumana, Kingsford, Bagman, our father, and members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Aban Papaba. Mr. Speaker, Aban Papaba. No wonder my brother Kwame and his team had to flee the chamber. I salute the Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable members, in line with the practice and convention of the House, I refer the Media Fiscal Policy Review of the Budget Statement and Economic Policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year to the Budget Committee to be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance for deliberation and report to the House. When it comes to the House, we will hear from the chairman of the committee after it has gone through the report as to whether they second the motion that has been moved or not. If they do so, then it will be opened for debate. This is a motion, it's not a statement. And so members will have the opportunity to debate the Media Fiscal Policy Review of the Budget Statement and Economic Policy of the Government of Ghana. So I intend to permit the minister
All right, so you've been listening to the Finance Minister, the presentation of the 2025 media review of the budget. And the good news, though, is that you have another presentation tonight on PM Express at 9 p.m. with Evans Mensah to do another presentation, possibly take your questions via SMS or other means that you may want to submit your concerns to. But in the studio this afternoon, I have Evans Mensah, of course, Winston Amwa. They are here with me in the studio as we try to make sense of all that we've been told this afternoon. If I should just run you through some of the things that we heard, the Finance Minister has done some revision as far as the 2025 budget is concerned. For example, for the revenue side, even though they are moving it from 227 billion to 229 billion, in terms of expenditure, it is actually, it's also going up from 269 to 270 billion Ghana cedis. They've also made plans for some interest payments, but it also identifies some risks that is likely to derail whatever they've set in motion as far as the 2025 budget is concerned. He mentioned, for example, shortfall in custom revenue. There's also wage demand, award of contract in foreign currency, and other matters. So what are they planning to do to resolve this particular challenge that is likely to derail what they've set in motion as far as the 2025 budget is concerned? They will be adopting AI to minimize human interference on imported goods at the port, for example, and a few other things. But a lot that we've been told this afternoon. Audits of the wage bill, they've already made some savings. Some 55, contracts already in motion that they are committing funds to. We'll run you through some of them. But let me just allow Evans and Winston to come through in. Evans, so you've also listened. What stood out for you?
A few things, a few big things. Let's start with let's pound on the big, use the big push. For me, that's one of the big items there. He talks about the fact that the president says that in the next 2 years, the allocations under the Big Push initiative, everything should be spent on the roads sector, road infrastructure. And that is a big one, right? And so the roads minister was then tasked to go around the country to assess all the roads that will benefit under this arrangement. And I was listening to see if the road, in my area will be affected. And when I heard mine, I'm like, yes. I mean, everybody was looking for theirs. I don't know about Winston, but I saw the dualization of the Adenta to Dodowa Road.
Right.
It was part of it. Then there was also another one that's close to me, the Oyibi to Afienya Road. But these are big ticket items. So for the next 2 years, every money that they're going to get as far as the oil sector that they have reallocated will go specifically into road infrastructure. Now, related to that...
And you're looking at doing 5,000 kilometers of roads across
exactly,
the country.
But it's interesting how they want to do that. He says that they've identified some 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. So what they've then done is to say they're going to be rehabilitating 10 kilometers of roads annually in these constituencies. And it's just a fascinating way of dealing with the problem.
Right.
So then you sort of space it, and then over the next 3 years, if you're doing 10 kilometers of roads annually in these constituencies, 166, that gives you your 5,000 kilometers in all. That is, for me, one of the big ticket items. And then he also, one of the criticisms that some have leveled against him when the economy was performing all the miracles with the cedi stability and appreciation against other major currencies was the economists were saying, but you're not spending. And so because you're not spending, you are in a position to control a lot of these factors that otherwise would have forced the city to depreciate. He attempted to sort of deal with that, and I thought he dealt with it comprehensively, where he listed all the expenditure that he's done over the last, I think he says from January to June. They spent 114.5 billion so far has been spent, just to try and counter that point that had been made before. Then a few other big things for me that was interesting. If you look at the wages and salaries, right, he's expecting that is going to be one big area of risk for the budget. Because he says wages and salaries exceeded the target by some 1 billion. But there's a reason that is fascinating, and I'm pretty sure this is going to generate a fair bit of controversy.
And he actually blames this on the last-minute recruitment by the previous administration, especially in the health, education, and the security agency sector.
Yeah, the recruitment that were done there, he says that part in fact, mainly was the reason why they exceeded the target.
But some people have been laid off. Does this suggest that there are still a lot of more people in the system that were employed before the exit of the MPP administration?
I think it suggests so.
The thing with the layoffs is that many of these persons who've been laid off, some of the institutions are actually not on government grants, for instance. Okay, so they take care of their own salaries. But when it comes to a lot of the people on the government payroll, for instance, the challenge is that, for many of them, so for instance, if you give clearance for the recruitment of teachers, if you give clearance for the recruitment of nurses, for instance, that's something that would have been done, would have followed due process. So if you even do the recruitment, say in September, in October, in November, when there's a new government coming into office, you just do not say that I'm going to cancel them. However, if you employed people in an institution that pays itself, be say like the Petroleum Commission, the Ghana Gas Company, then they can come back and say, okay, you know what, we don't need these persons again, so we're laying them off.
But because we touch on wages and salaries, I mean, fascinating. He says with 91% of the payroll audit done so far, Ghana Audit Service expects to recover 150.4 million of unearned salaries from the separated staff. And these are staff who are on leave without salary, deceased, on retirement, and yet they are still on the public payroll earning salary. And this is around 150 million Ghana cedis. And he thinks that this can be done. He said Ghana Audit Service again have identified 53,000 separated staff. And I mean, those are what I spoke about. I understand that in the public sector, there is a monthly validation before you are paid.
Yeah.
So why do we need this exercise going on almost every time?
So that's something that he sort of stressed about on which is the validation. And one of the things he says they're going to do to try and deal with this problem, And I thought that is something they have talked about in the manifesto, but he's re-emphasized. The establishment of this independent emoluments committee is one of the things that he says, you know, they're going to be...
but you see, Evans, the challenge... Sometimes I hear these things all the time, and I ask myself, like, we've been talking about, we're going to validate. How do we do the validation? Whoever is in charge of the validation will say this person came to work from Monday to this thing, and that's the end of it. Yeah. Okay. I have friends who work in the civil service, who work in local government. They go when it's time for validation. They are validated, and they come and sit at home. They know. They know. So look,
when it's time for validation, they go.
They go, and they're validated.
So the ghosts show up.
Show up, and they're validated. I hear that all the time. So, today's time for validation. So they go and then they come back. So if you want to do this, we talked about clocking people in so we can verify. So if you showed up at work, you have your fingerprint or you have your card, your name is on it. So once you clock in, it identifies Winston Amwa is at work. When I am leaving, for those who work at the financial institutions, I have a friend who works at Bank of Ghana, for instance. He will tell you, I cannot leave until it's time. Because when he's leaving, he must actually go clock in to indicate that clock out to show that he's leaving the office. Right. And it will give him the time that he left the office. So you just cannot sit back and think that that's the end of it. Let me just make a point about the road. Right. I am particularly happy that we're looking at investing more in roads over the next 2 years. What we gather is that we're going to be investing in roads over the next 2 years. Evans is happy that in his area they're going to be doing the roads. Where I come from, in Mpoho, it's a district where the last time I went there, I didn't see tarred roads. See, the Mpoho district, I didn't see tarred roads. The entire district? I didn't see tarred roads. So it's an area, for instance, that deserves more than 40 kilometers of road. I don't even know if the Mpoho constituency is part of, the 166, but it should be part of it, and it deserves more than 40 kilometers of road. We must look at that. And then when I hear, town roads, some of the inner roads of areas that already have asphalt, and then we're going back to do the same thing, I always have a problem. Because this is something we've done over a period, and I say, let's move on and actually make sure that others, where there are no good roads, actually have good roads. But I'll tell you one thing. The decision to award contracts in Ghana cities, it's a good thing. Look, the reality is that many contractors are normally happy when they get their contracts in dollars. And I do not in God's name understand why we consistently should be awarding people contracts in dollars. Even Ghanaian contractors, they get contracts in dollars. And we've seen the cedi depreciating. At some point in time, the cedi was at 5, it moved to 13, it moved to 14. And so in that case, you're having about 200% increase in the cost of the contract. Look, go and get the contract. Make sure that at least if you're signing, if the cedi would depreciate, you can actually negotiate some, exchange rate, variations into the contract. But the long and short of it is that contract should be awarded in Ghana cedis. Enough of the awarding of contract.
Let me take our viewers back to Parliament. When we come back, we'll deal with the matters of concern to traders, COVID-19 and the other tax measures that are going when we return from Parliament.
Former leaders recently left us voluntarily as a deputy minority leader at our last Parliament, but now occupying a very privileged position. I'm told he is now in charge of the financial intelligence Security and Exchange Commission, in the person of Honorable James Kuliche Aveji, longest serving chair of Public Accounts Committee. We also have from the Bank of Ghana, the governor of the bank himself, in the person of Dr. Johnson Esiema.
Right, so we're still here. This is Joy News. Again, the good news is that the finance minister is our guest at 9 p.m. on PMS for a special edition, and he's going to walk you through the presentation he did today and possibly take questions from my colleague Evans Mensah and the rest of the team. But before we talk about COVID-19 and the rest that are going, again, the minister it's quite clear that despite the nice picture he painted around the economy, there are risks that we must be mindful of. AI, and I'm wondering how that will help. There's also the issue of, reducing human interference at the port, and then also getting to understand the content of a cargo before it arrives at Tema. Do you think this will help in terms of maximizing the revenue that we can get from the Tema port especially?
Look, Elton, I'm sure I may have shared this letter with you, a letter written in 2014 by Anthony Doku, then Deputy Commissioner of SEPS, to then Deputy Chief of Staff, Valerie Sawyer, right? In that letter, Anthony Doku says that an estimated 36 billion Ghana cedis is lost at our ports in 2014. It's more than 10 years. So again, we know. My point always is that we know these things. Okay, we know the sort of things which happen at the ports. However, it's also important to add that based on the appreciation of the Ghana cedi in itself, the expected import duty would reduce. Okay? When the cedi appreciates, it means that you're not going to be paying more like you'd have paid, because the import duty is calculated in dollars. So you import anything, they check the value of it in dollars, they look at the cedi to dollar value, and then you are made to pay. So once that in itself is an appreciation of the Ghana cedi, many people who import vehicles always look forward to an appreciation of the Ghana cedi. So that in itself would show you that, look, it would lead to a reduction in expected import duty. And in all my conversations with those who are the customs officials, they've all been talking about this, the fact that it's actually hurting them, and so it's affecting even revenue generation. But put that one aside. There is a lot of connection at our points of entry, and we know what to do. My point is that we know the people who are there. We know what they do. So let's not pretend, we are going to do this. We know what they're doing. Just take advantage of it. I mean, just grab them and don't do it again.
I mean, Elton, another big ticket item today that everybody was watching. I'm looking at from his 2025 budget, some of the key places where he was criticized for. One of them was the VAT reforms and the COVID-19 levy, which was left untouched, although they had promised they're going to scrap it, and he sort of came in for some flack. He has given us a clear timelines now for when this is going to be dealt with today under the general reforms of the VAT. And I think it's significant. It also gives us a sense of what sort of reforms we're now going to see. He discloses that they've been having conversations with the IMF, and the engagement is now completed, it's successful. And that the GRA is currently in the process of consulting nationwide on what reforms they should implement. But he's very clear that the process will complete by September. But he then gives us the clear indication what sort of reforms we should expect. One is that the COVID-19 will indeed be abolished. So that he confirms that. But also the effective VAT rate will be reduced.
Perhaps I'll let you hold it there, because this is a very important matter for business especially. But let me take you back to Parliament. The majority leader is addressing the House.
We clearly understood every policy initiative that he has dealt with, how he has dealt with it, and what his plans are for the country. So, Speaker, I know that from a very personal level, the last 6 months have not been an easy period for the Minister for Finance. It's been a very difficult period for him because he's had to deal boldly and decisively on issues that many who have come before him have hesitated to deal with. I want to assure him that this House stands solidly behind him in the performance of his duties. We will continue to back him to ensure that proposals that he brings to this House are expeditiously approved so that he can effectively address the challenges of this country. So, Speaker, for once, I listened to a mid-year budget review without biblical quotations biblical quotations by Bible-wielding ministers who have ended up digging a hole without a cathedral emerging.
Majority Leader, you have to thank the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for limiting the number of biblical quotations.
I don't want you to want to thank. Thank him and let's go.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that our friends opposite fled the chamber before he presented the media review. It is obvious that they have been monitoring the performance of the economy. And they knew that this media review was going to unearth the wastage, the thievery, and the mess that was bequeathed to the NDC government, the abysmal performance of our predecessors. And they knew that he is going to recount the very positive steps that have been taken in the last 6 months. This is indeed the basis of the minority fleeing the chamber before the presentation of the budget. Every Ghanaian knows that the incidents that happened in Ablekuma North are not grave to the extent that a whole minority will refuse to listen to the mid-year budget, which concerns the welfare of all Ghanaians.
Majority Leader, don't tempt me. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still thanking the Minister.
You have to express the gratitude of the House to the Minister. Don't go into troubled waters. Just do that and let's move.
Mr. Speaker, so I want to thank the Minister for Finance for scaring and intimidating my friends opposite. Speaker, on a more serious note, I think that we need to address the walkout. And I'm saying that the walkout is as a result of the good news that the Finance Minister was bringing. And we thank the Finance Minister for bringing the mid-year review to us. We are very grateful to him and will continue to assure him of our support. Thank you very much, Mr. Atto Forson.
Honourable members, may I now refer you to Order Paper Addendum 2. We have one item there to deal with, which is presentation and first reading of bills. The Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
An act to establish the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure in the country and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report to the House. I will want to yield the chair to my deputy so that you can continue with the other business whilst I go to perform, as you all know, the launch of the second anniversary of the Democracy Cup. We need some of you to be present for me to do so. Not all of you, because we have some business to continue with. At least we should have a quorum to transact business, even if not to take decision. The launch will not take a long time. After that, the other members can come to join. Please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
All right, so we're back. We're still here. And again, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesi Alatu-Forson, will be our guest on PM Express at 9 p.m. Evans, we're talking about the amendment to the VAT law.
Yeah.
And these are the details that government will seek parliamentary approval to have it amended and become the new norm. Now, COVID-19 levy will be abolished, according to the Finance Minister. The effective VAT rate will also be reduced. The cascading effects of the GET Fund and NHIS levies will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed. Unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will also be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education and the introduction of fiscal electronic device. And I'm guessing folks like Guta will be very much excited about this news.
They will be. Yesterday when I spoke to AGI, looking ahead to the budget and asking them the expectations, this was top of their list. They wanted to get clarity on what was going to happen with the VAT. Guta has been complaining, AGI, everybody else in the industry has been complaining about the VAT and the way it's strangulating their business. Now they have clarity. And in addition to that, they have a clear timeline now for when they can expect these changes to take full effect. And they also now have an idea what the specific reforms will be. And Winsing understands taxation better than I do, but definitely it's going to get businesses to take off the stress of dealing with the VAT. They talk to any business, this is part of the biggest challenges they have. They're not only going to get, and I remember the time when Dr. Alatu-Forson first mentioned that the reason why the COVID levy was not abolished was because they have to do a more comprehensive overhaul of the VAT structure. He was criticized at the time, and of course, legitimately so, because he had promised that the COVID levy was going to go. So then you would scrap all the other taxes and left it, people wanted to obviously raise questions about that, and it was legitimate. And when he joined me at the time, I put that question to him. When you put the COVID levy now within the broader scheme of things, now that he's laid a foundation for what is going to happen with the VAT, we sort of appreciate, why that was left. And when Winston can weigh in on this, could he have abolished the COVID levy by itself at the time and then do the reforms later?
I mean, he could have. And, I've always made that point that he could have actually abolished the COVID-19 levy immediately he took over. I still believe that what they could have done in March this year was they could have also reversed to the previous situation. But of course, one of the things you realize also is that when you're not very sure, and this is what I believe, in abolishing what they termed as nuisance taxes, the government had to tread cautiously. The COVID-19 levy gave you billions of Ghana cedis. So what you had to do is probably hold on and then buy time. That's what I saw governments doing. Because you see, this is the point. What did the NPP do? Initially, you had, wholesale 17.5%. I mean, VAT started from 10%, moved to 12.5%, we got to 15%, went to 17.5%, and eventually we got to 20%. In those days, you had the 2.5% NHIL and 2.5% GET Fund, all as part of it. Then what the government decided to do then, was to now say that, 2.5 become levies that you are actually added to the cost, plus COVID-19 levy, that gives you 6%, and you then would calculate VAT on all of these. So it was no longer you just saying, this is VAT and end of the story. And which also meant that some of the claims that a business could have made was no longer available to them because now these had become levies. So the finance minister, in assuming office, looked at it, and he believed at the time that, this was a very distorted system, give me time to work on it. I say, based on his background, based on the background of the economic advisor to the president, one of the foremost tax experts in Africa, they could have dealt with this because all they could have done. But they decided to wait, and what I gather Yes, he said that, and I'm told also that the next budget will actually be in October. So in October this year, when he presents the budget, I'm told by September everything will be done.
Of the budget for 2026?
Yes, 2026.
If I'm not mistaken, if that really happens, possibly will be the earliest time the budget for the next year.
Yes, because it's done in November.
November, yes, it's going to be done in October. That's what he intends to do. That's what I'm learning. So I say that could have been done, but of course, it's actually the best thing to do. Okay? The current system is a disincentive. And so the best thing to do is to go back to the previous system, at least get COVID-19 levy off. I know there are those who have made the point that you probably may think of using COVID-19 to fund the Mahama Cares, and that's stopped the decision to get some 20% from the National Health Insurance funds. But whatever it is, I say COVID-19 levy, enough of it, it should also go.
It should also go. And then also there's this another dreadful subject. And I use the word dreadful because of how that even impacted on the fortunes of the MPP in the last election, the domestic bond market. And the minister makes the point that they will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic markets. Evans, you have issues with this.
Yeah, I mean, it gives us timelines now also for that. It says August 2025, which is just next month.
Yeah, absolutely, just next month, about a few days away.
Yeah, I mean, just a few days away. So that is fascinating. I have said it like 1,000 times. I was one of those who was affected. Winston escaped by the skin of his teeth. I got locked in with my bond. So I understand what he's talking about. And at the time when this happened, if you talk to any of the fund managers, any of the banks who were facilitating the purchase of the bonds, it was clear that the bond market was dead. And I didn't anticipate that in 2025, any finance minister will be dreaming of going back to the bond market. But the domestic bond market, the finance minister is clear. He also told us today what they want to use the domestic bond market reopening to do. They want to use it to finance, I believe if I got it right, the budget deficit. So they want to reopen the domestic bond market, get money to finance the budget deficit. And so for me, it is a good thing, obviously, because what I'm looking forward to will be what will be the rates.
Exactly.
What will be the rates that at the time of reopen? Because the risk factor now, it's no longer risk-free. We all know that now. It is to be a hard sell, and investors will be demanding more returns if they want to invest in that. And so for me, I'm looking forward to that. Investors are investors. If the rates are good enough and high enough, people will put their monies in there, right? But also another thing that is interesting, and he emphasized this point, the selection of the new book runners.
Right.
And I see why he was emphasizing that. When he was the minority leader, he criticized the established book runners, particularly because the former finance minister's bank, Data Bank, was involved in that. And in fact, they had been one of the most central book runners for all our bond issues, whether it's domestic or foreign, for a very long time. And now we are seeing the finance minister re-emphasize that point that they're going to select new book runners. Look, you can read into that what you may, but you can expect that is something that will change with this.
Yeah. The bit about lending is that you look at the credibility of the person you're lending to, the credit worthiness of the person you're lending to. So if I am lending to you and I deem you as not credit worthy, I give you a higher interest rate. And I give you a higher interest rate because the belief is that at least by the time you pay for the next 2, 3, 4 months, I'd have gotten a substantial amount of my money. And that's how come the coupon rate sometimes will be very high based on the credit worthiness.
And I think this will be.
And so this is the point. In our current situation, at B-, you don't have a lot of credit worthiness. Okay? While domestically, things seem to have stabilized. While domestically, there seemed to be some renewed confidence because over some time, for two months, we were having under subscription.
Let me just hold you there for a minute. Let me take you back to Parliament. When we come back, we'll also speak to Professor Evans Akwesi Jesse. He's an associate professor of international trade and the rest of the Trade Growth Network. But the majority side is addressing the media.
registering growth. So you see agriculture is doing very well, which is leading by almost 6.6% growth within the first quarter compared to the previous year. You see manufacturing is doing very well. And this manufacturing is not what our colleagues come to call industrial development. Industry comprises not just manufacturing, but also includes the oil sector and mining. And often when manufacturing is not doing well, then you see that they come and tell us about industrial growth. But here we spoke exclusively on manufacturing. And you saw that manufacturing is growing at the moment. The service sector is the second that led the growth, and the non-oil sector is beginning to grow. But we are doing all this at the same time making sure that we are not overspending the budget. We are making sure that we are delivering poor solutions to our people. So those who said that they were delivering free senior high school are today seeing how free senior high school is properly delivered. Are you hearing of students complaining about lack of food? When was the last time you heard secondary school children complain about food? Or you've heard that recently? Have you heard about teacher trainees complaining that they have not been paid? Have you heard that nurses trainees are saying they have not been paid? But the proponents that were telling and scaring the people of Ghana that when you vote for John Dramani Mahama, he will abolish teacher trainee and nursing trainee, are now seeing that we are the people delivering those interventions. So today, I want you to take the good news out. You were here with your cameras and you saw and heard the good news. Today, we are able to pay our people we have borrowed monies from. So we are not doing DDEP, we are paying pensioners their money. We are not going onto the international capital market to beg for people that we took the money that we cannot pay them. We are paying our public debt. We are making sure that the rating of our country is improving. And today, Fitch has told the people of Ghana and the world that we are doing a good job in managing this economy. And we believe that Moody's, Standard & Poor's will follow suit in rating the country. But even most importantly is the fact that all the interventions that His Excellency listed that he will deliver to the people of Ghana, we have begun delivering them. We are identifying major projects under the big push. The people who said they didn't know what we were going to do with the big push, today they know what the big push is about and the projects that we have earmarked to implement under the big push. For those of you who were wondering what 24-hour economy can do for the people of Ghana, we have indicated how we are going to drive growth through the 24-hour economy. The Growth 24 is there.
You're hearing there the chairman of the Finance Committee, Isaac Anongo, there, talking about some of the big things that he believes has come from or has come through with this budget. And the MPs are beginning to make their way out of the House. And of course, proceedings continuing because there's still very much a lot to be done. You do recall that a minority did walk out, and for those of you watching, you get to see that we had a rolling coverage on this matter right from Parliament when they exited up until when they left here to the various places that they went to, and then ultimately coming back to Parliament. They've made their way here, but they've gone back to their offices, and they are currently not in any. They did not come back to the Chamber of Parliament to conclude the hearing, and so it's really one-sided in terms of the reactions we can get to the media budget review. In particular, when it comes to the minority, they were not here. I'm not even sure they followed because we were in a couple of them. We were with them in their cars. They were not listening to the media budget statement, so it will be difficult for them to get reactions when it comes to this matter. So that is the situation here in Parliament, where the media budget review has concluded. The Finance Minister has painted a very good picture of the economy in terms of what he believes the NDC government has been able to do, and we've been getting reactions first from the chairman of the Finance Committee. Ultimately, we expect that in the coming days, the minority will review the statement because it's not a public document. It's also now a document that is in the House. It has been referred to various committees. They would have to go through that and then ultimately make decisions on terms of what exactly they are going to say about that. And so we expect that we will hear from at least the Finance Committee, the Budget Committee, the Committee on the Economy, Kojo Ponkrumah, Dr. Amin Adam, and the likes of them. A couple of NDC MPs going out, even as proceedings continue on this matter. They insist that they've painted a very good picture of the economy. The economy has been resilient. Dr. Christopher Atufo saying has really lived up to the billing. That is the claim of the majority following the media budget presentation that was done, and also listening to the minister and the key issues that he raises. So Elton, Evans, and Winston, one-sided House listening to the finance minister, one-sided House giving their reaction. Obviously, the same party saying the very nice things that they think they heard from the media budget. And then in the coming days, we expect that the minority, despite not having been here, will review the statement, which is not a public document. They have say something to it. We will get to know that. But they walked out because they believe that there were matters of important national or financial event that they wanted to follow up. They did send a petition to the diplomatic community, to the president, to Kudeo. In fact, at the presidency, it was received by the chief of staff himself, Julius Debra, together with his deputies, Standobwe, as well as Nana Oye Bampoado, who received the petition on behalf of them. Briefly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, very briefly, you cannot run away from us today.
I'm not running.
Just brief comments. Samuel Okoye Blackwa, who on this matter, you've listened to the finance minister. Your colleagues walked out. They said your matters of very important national issues, violence, and they spoke into it. What do you make of all that has happened today?
It's clear that the reset President Mahama promised is being delivered. We are on course. As the finance minister said today, this is a country that has demonstrated remarkable resilience, that has demonstrated hope. We thank the people of Ghana for uniting behind us, for supporting us. We have demonstrated that we have superior competence, superior capabilities. We care deeply about the people. And it's all about caring for the people and having deep love for country. When you care about the people and you love the country, you will prioritize and you will invest in real programs and projects that improve the lot of the people. We saw over the last 8 years under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration that they preferred to run this economy like a Ponzi scheme, and they only took the resources of this country to engage in create, loot and share in all kinds of dubious, nefarious expenditures that did not improve the welfare of the people, and that is why they were punished at the polls. We have learned from that, and we are resolved that the overwhelming majority the Ghanaian people have given us, we will use our numbers to better their lot. And that is why I am absolutely proud of our finance minister, and I am absolutely impressed with the vision, the guidance and the direction of President John Dramani Mahama. He has demonstrated that all the years of experience, being in power before, going into opposition and learning from the past, he is back to make sure that he redeems this country and he positions us on the path of prosperity. Ghana should not be a country that should go through debt restructuring, a country where elders, senior citizens will not have access to their life savings, a country where the youth can't have opportunities, can't have jobs, unemployment will be above 18%. Ghana should not be a country where pensioner bondholders should be picketing, demonstrating before they get access to their own monies. Today we tell a new story. Today we see hope. Today we experience a different Ghana, a Ghana where the managers of the economy are putting the people first and demonstrating that when you care for the people, when you love the country, you can, even with little resources, even through a crisis, you can ensure that the people's lives and their livelihoods are improved. So that really is a message, and I'm really proud to belong to this cabinet and to serve under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama.
Last one before you go.
There are better days ahead. You can see that this is just the beginning of great tidings, and we can only thank God for the mercies and for the grace that he continues to endow us with.
Last one before you go, your colleagues in the minority, they presented a petition to the diplomatic community. You are the foreign minister, they went to the presidency, they went to Kodeo. They say electoral violence, they say the government is weaponizing state security together with the party thugs to violently destroy our democracy. Your reaction to that? They walked out of the chamber today, one-sided.
I'll wait for my copy of the petition. I don't comment on things I haven't seen. I have not seen their petition, so I'll wait for their...
For foreign minister there talk about some of the things that have come up. He says clearly the government has shown itself superior in terms of its management of the economy. I wanted to get a bite from him on the very thorny matter of the NPP MPs walking out, obviously because they had real issues with the violence and the chaos at the Ablekuma North constituency during the rerun of 19 polling stations. They had really serious issues with that. They tried to make a statement on the floor to be blocked. And in fact, they had pre-planned this, and we have been reporting this right from Monday up until now, that they were not going to be in the chamber. At some point, they were contemplating whether to be here at all. Eventually, the agreement was, okay, yes, come to the chamber, register your displeasure when it comes to the matter having to do with Ablekuma North, and then walk out. As soon as they walked out, they did make their way straight to vehicles that had been parked, and then they left and ultimately went to there are some very, very key locations, to the presidency, to Kodeo, to the diplomatic community, to give the indication of how bad they really thought of some of the things that have happened. Let me talk to Honorable Kwame Tumampo very briefly, Elton, before you take over from us. One-sided house, you've listened to the majority. All of you have just good things to say about what the finance minister has said. Is that the same sense you get, that everything is all like rosy?
Thank you, my brother. My greeting to entire Ghanaians this afternoon. I think what Honorable the Finance Minister came to deliver, you could tell, previous administration, the MPP era, we saw the way things were going high. Iron rods, cement, oil, it was too high for Ghanaians to survive. But now you could see that within 6 months, things have been reducing. The prices of items have been reducing. And you also saw or heard the way we are going to tackle the roads. A lot of roads have been mentioned with a big push. Aside that, on the main budget, they are going to tackle most of the roads that are not mentioned. Some roads are not mentioned, doesn't mean they are not going to do it. And also about 166.
Right, so of course we'll leave it here. But before we go, let me allow Evans and Winston a bite on whether the MPP, the decision they took today, I mean, what should make of it? Was the party right in walking out in protest against the violence that marred the Ablekuma North rerun?
I mean, it's what you expect when the budget is going to be read, either the main budget or maybe a budget review. This had been planned for a while. Kuku said it. I mean, yesterday we were hearing the rumors that this is going to happen, that they have planned that they're going to do it. I'm not sure that the majority guys were surprised. I mean, everybody knew this had been planned. At the time, we thought they were actually they weren't going to show up at all, and that they were going to march to go and present their petition. So this was known. But for the minority point of view, it was a clear strategy. You want to dilute the message. So now, because you see when we're covering it, you have a split screen, right, which is exactly what they want to achieve. Split screen, they are going to present their petition, going to the Jubilee House, and then you have the finance minister presenting. You want to have your narrative in there, in the way that when the finance minister hasn't got a field day, because they know, largely this is a positive story. They live in this country. This is a hugely positive story for a finance minister. And one of the things, for example, that he said in terms of the unprecedented nature of some of the achievements, for the first time in our history, we have a negative 15% rate of debt accumulation. I mean, that hasn't happened ever before in our history. So this is largely a positive news story, a positive mid-year budget review. And if you leave the NDC, case Latofose, this is going to be a day when everybody was going to applaud them. You have to find a way there to put something in there that would put the slight flag.
But you agree that the absence of the minority in the chamber took something away?
Well, we're having this conversation earlier. So you were talking about it.
Yeah.
And that's what the minority is trying to do.
What's it like?
The bit about, the thing about the negative 15% debt accumulation. Evans, we've had this conversation, and I've talked about this before on air, that for a very long time, because our foreign debt would always increase. Why? Because of the depreciation of the Ghana cedi, right?
Yeah.
So at every point in time, you're talking about it. And look, at some point in time, even by the fact that we had the cedi depreciating and the dollar moved from 5 Ghana cedis to 8 to 10, it ballooned our debts.
Yeah.
So once there's an appreciation, what that means automatically is a reduction in your foreign debts. And what politicians do very well on is that when it suits them, so in this case, they will mention that in cedis, and you see a reduction. If the NPP are to come and talk about our debt tomorrow, they actually would tell you that the country's debt, foreign debt in dollars, and tell you it's the same. Okay? So that's just by way of what we do. But look, this is the point. For many of us, we want to buy things at a reduced price. We want to be able to afford fuel. We want to buy all the things we need. In effect, we want more disposable income. If you can give that to the people would say, well done.
We reduce inflation.
Yeah. And I think that to be very honest, the data today, the macro indicator is good. It is better than last year. And to be very honest, that in itself goes a long way to tell a positive story for this government.
All right. I mean, and for me, it's been quite a while since a budget, either main budget or media, is read where it's hard to find a negative in there. We are journalists. What we do is to criticize and critique. But you're looking at what has been presented, but also because of the lived experience over the last 6 months.
Right.
We all lived it, right? So you see what is happening, but you see the minority. It is a strategy, and it's an effective one you have to do. You have to find a way to do something, and they planned it. Of course. Where's Alexander Fenyo-Markin, by the way?
He was not on the floor today. It's difficult to tell where he is.
Yeah, I mean, so strategically, and I'm imagining when Atu Forson was a minority leader back then, this is something I see him doing. You know what I mean? Getting his team to do something so dramatic that you would split the attention of the press and, by extension, the general public between listening to the good news story and listening to the negative story of the violence.
All right. We'll have to leave it here. Pius is up next at 5 p.m. with the Joy Business Live. But at 9 p.m., the finance minister himself will be here. And then together with Evans Mensah, they will take you through the media review. If you have questions, it's about time you put them together and then send via SMS or through our social media handles. My name is Elton Broby. Thank you very much for watching and take care.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Taxi, I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. Dial *770# for all your money emergencies and chop that.
Dial *770# for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax Pi
pipe as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry. Would you not sorry? Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never won. You would get Mitchell. Hey! Now I'm back.
Between the pipe and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A sentence pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why only key?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
No hala.
Nkwenye Rebecca Senaju, Joy Prime Sales Manager, Joy FM, miho FM Blackton. Yeta midwe mi adakwe na mi asisi okata ke okrimio wodo. Na mebe ma yonko don him aba grandma dede. Yeta midbe mi adakwe na mi akwe na mi okata. Gri donyo ke mi work mi akwe na mi. Mi o viewers on ha. Midbe mi adakwe na mi. Na menye mi oyowe. Mi atado gi mi do akpenemi kata Joy FM Blackton. Bye bye.
Are you ready to turn your home ownership dreams into reality? The JoyNews Habitat Fair is back, bigger and better, with everything you need under one roof. Whether you're looking to buy land, start construction, or find the perfect interior design, we've got you covered. This year's theme, Get a House, Make It a Home, focuses on helping you not only secure a property, but create a space where memories are made. It's not just about walls and doors. It's about building a home that reflects your style, meets your needs, and gives you comfort. Whether you're a first-time buyer, a homeowner looking to upgrade, or a property developer, the JoyNews Habitat Fair is the place to be. Network with professionals, explore the latest technologies, and walk away with solutions tailored to your housing needs. Come with a dream, live with a plan. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African bank empowered by the Plan City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats, rent to own, and sponsored by Elegant Homes, where quality meets value. Safety and home solutions. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services. G&J, the generator people. Def Tracker Woodlands. A master planned gated city. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Homeworld Building Supplies. Let's build together. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors. The right choice for windows and doors. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Lesh Fortune Limited. Kettins Papa be luxuriously perfect. Build Freeze Solar Hybrid Air Conditioners. Superior cooling with energy. DBS Roofing Industry. Your roof experts. Virtual Security. Complete security solution. Your Bent Security Doors. Protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes. Beautiful Homes. Wise Investments. Tino Solutions. The renewable energy experts. The main Habitat Fair is on the 30th of October to the 2nd of November 2024. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Taxi, I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. Dial *770# for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial *770# for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen of corporate Ghana, the moment is finally here with us. Yes, it's the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament 2025 happening at the University of Ghana Stadium on August 9, 2025. You know what to do already, don't you? Just call Slevin on 0540-106-466 to register and be a part of this amazing experience full of great competition, wonderful networking, or what will be the honors to bragging rights for 1 full year. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game. So which trophy are you taking back to your office? CEO's penalty shootout, male soccer, female penalty shootout, table tennis, unisex relay, lawn tennis, unisex basketball, unisex sack race, tug of peace, arm wrestling, the 5-kilometer race walk, masters 50-meter dash, unisex lime and spoon relay, and swimming. Well, the ball is in your court. We look forward to seeing you, and just make sure that your corporate institution answers the roll call on August 9, 2025 at the University of Ghana Stadium. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is sponsored by Royal Suite Limited, Akono Ginger, Ifiwara, Ayuda, Ghana's leading services app, Abako Services Bibre, Game Energy Drink, Feel the Energy, Yomi Yogurt, a nourishing choice, and the luckiest, star 712 hash, luck is everywhere. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game.
The JoyNews German Embassy Climate Talks train is still en route. This time, we're making a stop at Tema to look at paving the way to a greener cement industry, decarbonization, and recycling. Yes! Earlier in Qatar, we saw how tidal waves victims are taking action, preserving their livelihoods and advocating a resilient community. And in Jamestown, bold decisions were made to champion clean cooking.
WHO is estimating that if you are cooking with traditional methods, that's the woods, every day it's like you are smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
Back to the national capital and to Ghana's heart of industrialization, we converge at the Don Bosco Technical Training Institute to discuss green cement technologies and low-carbon binders, alternative fuels, and energy-efficient production. Join us for an in-depth discussion on 29th July 2025 at the Don Bosco Training Institute in Ashaiman at 1 p.m. prompt. Catch the broadcast live on JoyNews at Doom FM, Facebook, YouTube, and X. Let's make resilience local and shape a sustainable future together. Climate Talks. Shape the future.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you? Was that thing? What the cat never won? You can catch him. Hey! Na ampai
utina yanka fire yanka bo
hey madam pipe many
eh Syntax pipe metono omu kacha am say ne ho odem pa say ye fie say ye fom dey the pipe ye bia eye ne gam
Syntax pipe
wey eliki
come madam from today Syntax pipe be my pipe no two ways
we na pipe be na be use
SINTEX pipe
Syntax pipe
ile carry water no wahala.
When it comes to your kitchen, don't settle. At Safety and Home Solutions, we combine European-made aesthetics with premium materials built to last. Every cabinet, drawer, and finish is crafted for both beauty and durability, made to handle real life every day. What makes us different? We custom design your kitchen to fit the exact space. No guesswork, no one size fits it all, just clean lines, smart storage, and the layout just fits how you live. And once you approve the design, installation is smooth and fast. No delays, no stress. Our in-house team handles everything with precision and care. Visit us at Safety and Home Solutions Kitchens on Spintex Road opposite the DBLA Ultra Center and start designing the kitchen you deserve.
You want it tough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away, don't go. and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. New honey cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New honey cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities. You don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Ladies and gentlemen of corporate Ghana, the moment is finally here with us. Yes, it's the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament 2025 happening at the University of Ghana Stadium on August 9, 2025. You know what to do already, don't you? Just call Slevin on 0540-106-466 to register and be a part of this amazing experience full of great competition, wonderful networking, or what will be the honors to bragging rights for 1 full year. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game. So which trophy are you taking back to your office? CEO's penalty shootout, male soccer, female penalty shootout, table tennis, unisex relay, lawn tennis, unisex basketball, unisex sack race, tug or peace, arm wrestling, the 5-kilometer race walk, masters 50-meter dash, unisex lime and spoon relay, and swimming. Well, the ball is in your court. We look forward to seeing you, and just make sure that your corporate institution answers the roll call on August 9, 2025 at the University of Ghana Stadium. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is sponsored by Royal Suite Limited, Akono Ginger, Ifiwara, Ayuda, Ghana's leading services app, Abako Services Bibri, Game Energy Drink, Feel the Energy, Yomi Yogurt, a nourishing choice, and the luckiest, star 712 hash, luck is everywhere. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundation, others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you're breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, July 25 to Sunday, July 27th at the EcoBank branch, Tema, Community 7 Traffic Light for the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair Second Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is powered by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and brought to you by Drive EVGH, Drive into a Sustainable Future, Virtual Security Africa, Security for All, Safety and Home Solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app Bako, Services Bibri. Special Gardens, Memorable Living, DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof experts. Door Masters, the best indoors. Lash Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Bright House Energy Limited. Let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex tank. Air strong. Air tough. Intraplast. We make sure water reaches you, even space. Yolband Security. Doors protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes. Beautiful homes. Wise investments. Western Villas, where dreams meet reality. Viacobank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it. Are you experts?
AI is transforming the world and Africa is ready to harness its power. On September 23rd to 24th, 2025, Ghana will host the first ever Pan-African AI Summit, bringing together top minds to shape the future. The summit is uniquely positioned to catalyze AI-powered solutions for Africa's most pressing challenges. We aim to foster an ecosystem of innovation and collaboration to drive growth and increase productivity. The summit will champion policies and partnerships that prioritize marginalized communities and promote inclusive development. We believe Africa's digital transformation is key to unlocking the continent's vast potential. This summit will bridge the digital divide, empowering organizations to harness emerging technologies for sustainable development. Join us as experts, policymakers, and innovators explore AI's transformative potential through thought-provoking discussions and collaborations. Don't miss out. Register now at www.panafricanAIsummit.com and be part of Africa's AI revolution.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
I run for socialization and for good health. My will is my power.
Register now for the ABSA Black Star Marathon because your story matters.
I run because it keeps me fit and gorgeous.
Register now for the ABSA Black Star Marathon because your story matters.
1 billionaire, 3 secret families.
Who are those people? They're Daddy's third family.
Polygamous at heart, but the man always has the love of his life.
That Lily thinks that she has won. Well, I'm sorry because she's mistaken. She may have won the battle, but she has not won the war.
I'll not let them beat me.
That's the spirit, girl.
Yeah.
Don't ask ask me not to love him because I can't do that. Think it's true love. You will pay for this.
Don't miss the twists and turns of sibling rivalry, fueled by their angry mothers. Family Jewels.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundation, others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you're breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, July 25 to Sunday, July 27th at the EcoBank branch, Tema, Community 7 Traffic Light for the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2nd Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is powered by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and brought to you by Drive EVGH, Drive into a Sustainable Future, Virtual Security Africa, Security for All, Safety and Home Solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app Bako, Services Bibri. Special Gardens, Memorable Living, DBS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof experts. Door Masters, the best indoors. Lash Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited, let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. Intraplast, we make sure water reaches you, even space. Yoband Security, doors protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. Western Villas, where dreams meet reality. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. Dial *770# for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial *770# for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Rent back with the Pia Come on, come see what? Where this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecel Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial *500# or visit the Telecel Play app to obtain and start winning in the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is campaign? If you're a baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting.
This week on the Career Trail.
Everything that you go through, be it from infancy, childhood, adulthood, it's a lesson, it's a stepping stone for whatever you become. My father would beat me up and make sure I get my books right. Secondary college, Yensuro, that's the motto. So when they say secondary college, you say Yensuro or Sekosa or Seko Yensuro. So that was the slogan, and we were very vibrant, brave. When it comes to singing and rapping, we did the crackings and the slow-mos and the boo-moo down, you know, all those moves. We were in a group. We were called Lunatic. Hi everyone, I am Victoria Lebanay. I'm an actress, humanitarian, serial entrepreneur, and a woman of God. And I will be live on the Career Trail showing on Joy Learning at 4 p.m. and at 6:30 p.m. on JoyNews. Don't miss out.
Illegal mining is ravaging Ghana's rivers and forests. But beneath the surface of this national crisis, a more silent tragedy is unfolding. In the shadows of the gold pits, children are digging for survival, swapping classrooms for the chaos of the mines. They are the forgotten victims of illegal mining, trapped between poverty and a poisoned soil. This is not just an environmental disaster, it's a crisis of lost futures.
We are sitting on time bombs. In some years to come, our generation will go into extinction.
Children in the Pits, a JoyNews feature takes you deep into Ghana's illegal mining hotspot, where children risk their lives for a glimmer of gold.
Ladies and gentlemen of corporate Ghana, the moment is finally here with us. Yes, it's the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament 2025 happening at the University of Ghana Stadium on August 9, 2025. You know what to do already, don't you? Just call Slevin on 0540-106-466 to register and be a part of this amazing experience full of great competition, wonderful networking, or what will be the honors to bragging rights for 1 full year. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game. So which trophy are you taking back to your office? CEO's penalty shootout, male soccer, female penalty shootout, table tennis, unisex relay, lawn tennis, unisex basketball, unisex sack race, tug of peace, arm wrestling, the 5-kilometer race walk, masters 50-meter dash, unisex lime and spoon relay, and swimming. Well, the ball is in your court. We look forward to seeing you, and just make sure that your corporate institution answers the roll call on August 9, 2025 at the University of Ghana Stadium. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is sponsored by Royal Suite Limited, Akono Ginger, Ifiwara, Ayuda, Ghana's leading services app, Abako, Services Bibre, Game Energy Drink, Feel the Energy, Yomi Yogurt, a nourishing choice, and the luckiest, star 712#, luck is everywhere. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game.
The JoyNews German Embassy Climate Talks train is still en route. This time, we're making a stop at Tema to look at paving the way to a greener cement industry, decarbonization, and recycling. Yes! Earlier in Qatar, we saw how tidal waves victims are taking action, preserving their livelihoods and advocating a resilient community. And in Jamestown, bold decisions were made to champion clean cooking.
WHO is estimating that if you are cooking with traditional methods, that's the woods, every day it's like you are smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
Back To the national capital and to Ghana's heart of industrialization, we converge at the Don Bosco Technical Training Institute to discuss green cement technologies and low-carbon binders, alternative fuels and energy-efficient production. Join us for an in-depth discussion on 29th July 2025 at the Don Bosco Training Institute in Ashaiman at 1 p.m. prompt.
For many digital businesses, the COVID-19 pandemic was a major game change. The world stopped and COVID-19 forced everything online. Hubtel, based on its strong systems, was ready.
Before COVID, a number of things we were doing today, we had started doing them already. Before businesses saw the need for dashboards and all that, we had them. And that was the transparency we started with. It was a business that we needed everybody to know essentially what is happening.
What emerged from 2019 was a brand new platform that was very good. It was responding to what we wanted. We had started picking up new revenue again. We started growing again. We started learning how to run and be a responsible payment service provider. And then COVID came in 2020.
Most of the things we did prepared us to be ready for COVID. They always say, when opportunities come and you're not prepared, they go past you. When businesses were calling, we're ready.
A lot of businesses started looking for ways to collect money digitally because we were telling businesses from 2017, but many were not listening. And so when 2020 came was when almost all businesses were rushing to us. Even the most difficult businesses that were never able to sell to restaurants and all of them were running to us to use us to collect payments. And here we had built a very good platform that was very elegant, didn't have glitches, everything worked. When you process payment with Hubtel, your money is there, you can take your money anytime, or everything just works beautifully. So 2020 was like our...
Lockdown allowed skeptics even try it and see that, okay, this works. This can be trusted. It also allowed many of our small business partners who offer essential services continue to operate. For the consumers, it was like you can still get what you want, but in a different way. And the thing about digitalization is this: if it works, it's very addictive. Time is now yours. So that opened up what was possible. For the merchants who previously were not too sure, the pandemic, the lockdown allowed them see why it's time to change. So we got a lot more businesses joining and trying to come onto the platform and offering their services.
And so by the time 2020 was over, everybody had seen how simple it is to take payments online. We started building a lot of services for payment processing.
The company never looked back. Hubtel processed more than 12% of Ghana's mobile money in 2024 alone.
So in 2021, we were introduced to Hubtel by one of their sales representatives. It wasn't easy during the COVID time to connect with our parents. So the Hubtel came in to bridge that gap between parents and the school, thereby making them make payments at the comfort of their homes.
They've always been very relatable. So it's not just we give you a service and that's it. Whatever challenges that come with it, they're able to resolve it and almost immediately. So I think that Hubtel is more a partner interested in its own business module as well as ensuring that the services they are rendering to the company is smooth enough.
We have about 30 sites, and then with the use of the Hubtel, they're able to design a code, a USSD code for each site. So when money is coming from any site, you can trace the money, and that makes it very easy for us.
So over the past 8 to 9 years, they have consistently collaborated with us in providing a reliable support to our customers.
"20 years on, from a tech startup focused on SMS up to a full digital ecosystem powering payment systems, Hubtel remains one of Ghana's most influential tech companies."
When we looked at everything that we've done in the last 20 years, we've always done it for groups of people in all kinds of places. We've always been about allowing this group of people or this person connect with this person. And for us, the community is not, if you will, the layman explanation of that physical space. No, it's about all the different kinds of human beings in different roles, in different spaces, that we use tech to bring together, because everybody has a need or a problem that you're trying to solve, and we have been the one company in the middle, always enabling that connection. We are connecting business communities, customer communities, educational communities, religious communities, political communities, government communities across the country. And we show up in this way all the time. It's been the core of what we've always done. It just manifests itself in different ways. But at the core, we've always been connecting communities.
Memorial Park has been named the most visited tourist site here in Ghana, according to the Ghana Tourism Authority. The data reveals a growing interest in this park, and today we are here to find out what has been driving the surge, what have been driving the numbers and interest of people coming here so far. We'll be speaking to the director in charge of this park. We caught up with the director of the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, Dr. Collins Rollins Nonunyame, and this is what he had to say in terms of the pull factor.
I think the brand Kwame Nkrumah has something to do with it. In Africa, in the world, across the world, in every country that takes any history class on Africa, there is no other name that is more popular than Kwame Nkrumah name. And in Ghana, even though there has been some recent attempts to downplay his role, clearly he has also been a major brand in Ghana. And his contribution to the history and story of Ghana is unmatched by any standards that you can invent. But I think the other thing that has also played some role in this regard has been the refurbishment of the place, the renovation of the place. I think it has helped. Well, people like to hear stories, but they also like the environment in which those stories are told. And I think that the renovation certainly has helped.
Okay, so in terms of revenue, how much were you able to mobilize last year? A round figure, average.
That's a tricky question. It's a tricky question. Well, I can tell you this. We had a total of over 300,000 visitors last year. In fact, 323,000 or 33,000. 323,000 visitors last year. A large segment of it, over 88% of it, were actually domestic visitors. And I think that's important to actually share, because we tend to think, when we think of tourism, we tend to think of only foreigners. We see foreigners and we are excited that we have visitors or we have tourists. But interestingly, the story here shows that there is also the potential for domestic tourism. About 88% of the numbers, 300,000 people that visited here, were Ghanaians. Only about less than 12% of them were foreigners. And so you could see that there is some hope for our domestic tourism. In terms of money, that's always a tricky one, and maybe I should avoid it. But our charges are, we charge children 5 cedis to enter. We charge children of a certain age, GHS to SSS 10 cedis, and we charge adults, Ghanaian adults, 25 cedis. I am mentioning this so that you can do your computation. We charge foreigners 100 cedis. If they are students, of course, they charge them half of it. And if they are children, then it's also further reduced.
He reported that despite renovation works done, there are still some major work that need urgent attention to drive sustainability of the facility.
Given that I am fairly new, the place has had its own share of problems. Again, The fact that for 32 years in the place I had no political appointee at my level means that it has also a number of challenges in terms of structure, in terms of a lot of things. As we speak now, we are still struggling with furniture. I mean, common furniture. We are struggling to find working tools for my staff. So we are now struggling to find computers. We have a number of challenges with the facility, even though we just have been renovated. We have a number of challenges with them that we have to get money to solve. For example, if you go outside of this building, you will see that the roof around the building, the roof outside, I mean, kind of almost gone now. That fountain, for example, a part of it broke down. We got the part. We still haven't managed to get it to function well yet. And I have just been told by the engineer that we will need a software upgrade of about $10,000. So, okay, but this has just been 2 years. So we've been following up with the contractor to see if we have run out of warranty. If we did, in fact, have any warranty at all on the facility there, and if we do, then have we run out of the warranty already, because it's been just 2 years. And so there are issues there. The roof, as I mentioned to you, the roof, if you go outside, and I know that that's something that we're going to have to face sooner than later, it's almost all gone. Especially the transparent roofing sheets that they used. It's almost gone. If you go there, you can verify it for yourself. Now we have to look for money to do it. The electrical system, when I came here, the electrical system was almost off. I mean, the place was in darkness when I came. I said, no, it cannot be. So what we did was to make sure that we get the electricians to come and revamp and reinstate. But even then, doing that revealed a lot of things. Cables that should not be underground. Many things. That shows that, hey, if we, at some point I told them, hey, we have to cut it off. And we have to cut it off, because it seemed like the more we continue, the more we'll discover other ones. And we don't have the budget entirely to cover everything. So I said, well, let's do it in phases then. And so we've done one part that is at least working, but we know that there are other parts that we need to do. So water, when we come to water, we use a lot of water. I mean, the washrooms. I mean, it's one place that we've tried to make sure that nobody has any problems with our washrooms.
Dr. Collins further disclosed that management is targeting an ambitious 1 million visitors by the year 2026, a goal he believes is attainable with continued investment and innovation at the site.
The one we will see in 2026 will be phenomenal. It will make you forget the 2024 figure very easily. I think that's what we want to do. We want to push the boundary. Can we have 1 million people visiting this park? Absolutely possible. It will require some work. It will require teams of people with good structures, with good tools to be able to do those things. So we are working on those ones as a basis for now.
Some tourists who visited the park shared their experience.
It's amazing, a very beautiful place. We love the environment. We had beautiful people who took us around. The tour guide was absolutely wonderful. So she took us through all the memories of Nkrumah, right from his birth up until when he was, where he got buried, where he passed away, and when he was brought back into Ghana. So we love it. It's a beautiful experience, very magnificent place.
He just wanted everyone to be equal and just to be unified as one. And he didn't really matter what race you were or what ethnicity you were, but if we all wanted Africa to be united at the end of the day, that's really all that mattered to him. I think it's a great place for not only kids to learn, but for adults to learn that have never been here. And it's just a good experience to have.
I didn't know we have a place like that in this area. It's awesome. It's beautiful, nice scene, and I'm overwhelmed.
I came here in, I think, 2002. I had my married pictures here, and it wasn't the same thing like today. So the place is improved, and I really like it, and I really enjoy it.
It's too expensive for we the students. If we the students, we must pay like 2 cedi or so, it will be better. But this place is amazing.
He also shared plans of uplifting the tourism experience of the park.
People tend to look at this place only as a museum, but there is a change. It's not just a museum or mausoleum, it's also now it's actually a memorial park. A park always has a recreational aspect to it. So what we intend to also do is to improve the recreational content of the park itself. What are we going to do? One of the things is that we're going to create more sitting places around the park. Places that people can come, relax, sit in the evening, in the afternoon. They take break, they can come here. They may not be interested in the story, in the history again, because they may have been here twice or thrice already, but they can come here and relax. We are also trying to reactivate the restaurant. We are also going to be launching what we call the Kwame Nkrumah History Clubs at the secondary schools and the primary schools, basic schools. One thing you will find on our website very soon is the ability to do virtual tours of the place. To go to the website and just by click of a mouse be able to walk through the park. It's there already. I can share the link with you. It's there already. All we need to now is integrate it into the website. We're going to create the virtual tours and create animation out of them. Okay, have the people wear the VR equipment. Okay, so they can actually have various experience with the man Kwame Nkrumah, with aspects of him. It could be the day he was declaring independence, it could be the day he made this speech here, it could be the day very various parts of him that we can create in animated forms and help people who, if they come here and they want, sometimes when you come, you have to wait for a tour guide. So by the time they are waiting for the tour guide, they can, for a small fee, be able to actually have this experience. We intend to create, at least in every month, one evening where we have beautiful music. A number of the things that I've said now are in the future, but they are in the very immediate future. They should be happening before the end of this year.
As more footsteps find their way here, so does the legacy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah live on, not just in statues or stories, but in a deeper hold to broaden the horizon of more tourists visiting Ghana.
The common way of preserving
It's just past 8 a.m. here at the Kupulga DA Business School in the Talensi district of the Upper East region. GHS1 pupils are learning about food preservation, but there is little preservation of dignity here.
So when you are keeping the food, you shouldn't let it change.
They wear white uniforms, but that will not stay white for long. Some children are sprawled across the bare cement floor, legs stretched out, using their thighs as makeshift desk. Others, like Blessing Doc, spreads a cloth before sitting. She says her parents cannot afford to buy a chair for her either.
We don't have chairs, that's why we are sitting in the floor like that. As we ourselves, our mothers cannot buy chairs for us because they use the money to buy some things for us so that when they get money they can buy chairs for us. We are not happy at all. Because we are using our white uniform to sit on the floor. It's not good for us to sit on the floor.
I told you that consumption means what?
Justice Banda removes his shoe and places them gently beneath his knees, not out of reverence, but necessity, to cushion his skin and keep it from bruising. This is his daily routine.
They're just kneeling down, and some of them is standing. Those people are having the chairs, they are just sitting their chairs. If you want to sit part of them, they are saying you won't sit.
Who told you that your father and your mother, they are not buying chairs for you, then their father and their mother buying chairs for him, then you want to go and sit? They are telling you like that. I'm not happy because I have not have chairs. That's why I'm not happy.
Some take turns to stand, balancing exercise books on pillars that now double as makeshift desk. Others lie flat on the floor, stretching their legs to create a surface to write on. This is not just an occasional inconvenience. For these pupils, this is the only way they have known school. The situation is affecting how they learn and how long they are able to stay focused. Linda Atanga has been here for the past 3 years.
If you stand and you are tired and your colleague feel that, okay, what is there, let me get up, and you also sit, then they understand each other, then you sit. Yes, but how comfortable would they be is a question.
Linda sees the impact of poor classrooms conditions every day. She says pupils rotate between kneeling, standing and squatting to reduce the physical discomfort, but it often results in distraction.
It affects teaching and learning a lot because a child needs sound mind to learn. Here is the case, the child is standing, stressed up. How will the child get that sound mind to learn?
The school has 127 pupils and just 4 teachers, including the head teacher. With no teachers available at the moment, these girls have turned their classroom into a football field to pass the time. One entire block was destroyed by a rainstorm and has never been restored. Blessing wants to be a nurse someday, but even she knows it's difficult to achieve that dream when classes are constantly interrupted by poor infrastructure.
Our school is almost 25 years old. When you are coming to school, you will not be happy because you are coming to use your hot uniform to sit on the floor.
We have so many challenges in the school. One is our stretcher. When you look at our stretcher, it's old and there are so many cracks on it.
The head teacher, Joseph Ayonka, travels every day from Bolgatanga to Talensi, spending 35 to 40 cedis on fuel daily because there's no decent teacher accommodation on the school compound.
Every morning I have to travel all the way from Bolga Municipal to Bolga East to Nabdam District before I get to Talensi. I use not less than 1 hour to Kulpelga Junior High on daily basis. And my fuel alone is about 35 to 40 cedis a day. Yeah, so you can see how it is. And those who stay here, the accommodation situation is also bad.
The SMC believes that if there are teachers in the school without accommodation, they cannot be comfortable. So if teachers are posted and they get a comfortable place to sleep, sure, they'll stay back.
Currently, I have only 3 teachers in the school, and we have 9 subjects, which poses a lot of challenges for us.
There are different kinds of plants.
Since I was posted here, I think the first year, I came and met 6 teachers plus myself. So far, 3 are on release from the districts to other regions and districts. But we haven't gotten any replacement because we have reported this case to Director of Education. I think on 2 occasions she was here. We discussed with her. We told her about the lack of teacher issues in the school, but we haven't yet gotten any solution to it yet.
Despite these conditions, some teachers continue to stay and teach out of commitment. But without urgent support, the school may continue to lose pupils to dropout and child labor.
If I come to school and I'm not comfortable, why the need come to school? And you know, here is a mining community. If the child sees that coming to school gives me more stress, why not go in and do my mining and get money? So at the end, some end up becoming school dropper because what I want, my parents cannot afford. If not, they wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. So some of them, I don't see their future being bright like that.
I'll call on the Director General to be candid enough to hear our plea and send teachers to Kulpelga Junior High School. We also need the teachers. We need to compete with other schools. And very soon, next year, we'll be writing our BEC. Without teachers, we cannot do any miracle. And 9 subjects with 3 teachers, including me, making it 4, is too bad for us. If the Director General listens to this, he should find us teachers. Now that the region will tell us that they don't post teachers. The district says the same thing, that they don't post teachers. Teachers come from Director General. Please try and send some, or whether transfer or whatever, post new teachers to Kupelga Junior High School so that we'll be able to compete well with other schools in the district and the whole country as a whole.
Yes, so I'm yelling 30.
These children are eager to learn. They show up each day, but until basic needs like desk, teachers, and shelters are addressed, these children will keep fighting an uphill battle before they even get a chance to write their first external exams, BECE. Emmanuel Jivenu, JoyNews, Kupelga, Talensi District, Upper East Region.
Hello everyone, welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete. In this episode, we discuss allergies and their triggers. Do you have any allergy and how do you manage it?
It's very hectic when you are dealing with allergies, especially with mine. When I take oily foods, I get acne, pimples, and treating it, I've bought a whole lot of medicine. People have recommended a lot to me.
I thought I had allergy. That's I don't take pig, but I realized it was my own perception. I ate it and nothing happened to me, so I don't think I have any allergy.
So what brings about allergies? Allergies occur when your immune system reacts to a foreign substance and treats it as harmful. It then produces antibodies which release chemicals on exposure to the allergen, causing the symptoms associated with allergies. A bit technical, I know, but it becomes clearer as we go along. Children, asthmatics, and people with a family history of asthma are more at risk of allergies. Some triggers are insect stings and bites, example from a bee or wasp, medications, particularly penicillin or penicillin-based antibiotics, contact from latex or other substances which can cause allergic skin reactions, airborne allergens such as pollen, dust mites, and mold. Certain foods, particularly peanuts, wheat, soy, fish, shellfish, eggs, and milk. Some allergic symptoms are sneezing, runny and stuffy nose, swollen lips and mouth, and sometimes the whole body. Some people also have itch, a rash, and many more. In some, it may be life-threatening and may need immediate medical attention. Prevention of allergies include knowing your triggers and trying to avoid them. If you have asthma or any allergic condition and on regular medication, always carry your medications with you. Remember, allergens vary from person to person, so know your specific triggers to help you in the management. Till the next episode of Health and Vitality, I am Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete, and it's bye for now.
I Hypertension, which is also known as a high blood pressure, is the pressure with which the heart pumps blood to the rest of the body. When it is above 120/80, we say your blood pressure is elevated and it is very bad. In order to know your blood pressure, go to the nearest hospital, get checked, and then you will be told about it. Increase in age, family history, obesity, cholesterol, smoking, and other bad lifestyle can cause your blood pressures to go up. When you have hypertension, you may not know. That is why it is called the silent killer. But sometimes you may have chest pain, headache, blurred vision, others. It means it has already started causing harm. If it persists, you can have a heart attack, you can have a stroke, and sudden death. Please go to your hospital, get checked, take your medication, improve your lifestyle.
Hello there. Thanks for staying with us here on the JoyNews platform. And this is Upfront. We're doing this special one on the media budget review. We've lessened the burden on the people of Ghana. That's the assertion of the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latofosin, who's today presented his mid-year review of the 2025 Economic Plan and Budget of Government. As part of the broad plan, he set out to reduce inflation and to beat down the depreciation of the Ghana cedi. For the Finance Minister, he succeeded in that and he is successfully turning the corner. Listen to excerpts of that address on the floor of Parliament today.
An economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, in fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story.